indicate that we could have that presence of a tornado. That would be right along, pinpointing for you, Douglas Avenue. So again, if you're familiar with that area, near Douglas Avenue right now, that's one of the areas that this storm is rotating and potentially could be producing a tornado. That's just off to the northwest of Kesley, just south of Dumont, south of Highway 3, again, right along Douglas Avenue. As we take a little wider picture right now, as we said, there have been numerous areas that have seen tornado warnings back just out of the TV9 viewing area. Several of these tornado warnings have been confirmed as well. There has been some damage reported in Lake City and a tornado also reported in Stratford. So far as I can see, this is just a radar indicated tornado warning. Again, that means the rotation in the storm is such that it is leading to that potential that there could be a tornado, and certainly as we're looking at it from pinpoint Doppler radar, the shape of the storm itself is showing exactly that. As you can take a look, if you look right now at what we have all our velocity product, you do notice again right here some areas of rotation right in that same area, so it's what we're going to continue to watch as that storm continues to move off toward the east and northeast. I want to run down for you some of the severe weather safety rules that you need to keep in mind now that the tornado warning has been issued. What do you need to do when a tornado warning is issued? And again, this is for Butler County. This is up in Butler County where we do have that tornado warning in effect. Go to the lowest level of your home that you can get to safely. When you're there, get under something sturdy and have your bike helmet handy. Put that bike helmet on. That's to protect your head, one of the most dangerous parts if there is flying debris. Cover yourself also with blankets, pillows, and towels for the same exact reason. Of course, you want to avoid windows, doors, and outside walls, as those are areas that also could experience some strong gusty winds. If you have no basement or no basement is available, a small interior room is also the place that you can go to stay safe as the storm continues to move through. Jan, on Max 2, can you put up the Waverly City Cam and point it at our storm? I'd like to kind of...
Yeah, I've actually got it up on Max 3 right now. I'm
awesome.
Trying to get it turned for you here.
Can you get to Max 3, Dave? Just go to Max 3. Trying to get to Max 3, one of our city cams that kind of been watching these storms. Parkersburg was one. Again, it moved off to the north and west. I do want to remind you that this tornado warning is in effect for Butler County. For the areas that we can see right now that extends from just south of Green, that's where this box is in effect. You can see that polygon shape. That's the shape we're looking at. There you go, Jan. You go ahead and tell us about the Waverly City Cam. We've got it up now on Max 3.
Yeah, trying to see what exactly we can see here. Not seeing a lot from here at this point. Obviously, you know, this is off in the distance from the Waverly area, but certainly we can see those storm clouds here. If we turn around and focus a little further to the west, this is really what we're seeing from our Waverly City Cam. So not seeing the storm itself here that we have that warning on at this time, but we certainly have those storm clouds in the area as we check out exactly how things look. Obviously, again, we've got lots and lots of those tornado warnings in effect right now. So even though this one here in Butler County doesn't actually have that observation of a tornado here on it just yet, we do have many of those just off to the west there into Hamilton County. Obviously 3 overlapping tornado warnings there, and even further off to the west from there that have observed tornadoes on it. So certainly, again, now is the time to get to your safe place with that in mind, because we do have the capability of these storms producing tornadoes here at this time. Sorry, we're getting a lot of updates in, so I'm trying to see if we can get anything from that storm exactly. A lot of these are coming in still from that Franklin and Hardin County one, and that one is another one from the Hamilton County one. So still, again, getting those reports of those observed tornadoes here at this time, but we are not getting anything observed right now from that one up in Butler County. But certainly now is the time to get to your safe place. This is kind of your pre-warning. Looks like we just had one kind of extended there over the Iowa Falls area as well into Hardin County and Franklin County. That one also radar indicated for us here at this time. We'll get the text up for that one and update you on that one, since that is a new warning. Looks like it is a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado 9 miles southwest of Iowa Falls, moving northeast at 30 miles per hour is what this new warning is for. Capable of producing a tornado impacting the Iowa Falls, Alden, Buckeye, Bradford areas, as well as the Iowa Falls Airport for us here at this time. Again, that one's for radar indicated rotation. The one as well up in Butler County now. Radar indicated rotation and 1-inch hail for us here at this time. Neither of these are observed tornadoes, both of them radar indicated, but again, this is your pre-warning, of now is the time to get to a safe place before that tornado is actually observed for us here.
Meteorologist Corey Thompson joins us as well. And just so we all know, Jan will be on Max 3 when she's talking. Corey will be on Max 2. I'll be on Max 1. It'll be very simple then for Dave in the control room to know what computer and what we're actually looking at, so make it easy for you. Why are we on the air right now? We do have a tornado warning in effect for portions of Butler County. This does not include Parkersburg, so it's just north of Parkersburg. It does include the city of Allison, Dumont, right along Highway 14 and Highway 3, where those, again, intersect. That's the area that you can kind of see where that polygon has formed. And we look farther back off toward the west, and we'll pinpoint even a little bit tighter for you. It was a little bit more evident earlier, some of that rotation, but certainly now between Hickory Avenue, Douglas Avenue, 270th Street, and Kelsey. If you are in that area toward Butler Center, you definitely want to be in your safe place. That's the area of rotation that we've seen. So far, not a confirmed tornado, but I will tell you that the storms that have developed farther to the west that Jan was showing you certainly have been confirmed. And we also have some reports of potential damage as well near the Lake City area. Also some damage reported back in Hamilton, Iowa. Again, not from these storms, the storm we're looking at here, but the storms that we're seeing develop certainly are damage producers. So those of you, again, between Douglas Avenue, Hickory Avenue, near Kelsey, 270th Street, that's the area right now. You want to make sure you are definitely in your safe place. Storm itself moving just to the southeast of Dumont and just to the west of Butler Center. Butler Center, be ready for that storm to move into your area as it continues to move off toward the east at about 30 miles per hour.
This is a storm that's showing a very strong rotation. You can see that on your screen right now on pinpoint Doppler radar, right near Considine Lake Park. And like Joe was saying, approaching Hickory Avenue from the west. If you are in Butler Center or near it, near the big marsh wildlife area, just near Highway 14 and south of Highway 3, you're in pretty significant danger right now. The storm is showing the signs of having all the characteristics of being able to produce a tornado. We haven't had an official report yet, but the other storms like it in central Iowa were fairly quick to produce some fairly significant tornadoes this afternoon. We just have an incredibly favorable environment in this particular area. And as long as these storms stay individual, until they congeal into a line, which they're still expected to do this evening. But when they're individual like this, they can easily gain the characteristics to produce a tornado. And we're seeing a pretty textbook example of that right now, north of Kelsey, west of Butler Center, moving off to the east, and maybe just slightly north of east, sort of parallel to Highway 3 there, south of Allison.
Go ahead, and I'm going to pull up the Parkersburg City Cam in just a minute, because let's see if we can see. We can look to the north on the Parkersburg City Cam. We have been kind of watching that camera as well from time to time, and we'll see if we can see anything within that storm itself as we look live from our Parkersburg City Cam. Again, we'll move it around a bit. Let me bring up the controls for the Parkersburg City Cam. Again, certainly looks like a darkening sky, which we've been watching as the storm has moved through. If you're in the Kelsey area, though, Butler, just south of in Butler County, just south of Allison right now, certainly want to be on the lookout for the storm. Watch as it moves through the area. Jan, have you seen any damage reports at all out of the storm that's been moving through that Corey's pinpointing right now?
No, we're not seeing any of those damage reports here just yet, which is certainly good news for us here at this time. But we are not getting any damage reports right now. The reports that we are getting are, again, those storms just off to the west of the TV9 viewing area. Those are the ones that we're seeing reports, and those are, again, observed tornadoes on the ground. So even though we're not getting those reports in our current storms here just yet, certainly these do still need to be taken seriously.
Again, just kind of looking at the Parkersburg City Cam right now, kind of watching it as we move forward. Again, if I'm on Max 1. If Corey's on, he's on Max 2. If Jan's on, she's on Max 3. That means we should go to Max 1 right now. There's your Parkersburg City Cam. Again, we're kind of just scanning the sky right now to watch that storm off to the north. Certainly a very dark-looking sky. It's a ways to the north of Parkersburg right now, just off to the north and west. So far not picking up on that, but as we kind of move a little bit farther toward the west, a little more ragged looking sky certainly out there. We use our city cams, of course, to monitor the weather situation all across eastern Iowa. You can always find them on kcrg.com to see what it looks like in your area, but we'll continue to watch that very carefully as we scan the skies with our city cam. Corey, you've got a storm track on that for the storm itself, and again showing a little bit more hook shape to it.
Yep, exactly. It does have that hook shape right there west of Butler Center, and we'll just sort of pull up the velocity scope again to get that area that's most likely to produce a tornado, and then add on a storm track to see who's next in line and should be seeking shelter. And we'll kind of give it a broad track here. Does include areas like Allison at 450, Butler Center just around the same time at 449, and then heading towards Clarksville at 509. These storms moving off to the east and northeast at about 35 miles per hour, still exhibiting all the signs of strong rotation in that area west of Butler Center. If we pinpoint just a little bit closer again, we can get those streets up. It's just crossing Hickory Avenue now. Take off the velocity scope real quick, and it's heading toward the Highway 14 that moves north out of Butler Center. It's probably going to pass very near or just north of Butler Center, right near the Iowa Highway 3 area, and it will eventually in the next, about 10 minutes, cross Iowa Highway 14 as well, heading toward the Allison area. So if you're in Allison, if you're in Butler Center, you need to be seeking shelter now. Lowest floor of your home, interior room if you don't have a basement. Put as many walls between you and the tornado that you can. If we go to Max 1, we've got the tornado safety tips up there. Just to refresh everyone, of course, we've all been through this before, but this is time to remember. Grab a bike helmet if you have one. Get blankets, pillows, or towels, or something else to protect your body with as you are seeking shelter. Of course, stay away from windows. Don't go looking for this tornado out the window. That's a very dangerous spot to be. And like we said, if you don't have a basement, get to a small interior room. If you live in a mobile home park, get to your designated storm shelter as soon as you can as well.
Just also to remind you, there are many ways to connect and watch because we're expecting more severe weather to push across all of eastern Iowa as we head through our evening and overnight hours. Of course, the First Alert weather app, you can get our streaming severe weather coverage, which we have right now. Great to have with you when you go to that safe place. KCRG.com also providing streaming coverage. Facebook and Twitter, great places to post activities after the storm has passed when it's safe. Do not rely on social media for your severe weather information. Also remember to tune into our radio partners all across eastern Iowa. They will provide continuous coverage as we do watch those storms move in. Do want to remind you once again, Tornado Watch is in effect until 9 o'clock. Covers a large portion of our northwest zone as far south as areas of Iowa, as well as Poweshiek County, Benton Lynn, up toward Buchanan, Fayette County, Bremer, Blackhawk County as we head to the north, Butler County as well, Chickasaw, Grundy, Tama. Again, that's the area that we're seeing the development right now, and the potential, as Corey mentioned early on, of course, as these storms remain discrete or more individualistic in nature, is that we could see them spin, and as they spin, they have produced tornadoes. In fact, numerous tornado warnings as we go where these storms have been developing. Not only the one that we have in Butler County right now, which we'll pinpoint in just a second for you, but we have them all the way back, as we can see, near Sherman, near Iowa Falls. Some of these have been confirmed just north of Ames right now. Looks like a pretty strong cell. Was producing rotation earlier, could also be producing some areas of hail. But of course, the reason we are on the air right now for the TV9 viewing area, we do have that severe thunderstorm warning, or tornado warning rather, in effect with that storm that's moving just south of Allison, and certainly could be producing some hail as well. Just taking a look at how that cell is developing as well. Just to the southwest of Allison right now, as Corey mentioned, ready to cross Highway 14. We'll get even closer for you so you can kind of see exactly where that is. Butler Center right now, north of 270th Street. That's an area you certainly need to watch out for that rotation that's moving through. That would take it to Sinclair Avenue. And crossing Highway 14 and over toward Butler Center Road, just south of Highway 3. This officially is in effect until 5 o'clock, so that would go approximately for the next 14 minutes. But if it holds its current strength, which it has, and that rotation signature, it likely would be extended farther off toward the north and west. Jan?
Yeah, I've just been kind of looking at the velocity here on this storm. Again, really trying to keep track of where exactly that is, and certainly, again, what you guys have been talking about here, that Allison area, that Butler Center area, that's where we're seeing the strongest velocity. If I turn it on right now, unfortunately, it's kind of right in between the two radars for us here at this time. So it's kind of hard to see that really nice velocity signature that we would like to see and be able to say exactly where it is. But again, as we've been tracking it here over the last couple of minutes, it does appear to be moving towards that Butler Center area. And as we can see, that kind of hook to the back of that storm, that is also the area certainly that we've been watching. If we look at our Waverly City Cam now, we can see the rain obviously has reached that part of the area. Still looking at those clouds, not seeing too much in terms of threatening cloud cover for the Waverly area at this point. But again, this storm is moving into that area. As we look at pinpoint Doppler radar, you can see it is approaching that area here. At least the leading edge of that rain is obviously still fully within Butler County for us here at this time. Looks like we're continuing that radar indicated rotation, that warning here for radar indicated rotation for Butler County, at least until this warning is set to expire at 5 o'clock. Looks like it is currently over the Allison area, moving east at about 40 miles per hour for us here at this point. That is our latest update from the National Weather Service, also capable of producing quarter-sized hail at this time. So again, if you are in this area, if you're in Butler County, if you're in the Allison area, the Butler Center area, now is the time to be in your safe place. Get to that lowest level, get to that most interior room of that lowest level, and be sure you're in that sturdy place if at all possible. Corey?
Yeah, we've got this pulled up now, our velocity scope, as Jan was talking about. When we talk about that velocity signature, here's what we're talking about. So the radar is back this way to the southwest. These are winds heading away from the radar, winds heading toward the radar. And so if you draw what those winds would be shaped if you could go to the other side, it makes a counterclockwise motion. That's the way that supercells rotate. And if it's a tight area of rotation, that's where a tornado could be found, in that area just west of Butler Center. Again, it's moving just north of east, and it's going to pass very near Butler Center. You need to be in shelter, as Jan was saying. Allison, same story there. Looking further down the road, it's going to parallel or pass Iowa Highway 3, just outside of that warning box, which I'm believing is going to be extended. This storm has shown no signs of weakening so far. If we could switch over to Max 1 really quick, we've got a great look at this storm from our Parkersburg City Cam. I know that Joe's been looking at that. It's very ominous, and that's actually the part of the storm that we would be keeping our close eye on for where that tornado could develop. Yeah, it's right there, this lowering. It's very low to the ground. You can see just barely above the tree line. Now we're looking northwest from Parkersburg. Parkersburg right now, not under immediate threat from this warning, but it's this area of the storm where we'd be most concerned about any sort of tornadic development, that low level hanging down this part as well. We've got a pretty good look at it. So if a tornado is going to develop over the next 5-10 minutes, we'll probably be able to catch it with our city cam in Parkersburg, which is good news for keeping you safe. We've got a good eye on it both through the radar and through the city cam, and that's what we're tracking as we go over the next 5 to 10 minutes. No confirmed reports of a tornado with this storm yet, but several tornadoes have been reported in central Iowa, just west of the TV9 viewing area. So the threat tonight is very real. These storms could produce a tornado, which would be dangerous if you were in one of those tornado warnings.
And again, the reason we're on the air is the tornado warning is in effect. I'll switch this back to take a look at the storms themselves. Yeah, I was watching the Parkersburg City Cam real carefully earlier, and Corey pointed it out very nicely where we're seeing that lowering of the clouds. You can see that storm itself right now moving through areas of Butler County. So far, they have not extended the warning. I would expect that they will extend this warning a little bit farther off toward the north and east as that movement still continues. We're going to go ahead and put a track on it for you. It's been moving roughly about 30 miles per hour, so let's just kind of project it out, let's say for the next 30 minutes or so. That would put it near Clarksville at about 5:05, getting very close to Waverly then at about 5:19. We also have our city cam in Waverly, as Jan's been following, pointed off toward the west. We'll continue to watch, but right now the Waverly city cam would be looking through a lot in the way of rainfall, and you could again just see the rain in the area. It's farther back as we're looking toward the north from our Parkersburg city cam that we continue to keep our eye on it. Let's go ahead and switch back over to that Parkersburg city cam right now, and you can see, as Corey was pointing out, the lowering of the clouds getting lower down toward the ground in that area. This is what we really need to watch. If there could be potential for a tornado to develop, this is where it would develop out of. Again, so far have no confirmed tornado. We do have rotation within the storm. That's why the tornado warning was issued earlier, and we'll continue to watch that very carefully as we move through the next 15 minutes or so as that storm continues off toward the north and east.
That's a very ominous picture from our Parkersburg City Cam. It shows the danger that's associated with this storm. Again, fortunately, still no report. We don't see a tornado on the ground there, but if you are within that tornado warning, including areas like Allison, as well as we've been talking about Butler Center, it's passing very near there right now. Yeah, that's the part of the storm that we'll be watching. It's hard to discern the rotation in the wall cloud itself, but that's definitely in the dangerous spot there, and we just have a clear view from Parkersburg. Again, Parkersburg itself, not within this warning. You're out of it right now, but if we head off a bit further to the southwest, there are storms in Franklin and Hardin County that are moving to the northeast as well. So those could eventually move more toward the Parkersburg area as well as Wellsburg, north of Grundy Center, but there is a tornado producing storm south as well towards Sherman, west of Eldora. So we just have several storms that we have to keep an eye on. These will be entering the TV9 viewing area as well. Notice though that they're starting to perhaps congeal a bit into more of a line, but they're still showing characteristics of individual storms too. So that's why those tornado warnings continue across Franklin, Hardin, and Butler counties at this time.
So if we want to take a wider look, and we'll go back to Max 3 here, and we'll just kind of recap everything here, again, that's going on across the area. We've been zoomed in here a bit, so we'll take a wider picture and show you everything across the area. So again, most of these storms are focused on our northwestern zone here at this time. That is where all of those tornado warnings are and are in effect. So we do have that one for Butler County that is over the Allison as well as Butler Center area. That one for radar indicated rotation as well as 1-inch hail. That warning will stay in effect here for another 7 minutes or so, and that storm again continues to track mainly to the east northeast at this time. We also have a warning just off kind of there to the south into the west there for Franklin and Hardin County, just making its way now into the TV9 viewing area for also radar indicated rotation as well as some smaller hail possible with that storm. The good news is we still have not really had any confirmed tornadoes from the storms that are in our area at this time. But it does look like we just got a new tornado warning, so we'll take you to that one here. So yes, as we kind of expected, that one for Butler County has now been extended. So Bremer and Butler County now both included for radar indicated rotation as well as 1-inch hail. We'll bring up the text here and tell you everything that this warning is for. So a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located near the Allison area, as we've been telling you, moving east about 30 miles per hour. The threats with this one would be a tornado as well as quarter-sized hail. So if you are in this area, obviously we've been talking about Allison and Butler Center, but now that warning being extended further off into the Waverly and Shell Rock areas now included, as well as Plainfield and Clarksville included in this warning as well, all the way just off towards 218. So certainly all of these areas, now is the time to get to your safe place. Looking like the storm will be near Clarksville at around 5 p.m., Shell Rock about 5:10. Again, this is the capable of producing a tornado. While it has not here just yet, we do have storms just off to the west of the TV9 viewing area that have been able to produce tornadoes here already through the evening hours. We continue to get reports of those tornadoes that have been on the ground. So these storms are certainly capable of that, even though the one here in Bremer and Butler has not just yet. Now is the time to get to your safe place.
Let's go ahead and pop up Max 1 on the wall so we can take a look again at our Parkersburg City Cam, which we've been watching live. Again, that's on Max 1. And there we go. We've been watching very carefully, and you kind of see that lowering that Corey was talking about. You also see some fingers once again kind of looking like they're coming down from that cloud. Very evident that there's some. If we can go back to Max 1, we'll keep it there for you. Again, it may move around as we're kind of watching the storm itself. Very carefully looking at the lowering, that low base live from our Parkersburg City Cam. Noticing nothing coming out of it right now. Can't see the rotation as Corey mentioned, but every once in a while it looks like there may be something trying to develop here and there. Along that, you notice some scud cloud back off farther toward the west, and also a little bit, again, as we look just off toward the right side of your picture, as you can see. Watching it carefully, again, nothing right now, but this is the storm that's warned on as it continues to move off toward the east. Now, again, as Jan had mentioned, that storm itself warned for a little larger area, as we can see across areas of Butler County. But we continue to watch this. Weather Service continue to monitor our city cams as well, as they always do as these storms are moving through. But we're getting a real good view. Rain not in the Parkersburg area. Parkersburg, you're not under the threat for this storm, but as you look off farther toward the north and west, that's where the storm is that's been warned on, that we've been on with with you since about, probably about 4:30 or so as that storm started to develop and show some signs of rotation. But again, farther off to the west, we have more storms as well, and that velocity still, Corey, very, very evident that there's some rotation within this storm.
Yeah, if we could actually take a look at Max 2, and if we could actually pop up the double box with Max 1 in the smaller box, if that's possible, because that velocity signature south of Allison and right near Butler City, if we pinpoint just a little bit closer, that is pretty ominous. That is very strong inflow into the storm, which you can see with those reds and pinks, which is on the higher end of the scale. Pull up a little telestrator here to give you a better example. That's air flowing into this storm, which shows a strong and robust updraft, we call it, which is where that base we've been watching for the development of a tornado in that bigger picture in the Parkersburg City Cam view. That's where we're watching for that, and that's sort of a signature that shows that the storm is maintaining its strength, if not strengthening a bit, but it also features that same area that includes the chance for rotation. And I'll draw a line on that too, just to illustrate, which it has the rotation right near Allison. That's where we're at right now, just near Butler Center. If you combine those two velocity signatures, that's where we're seeing that rotating of the winds on the radar, which is why this storm is warned. It has a tornado warning for a radar indicated rotation. Again, we've got a good eye on it on our Parkersburg City Cam. Haven't seen a tornado yet, but the threat is very, very real with this storm. Has the shape, has the velocity signature, has all the characteristics of a storm that could produce a tornado at any time. And as Jan has been talking about and Joe's been talking about, multiple storms in central Iowa have produced tornadoes, some that have caused damage. We certainly have the atmosphere around today that could do so, and so that's why we're particularly concerned with this storm that's in Butler and Bremer County. The city of Waverly, you're included on the very edge of this warning, so if you live there, you do need to seek shelter now as this storm is on the way. Joe?
What we're going to do right now is we're going to briefly play the start of our 5 o'clock news, and we're going to come right back with weather coverage. Again, that warning continues for Butler County now until 5:30.
You're watching KCRG TV 9, now from your 24-hour news source. This is KCRG TV 9 News at 5.
Severe weather is in the TV9 viewing area this evening.
Chief Meteorologist Joe Winters and the First Alert Storm Team is here to show us what's going on now.
And again, we're on live and continuous coverage as long as we have that tornado warning in effect. I'm joined up front here by meteorologist Corey Thompson. Meteorologist Jan Reichert is in our weather lab. We are watching the storms as they continue to progress across eastern Iowa. And again, very isolated in nature right now, but therein lies the first problem. That's when we can see these tornadoes develop.
Absolutely, and as these storms remain isolated, that's when the biggest threat for more tornadic development will be. And we actually, it looks like we have a new tornado warning. So let's go to Max 1 real quick and we'll take a close look at that just to see who's included. Looks like it's for part of the Franklin and Hardin area again. Does include, portions of Hamilton and Hardin. And then we've got a second new warning.
What I'm going to do here, I'm just going to widen this out because this is an area that has been continually warned with tornado warnings for the past, several hours. There we go. So you can see that extends from the Butler County warning all the way back down to Hamilton County. So the warning in the TV9 viewing area that we are concerned about, but again, those storms are heading into that direction. Those of you in Grundy County, be on the lookout as that storm moves in. Butler County as well could see additional warnings. Is the storm that we see now across portions of Bremer and Butler County. Again, it is radar indicated rotation, but certainly by the radar picture that we're seeing and have been showing you, as well as the picture that we've been watching live from our Parkersburg City Cam as that storm moves to the north. It certainly is a good idea that we have this warning in effect and that you need to go to your safe place. Again, the area right now to kind of pinpoint for you where we're seeing some of that strongest areas of rotation is just off to the near Allison. South of Packard right now, over to the southwest of Plainfield. This would be right along Highway 3 as it moves through Allison. Also as we go near Clarksville right now, also watching very carefully as that storm moves right along 188 north of Coster. If we're mentioning areas that you are hearing, that means you need to be in your safe area because you're nearest the rotation in that storm. That could again lead to that tornadic formation. Here's how it's been looking as it's moved off toward the east, about 30 miles per hour. So not a real fast moving storm, doesn't need to be. All it needs to be is rotating, and because we have so much moisture in the atmosphere, you can get get that tornado to form very, very quickly. So that's, again, why that warning was issued. You see in the other side, other picture right now, the live picture from our Parkersburg City Cam. We've been watching that lowering for some time. Again, have seen nothing as far as tornado, funnel cloud out of the storm, but that's the area that we're watching right now that certainly could produce that. It's quite a wide area of lowering as well as we look off to the north from Parkersburg. Do want to stress, those of you in Parkersburg, you are not in danger with this storm that moves through. However, I'm going to widen that picture out and let those of you know that you do also have more systems moving in. So those moving from Iowa Falls, Sherman, as well as Story City, continuing to head now into Grundy County. They'll move through the Parkersburg area. They'll also move through the Grundy Center area. This could also affect Blackhawk County as that movement continues. As long as they stay kind of discrete or individualistic in nature, that threat for tornadic formation is with there as they continue. So again, kind of keep that in mind. Get to your safe place if you are in that warning area.
Definitely seeing that lowering on our Parkersburg City Cam. You can see that wall cloud that we call it on the right-hand side of your screen. Still no signs of a tornado from it, though, which is good news, but still very has the high potential for that to develop out of that area. And that's the area that Joe was mentioning, just has passed just southeast of Allison and will be passing to the east toward the Shell Rock area. So if you live in Shell Rock, even if you live in Clarksville, the worst part of the storm, the most dangerous part of the storm is just to your south. But I would always say better be safe than sorry, as the storm parallels Iowa Highway 3. So if you live in that area, that's a landmark for you to know, and that passes through Shell Rock and that passes through Waverly. So those two cities in the path of this storm in both Butler and Bremer County are next in line, and those that need to be seeking shelter immediately. And as this warning continues until 5:30, other storms trailing behind it. We'll be watching for more development, it looks like, in north central Iowa. Not severe right now at this hour, but of course the atmosphere is plenty unstable. Plenty of energy. We had that break between the first and second rounds of storms today, which was kind of the question mark heading into today. How much would the morning storms affect what's happening today? And we're seeing, well, we had enough sunshine, warmed things up enough. It sure is muggy out there. I mean, there's no shortage of moisture, and those are the key ingredients, along with that upper level support and the twisting of the winds, to get that potential tornadic development.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes it takes a lot of warmth. You think it's got to get up well into the 80s and that, but our atmosphere was so unstable, it didn't take much. You could practically go outside at the right time, throw your hands in the air, and suddenly a storm could develop. It was just that unstable, and that's why it just took a little bit to watch these cells develop that we continue to watch. And again, this is the area that's had some damage reports back off toward the west as well. This is why we're on the air for that Bremer and Butler County warning. Again, it is going, Waverly, you are in that warning. We're going to watch it as it moves toward Waverly right now. So far, our Waverly City Cam just showing us mainly some cloudy skies as we look off toward the west as well. Jan, have you had any additional confirmed reports of anything or some damage reports to speak of?
We do not have any damage reports here at this time, at least in the TV9 viewing area. There have been a few just off to the west towards Hamilton County and the Jewel area, and also into Calhoun County. So again, these storms are certainly capable of producing damaging tornadoes. Now, one update I do want to give, though, is that that storm that's moving into Hardin County now at this time, we do now have that one as an observed tornado here. So this one in the Sherman area, Iowa Falls, just on the northern fringe of that storm, is part of this one. And again, that is for an observed tornado for us here. So we do have the storms that are producing tornadoes, not just capable of producing them, but producing tornadoes starting to make their way now into the TV9 viewing area. You can kind of see, though, this part of the storm, just kind of a mess of tornado warnings. We've got three kind of overlapping each other there right in that area. So certainly a pretty messy system is really what we're looking at. That any of these storms, wherever they pop up, these little cells are capable of producing that tornadic activity. Now, again, we do not have any damage reports in the TV9 viewing area at this time. That certainly is good news for us. But just off to the west, we do have those storms that have been producing tornadoes and have been producing some damaging tornadoes with some debris reports, also trees down and power lines down into central Iowa. So as these storms continue continue into the TV9 viewing area. We want to make sure that everyone is staying weather aware, staying safe. We'll take a wider picture here and show you again. These are pretty focused for us here at this time in our northwestern zone. Far to mainly our central and southern zones, really not seeing much activity at this time, but we are just now starting to see a few more cells popping up near the Ames area again, moving east into the TV9 viewing area. Off to the north, we're seeing activity into the Mason City area, again continuing into the TV9 viewing area. So as these storms continue to progress into our area here through the evening hours, we want to make sure that you're continuing to stay weather aware. Make sure you have those multiple reliable ways to receive severe weather information. Obviously, watching us here on TV9 is certainly a great way to stay informed. If you really need to head out, we'd certainly advise that you stay home, stay where you're safe. But our First Alert Weather app, also a great source of information, and also good if you need to head down to your basement and you don't have that TV down there. You can also get information on kcrg.com. Facebook and Twitter will be updated here periodically, but that certainly should not be your first line of defense when it comes to severe weather, as we're focused here on air and on the app, getting those updated. And also you can tune into our radio partners here. They will also have updates from time to time.
And again, just a real quick overview of eastern Iowa right now, just to let those of you know in Cedar Rapids, Iowa City, and Dubuque understand right now it's muggy. It's a warm afternoon, certainly, but as we look at the radar, this was an earlier picture. We had those storms that rolled through this morning, early afternoon. Now we're watching that second round with a cold front back off to our north and west. This cold front's going to be pretty slow moving. As it does move through, not only do we have that severe threat, which right now includes that tornadic threat, we also have a heavy rain threat that will be with us as well. So kind of keep that in mind as we move through the night into the morning hours. We are going to see that heavy rain threat as well. Let's take a quick look at what we're expecting. Where can we expect these storms to move? This is a look at pinpoint futurecast that we'd be showing you if we were doing our forecast, and we'll just kind of move ahead in time. You can see that that evolves into that line we've talked about. Now you're looking at the potential for some damaging winds. Now maybe by 8 o'clock or so it hasn't approached much of Cedar Rapids or Iowa City yet. Then it's moving in though, probably between about 7 and 9 as we can see, and then it continues to progress down toward the south and east. So eventually the entire TV9 viewing area sees some of this activity. Even at midnight down across our southern zone, showers and storms with that potential for heavy rains could lead to some areas of flash flooding. So kind of keep that in mind as these storms continue to push across eastern Iowa. Again, we are live on the air with the tornado warning across areas of Bremer and Butler County that lasts until 5:30.
Take a quick look at Max 2. We've got, let's just step back in time a little bit toward this morning. We had those showers and storms moving through this morning, left behind air mass that was relatively cool, only in the low to mid 70s. But then as those clouds moved out by the early afternoon, that allowed things to heat up really quickly. So this is about 3:30 when storms started to develop near Carroll and Fort Dodge. You see we have temperatures now into the upper 70s and low 80s, dew points well into the 70s. And then as we get to real time here, you see those very strong storms up in north central Iowa. And this is the area of tornadic development right up here. And that's the area that we're watching. Take a quick look at our Parkersburg city cam. So we've got a pretty good view of that lowering, which is exactly where we're watching for the potential for tornadic development. I've got a pretty clear view because this is the one storm that's kind of out there on its own. Those storms in Franklin and Hardin County interacting with each other. And if you're in those areas, you're going to have so much heavy rain around that you're not going to be able to see the tornado coming, and there have been tornadoes reported there. But in this area, we're watching for any sorts of suspicious looking lowerings, and that might be one there. It's just nothing too obvious has developed yet, but this is the area of the storm that we're particularly concerned with across eastern Iowa right now. If we look at pinpoint Doppler radar, that will show us exactly where this storm is, and I'll pinpoint here just a little bit closer here in Butler and Bremer counties. And that's where that storm and tornado warning continues until 5:30 this evening. Storm moving off to what is mostly due east at this point. Initially it was moving just a little bit north of east, and now it's turned to what we call it, it's taken a little bit of a right turn. And when storms do that, and actually gets into it ingests that favorable environment even better than it was before. Better, of course, used lightly because this would be making it more favorable to produce a dangerous weather situation. So it's that area just along and south of Iowa Highway 3 where we are at most at risk at this point, still calling for a radar indicated tornado, still showing that very strong inflow into the storm, which is that very bright red and pink. That's making that into the storm. And then you have the Opposite direction in the greens there, and that is the rotation that we see right there in the storm, and that we've been watching with our Parkersburg City Cam as well. And so that's why we're keeping a close eye on the storm. Let's put a quick storm track on it, give you a broad view here, moving off to the east and just north of east. So folks in Shell Rock, that will be there at 5:14, Waverly at 5:30, and then just outside of the warning area in Bremer, 5:43. Of course, that's not included in the warning at this time, but as we've said, this storm has showed no particular signs of weakening, and so we're anticipating, at least until it does, that we'll continue to see warnings with it. Jan?
Yeah, so if we take a look here at our Waverly City Cam, this is what we're looking at right now. So we can see kind of that, that darker bank of clouds there just off in the distance. That is that storm that's moving into the area. Very light rain looking like it's coming down. You can kind of see a few drops coming down on the rooftop here in Waverly at this time. But again, this storm is now approaching the Waverly area. So let's zoom in and show you, again, that City Cam shot showing us what is happening in Waverly right now. This is where things are in relation to Waverly here at this time. So just now making their way towards the Waverly area here. But again, the strongest part of that storm kind of between Clarksville and Shell Rock at this time. That's where we're seeing those really deep purples and almost a few whites kind of mixing in there. And if we turn on that velocity layer, that is where, again, we're seeing some pretty strong indications of rotation. You can see those almost really bright colored kind of oranges mixing in there near the Shell Rock area, and then also a few of those greens in color. That's where we're looking at that potential rotation. So again, right now this is radar indicated rotation. This is exactly what we're looking at when we're talking about that radar indicated rotation, kind of right along Highway 3 at this time. And we do certainly have that potential here for us in that very area. If we look at the radar picture again, we can see it still kind of fluctuating. So even just within that last radar scan, we lost some of those purples in color. So that may hopefully indicate some good things, but this is a discrete cell. This is off on its own, and that is what we look at when we're talking about the potential for that storm to be able to sustain itself for a little bit longer. So it certainly could continue this eastward motion. If we put it back into motion here, it will continue kind of in the direction that it's going here, and certainly could be able to sustain itself here for some time at this time. We also have those warnings still in effect off into Hardin County that continue to make their way into the TV9 viewing area, again, closer up into the Grundy Center area and the Parkersburg area. Those are the areas that we'll start to see some active weather here coming up shortly. Joe?
And right now I want to pinpoint again that area you were talking about with the rotation, get really tight to give you some of the pinpoint locations of where it is. You again see, as Jan was just showing us, that rotation in the storm, which has led to the tornado warning since earlier this afternoon, now stretching from Clarksville all the way down towards Shell Rock. Movement again on this cell continues to be off toward the east and northeast, right around 30 miles per hour. So let's clear off the arrows and let's go in real tight on this storm where you might be wanting to, well, you should be in shelter right now, but where it's going toward. You're looking at right now Superior Road and Yale Avenue. Also near the Avenue of the Saints Lake and Recreation area, Willow Avenue, South Cherry Street as you move out of Shell Rock, 220th Street, right along Willow Avenue as we head down toward 280th Street. That would take us very close to the Shell Rock Wildlife area, Shell Rock Access area. That's another spot that we head toward Highway 218, of course, as we head into Waverly. We get over toward Cedar Bend Park. 190th Street, which again turns into Superior Road as you head up toward Clarksville. Also, of course, Highway 3 and then Highway 188. Those are the areas really kind of pinpointed right now for you where we're seeing that rotation. If you're in that box, but particularly those areas we just mentioned, you need to be in your safe place now.
And we're just watching that area very closely. Our city cam views, if we could take Max 2, showing a very similar picture. And we haven't just seen reports here in eastern Iowa yet, which is great news, of course, for the folks that have been under the threat so far directly. You see our city cam view there, McGrath providing that view of Waverly. Seeing heavy rain falling in Waverly. Can't see, it doesn't look like there's hail falling, and hail's not the particular threat with these storms today. Can't rule out maybe up to quarter-sized hail, but even for a supercell storm, usually you see more than that. So that's where that storm is located, the left side of your screen. That's what we're keeping a close eye on. This is the lowering of the storm right there that we previously saw in our Parkersburg City Cam, but we're kind of losing the view. It's getting out of the range from Parkersburg, so Waverly will be our new and better view as that storm approaches. And the dangerous part of the storm, frankly, is going to pass directly over Waverly, at least as it looks right now, moving right along Iowa Highway 3. So if you're in Shell Rock right now, you need to stay safe. If you're in Waverly, you need to stay safe right now too and get to your shelter. We'll be keeping a close eye on it with our city cam views, and I'll be paying attention and getting back to those when we see something that appears dangerous.
Sure, and again, just kind of some tornado safety rules for you. You always want to keep in mind, and we remind you of this, but severe weather season this year in particular has been extremely quiet. So we haven't had this type of severe weather move across eastern Iowa, at least for an extended period of time. So it's always good to remind you where you need to go. And it's always the safest bet when you have a tornado warning in effect to go to the lowest level of whatever structure you're in. The lowest level of your home, hopefully down in the basement. Can't get to a basement. Basement's unavoidable. That first, second floor, whatever you can get to, put as many walls between yourself and the storm. If you can get into a basement, get under something sturdy. Put your bike helmet on. That protects your head. Cover with blankets, pillows, and towels. Avoid windows, doors, and outside walls. And again, no basements available. Small interior room is going to provide you some level of protection. Again, continuing with the fact that you want to cover yourself up to watch for any flying debris that could move through. But as Corey and Jan have both mentioned, again, we've had no confirmed damage reports in eastern Iowa and no confirmed tornadic touchdown. It's been rotation. It's been there. We've showed you it. But again, that's good news so far as we continue to follow that storm at least until 5:30 as that warning is still in effect.
Just pulling in some of the latest data, it looks like we do have one report of $half size hail in Clarksville and Butler County. So that's in the part of the storm that was north of the rotation. So the area of rotation that we always talk about is actually where the storm develops. And as it grows and gets taller, it's areas to the north and east of that rotation where we can see that large hail fall typically. It does depend on exactly what the atmosphere is doing, but that's where we see that right now. And then really that's about it in terms of severe reports in the TV9 viewing area. Like Joe was saying, there's a litany of tornado reports out in central Iowa, just right near the I-35 area. We've already had 12, at least, reports of tornadoes. Doesn't mean 12 individual tornadoes itself, but we do have those out there, which is why we're very concerned about these storms.
Jan, you want to sort out those new warnings we just got in?
Yeah, that's exactly what I was hoping to do. So
Awesome.
I'll take it away if you want to head over to Max 3 here. It looks like we do have a couple of new severe thunderstorm warnings. So downgrading from those tornado warnings, but we do still have tornadoes possible with these, as we are still certainly seeing that radar indicated rotation with these storms. So again, for Bremer and Butler counties here, now we have that severe thunderstorm warning moving into Blackhawk County as well. That one for 60-mile-per-hour winds and as well as hail possible and that tornado possible with this storm as well. This one expires in another 40 minutes for us here, so in effect until 6 p.m. Near the Shell Rock area here at this time, moving towards the Waverly area, obviously, as we've been talking about here for some time, and we do have $half-sized hail possible with this storm as well. And as Corey just mentioned a short time ago, we've had that observed with this storm. Some train spotters observing $half-sized hail in the Clarksville area here just about 7 minutes ago. So again, this new severe thunderstorm warning in effect for parts of Bremer County, as well as east central Butler County and north central Blackhawk County until 6 p.m. for us here at this time. We also have a new severe thunderstorm warning that is now making its way into the TV9 viewing area towards Grundy Center. That one for Hardin and Grundy counties. A very similar warning for us here in comparison to the other one, also until 6 p.m. and including, again, southern Hardin and western Grundy counties for us. Golf ball sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, as well as that tornado possible tag with this storm. So while we don't have those tornado warnings moving on, it looks like we're going to expire those. Those severe thunderstorm warnings will be in effect for us here until 6 p.m. As we do still have those strong storms moving along in this area. And it looks like we are still certainly seeing that radar indicated rotation in some of these spots.
And we do have the area of rotation sort of visible on our Waverly City Cam. The problem is right now we're in the middle of the storm in Waverly, as Jan was talking about, with that threat for both heavy rainfall and a little bit of large hail. We're looking off to the west and southwest, and so it's this area right here where we're looking for some of those areas of rotation. And we're just having a little bit of trouble seeing it. But that rotation is very strong in this storm still. That's where we're watching right here. And if we can get a little bit of that rain to quiet down in Waverly, we'll have a better picture. But at this point, we're looking at this area right here moving toward the Waverly area. So unlike when we were looking at the Parkersburg City Cam and we had no real threat in the Parkersburg area, Waverly, you're right in line for the storm, included in that tornado warning until 5:30 this evening. So we'll be keeping a very close eye on that. That rotation in this storm has not weakened, and so that's why we're just very, very concerned about the potential with this storm as it goes forward over the next 5-10 minutes as it approaches the Waverly area.
Again, as Corey mentioned, as we take a look at Max 1, you'll see that rotation still very strong, very evident, getting through kind of some peach colors almost, just indicating, and it has held that rotation the entire time as it's moving off toward the north and east. Now moving maybe just off to the east of the Shell Rock area. Highway 1, Highway 218, it's going to come very, very close to the city of Waverly as well. If you are in that area, you need to be in your safe shelter right now as that storm continues to move through. Again, very, very strong rotation in that storm as it moves toward the city of Waverly through southern areas, as we can see now, out of Butler County heading into areas of Bremer County.
And I do want to note that one is now an observed tornado for Butler and Bremer County, an observed tornado just near the Shell Rock area for us, that report coming in. So certainly, again, want to make sure that everyone in that area is keeping safe here at this time. We'll zoom back in and show you that exact area here just one more time, just to really reiterate that for us at this point. Again, where we're looking at that area of rotation is just to the south of the Shell Rock area. You can see those really bright, almost peaches and oranges for us here at this time. That is where we're looking at that potential for a little bit of that radar indicated rotation. So just off now to the south and west of Waverly, to the south and east of the Shell Rock area. That's where you're looking at that really bright coloring. That's where we're looking at that possibility. And there we just saw that update coming in for us here. So again, still kind of right along 218 and Highway 3, right there into Bremer County, into that area. That's where we're continuing to see that area of rotation for us here. And certainly, again, that is an observed tornado for us now at this time, just off moving towards the south part of the Waverly area for us. And again, that observed tornado, $half sized hail as well. Now is the time, certainly, to get to your safe place here and make sure that you're in that lowest level. Make sure you're in that most interior room of that lowest level. Stay away from those windows. Make sure, if you have anything that you can put over you, that blankets, helmets, all of that stuff. That is what you need to be doing here if you are in this area, this tornado warning at this time, as this has now been an observed tornado.
Does look like we have a new tornado warning. For some reason, our system is having trouble displaying it, but it does basically include the same outline as that severe thunderstorm warning area. So that warning has been extended off to the east. It's going to go until 6 o'clock. So that's the same storm over Waverly where, as Jan was saying, we have that tornado report. You can see torrential rainfall falling in the Waverly area right now from the Wartburg campus on our Waverly City Cam. That storm will be entering the Waverly area very, very soon. You're needing to be in shelter if you're in the Waverly area right now. And then continuing east along Highway 3. Now, the warning does not include Waterloo, Cedar Falls. It's for areas to the north. So that area, at least right now, not included, but that storm still very much a threat and has recently produced a confirmed tornado, according to weather spotters. And so that's why that warning has been extended. We're going to be there till 6 o'clock for the areas including Bremer and northern Blackhawk counties.
And as long as that tornado warning is in effect, we are going to continue to follow with continuous coverage here at TV9. That means we will be going until 6 o'clock, or that threat has passed out of the TV9 viewing area. That's our policy here at TV9. The same will be the case tonight. As more storms could develop, we will be interrupting programming, whether it be our newscast, which now we have covered up almost 2 of our newscasts. We will also be interrupting the NBA basketball playoffs tonight. Hopefully, it can be more of a quick interruption. We won't have tornadic storms in the area. However, we will continue to watch that very carefully and keep that in mind. Now they do have that plotted for us. If we can take a quick look, what Corey had mentioned, it finally came through on our system, and that's the red box that you see. That's the new tornado warning that's been issued. That's in effect until 6 o'clock. Again, stretches from Waverly through northern areas of Blackhawk County and areas of Butler County, as we can see. So Bremer, Blackhawk, Butler counties, if you're in that box, again, that stretches from Dunkerton all the way up through Tripola, including Reedland, back to Waverly, Janesville as well. You are included in that tornado warning. You need to be in your safe area as the storm moves through. As Corey mentioned as well, it does not include the city of Waterloo. It is north of Waterloo. So again, we'll watch and see. We'll take a look maybe at that storm as well from our Cedar Falls city cam in a little while as well to see what it looks like as that storm is moving through. Likely very, very heavy rain. Could even be a bit of hail showing up right now on our Waverly City cam. This is kind of bouncing around, but something that we'll continue to watch as that storm moves off to the east at about 30 miles per hour.
If we could actually, let me pull up that Cedar Falls City cam because that's actually got a pretty good look at it. It's from a distance, so it's going to be a little tough to completely identify if there is a potential tornado with this because it's pretty far away from Cedar Falls. Cedar Falls not included in this warning. But if we could take that full screen real quick, show you real quick what we're talking about. Right near that water tower in the center part of the screen is where we're seeing that low rain. Same part of the storm we were watching from Parkersburg, same part we could see from Waverly when we had that part of the storm there. There we go. Right near that water tower, you can see that shape there, that wall cloud that we're watching. And you can sort of see this line here, that's the outer edge of the updraft of that storm. And that sort of rounded shape to it is what is characteristic of a storm that has some pretty strong rotation. So that's another sign of that, on top of all the other things where we have, including confirmed tornado reports, as well as just the views we can see from our city cam. But this is from Cedar Falls, again, not included in this tornado warning, but looking off to the north, that storm very near Waverly right now. If you're in Waverly, you do need to be in a safe place at this hour.
If we could stay on Max 1 actually for this time, just to show some radar here at this time as I'm updating graphics, but we are getting a few more reports in of confirmed tornadoes in the Waverly area. So again, just reiterating that now is the time to get to your safe place near the Waverly area. Tornado reported near the intersection of 240th Street and Highway 18 heading to the east. We also had a train spotter reporting a tornado in the Waverly area. So multiple spotter reports now getting that tornado report in from the Waverly area. So again, now is the time to get to your safe place. If you have not done so already, get to that interior room of that lowest level. Now is the time to do that. Make sure you are staying as safe as possible. Again, we had that a couple different reports. The most recent one near the intersection of 240th Street and Highway 218 heading to the east there. You can see that on Max 1 as Joe's zooming into that for us here. And that's exactly where we've been tracking that strongest spot of rotation as well with this storm.
And again, it's the rotation within the storm that we followed early. Now we have that confirmed tornado sighting, as Jan had mentioned. Again, as far as damage reports, have not heard any. Let's hope that this touched down and did not cause much in the way of damage and that it can pick back up and not cause any additional damage if it did. But Waverly area right now, down toward Janesville, over toward 212th Street, also along Highway 218, as Jan had mentioned, heading over toward Joplin Avenue, the city of Denver, along 260th Street, and as we head toward Piedmont Avenue. Those are the areas we really need to be watching as that storm continues to move through with that strong area of rotation within it and a confirmed tornado. Don't know if it is still on the ground or not, but certainly has touched the ground from time to time as that storm continues to move off toward the east and northeast. Pinpoint Doppler radar right now, as we look, give you just a close-up view again, shows the heavy rain in the area as well. There's been some small hail, possible up to about 1.25 inches. Just to give you a wide picture, if you're joining us, there's one area of showers and storms moving now through areas stretching from Fayette County all the way back down just off to the northeast of Ames. Second line starting to develop near Fort Dodge and Mason City. As all of this starts to come together, we'll lose that potential for tornadic formation, but we still have some very heavy rain and strong wind possibilities as that storm continues to move through as well. So again, it's been very quiet wide in Dubuque, Cedar Rapids, and Iowa City. Now again, as we head toward near northern areas of Black Hawk County, but eventually, as you see, moving out of Grundy County, for those of you in Waterloo, you'll be watching that storm move in. And then farther to the north, looks like another round starting to develop near Winnebago County and heading off from Mason City to the east. So some very heavy rains expected with those storms as well, with that potential once again that we could see the possibility of an isolated tornado still form as these storms continue kind of in a discrete fashion, especially the one that we're watching move through the Waverly area right now. All that activity moving off toward the east and northeast, anywhere from about 30 to 35 miles per hour.
Take a quick look at our Waverly City Cam, where the rain has become a little bit lesser over the last few minutes. The heaviest part of that storm in terms of its rain and hail potential has mostly moved through the Waverly area. In fact, the area that is most at risk for some rotation is also starting to move out of the Waverly area. It doesn't mean it's all clear in Waverly yet. Stay in your shelter for now, as this storm is still very nearby and has produced a tornado. But the rain there in Waverly showing the intensity of this storm at the very least. You don't see the trees moving a whole lot. So with this storm at least, damaging wind not the biggest threat, but as those storms tend to develop into a line across parts of the area. Parkersburg, of course, storm has passed well off to the east of there. Prairie du Chien, you're well too early. I'm looking for Cedar Falls here in the Black Hawk County area. There we go. It's tough to see. Again, it's pretty far away from the Cedar Falls area, and it's starting to get some interaction from those storms in the southwest too, obscuring our view. Those storms from Franklin and Hardin County that are moving to the east. But it's that area just north of between Janesville and Waverly, right along Highway 218 where that storm report was, where we are seeing the most dangerous part of the storm.
I'll take over if I can.
Yeah,
if we want to check out Max 3 here, we actually have another area of rotation now in this same tornado warning that we're starting to monitor near the Tripoli area. So we've been talking a lot about the southern part of this storm near Waverly and Janesville, but also, if you're in this tornado warning, now is the time to seek shelter. So not only the Waverly area, but up near Tripoli in that intersection of 93 and 63, that is another area now that we're seeing areas of rotation possibly, and again, that potential for a tornado and tornadic activity. So want to draw attention to that as well. Again, it's not only the Waverly area. This entire tornado warning area, obviously, there's a reason that we have that polygon so large, but there's two separate areas of rotation now that we're starting to monitor. That Waverly one that has had observations. We continue to get multiple observations in from the Waverly area. So again, I think that would still be something that's on the ground. We've had reports in of significant tree damage, light structure damage from the Shell Rock area here, damage to a home south of Shell Rock on 250th Street, it looks like, possibly. So certainly continuing to see those further reports. Looks like we have maybe a new tornado warning too that we'll head to down here, up in Floyd County, it looks like. We now have a tornado warning for the Charles City area. So that also just now moving into the TV9 viewing area, that one for radar indicated rotation, as well as some small hail. But we want to continue to make sure that our viewers in the Waverly area as well as the Tripoli area know that we do have that potential for two separate areas of rotation within this same system here, just off towards to the south of Tripoli and also to the south and to the east of Waverly, now moving towards the Denver area here at this time.
I do want to let you know that we do have news crews on the way to the damage reports that we have out across portions of eastern Iowa, potential damage in the Shell Rock area. Otherwise, we have news crews that are watching these storms as well. Heading out, we'll have complete updates, of course, as we move through the evening online, as well as our complete newscast, which potentially is at 6 o'clock, which potentially could be covered up by us, and then maybe after the game tonight, after the NBA Finals. Also, we do have a tornado watch in effect that covers a good share of eastern Iowa or northwestern Iowa. One thing I want to point out is that we're getting toward the west or eastern edge of this watch box as we approach areas of Delaware, Fayette, as well as Benton counties, and we're going to have to watch. I would expect that as we head through probably the next hour, we are going to watch an extension of some sort of this watch across other portions of eastern Iowa. Again, tornadic threat right now, damaging wind threat is with us as we head through the evening hours into the early part of our overnight hours. Hail has not been a big threat as well, have not had many reports at all, probably not a big threat from this system, but heavy rain continues to be a threat as well. So keep that in mind. That tornado watch that's in effect right now goes until 9 o'clock, but we certainly would expect that it would be extended as we move through, again, probably within the next hour or so.
Well, as they always say, too, if you're in or near the watch,
True.
That's kind of the key, because
True.
if you're very close to that edge, it doesn't mean that there's a hard line where the atmosphere says, nope, no more.
So if you're standing in Benton County right now, if you can cross the line into Lynn County, you're safe. No, you're right close to that watch area.
Not so much.
Good point.
And as we've been talking about for a couple of days, the threat was there. We've been
Absolutely.
highlighting that potential. Our Waverly City Cam showing heavy rain in the Waverly area again. They will get a pretty decent rainfall total out of this. Again, not seeing hail necessarily, but this storm does carry the risk of some quarter-sized hail in addition to that risk for a tornado. So if you're in the Waverly area, it looks like things will be clearing up there in about 5 or 10 minutes. I would still stay in your shelter at this point, but areas along Highway 3, that's where the greatest risk is still at this time. But because of the rain, our city cams not having the best look at what we can see out of this storm, but do stay assured that these storms have not weakened. In fact, they've even shown signs at times of strengthening, and thus those tornado warnings and severe thunderstorm warnings for this storm, one of each, continue until at least 6 o'clock tonight.
We do have a couple of viewer photos that have come in of these storms. The first one that I'm going to show you here is from the Jewel area. So this is, again, those storms before they made it into the TV9 viewing area, but just want to confirm with everyone, again, these storms are capable of producing tornadoes, and they have produced tornadoes. So we have this one sent in from Nancy of one of the reported tornadoes near the Jewel area here earlier on this afternoon. Those storms continue to move into and through the TV9 viewing area here, and those are the storms, again, that we are continuing to monitor here at this time. We also have some hail pictures sent in from Michaela and Julie from the Clarksville area. This is one of the areas that we had seen half-dollar sized hail reported earlier on, and certainly you can see here from these pictures that it certainly looks like that is very much the case. Another picture of that hail from Michaela and Julie there with that ruler. You can just see how large some of those hailstones are. So again, we do have that potential for some large hail. That is not our main concern with these storms, though, as we do continue to have that tornadic threat, that high wind threat, and also that heavy rainfall threat. That's something we haven't talked about a lot here because we're focused on that tornado warning right now, but heavy rain will continue here for some time, and that will continue to be a threat here into the evening and overnight hours even still for us here.
Take a quick look at Max 2. Just got an update from the National Weather Service saying that weather spotters still have eyes on a confirmed tornado with this storm, located just near or east of Waverly and moving east at 40 miles per hour. So it's that area of rotation right along Iowa Highway 3 that we're keeping a very close eye on at this point, because that's where a tornado is occurring, according to the National Weather Service, this area right here. So along and east of Waverly, just north of the Denver area. Though if you are in Denver, you should be in shelter too. Reedland, you want to be in shelter as well as this storm moves to you. We'll actually put a storm track on this area of rotation and see where it takes us over the next little while. The storm has actually picked up a little bit of speed in the last 5 to 10 minutes. So this area of rotation, as it drags out of the velocity scope there. Artesian at 540. Reedland, again, as mentioned, 552 as the storm approaches in the next 10 minutes. Friendly People Ballpark, 553. Crane Creek County Park as well at 556. And then we head toward Brueggemann County Park at 608 with this area of the storm that has a confirmed tornado, according to the National Weather Service. And they actually do report that some debris is being lofted into the area. This was a report from 2 miles south of Waverly. Train spotter reported that at 5:35, so that was just moments ago from the National Weather Service. So this storm appears to be at least producing a little bit of damage. Let's use our other view here with the radar technology that can potentially detect the presence of some debris in this storm. And looks like I don't have it. Joe's pointing that to me. There we go. And we got it right there. And it's a little tough to pick out. We're pretty far from the radar, so if this storm was lofting that area of debris, it would be very high up in the air, which would indicate a strong tornado. But this is the area that we would be kind of looking at. It's co-located with that area of rotation. And so that could be the radar picking up some of that, but it's right near where that storm was reported to potentially have been producing a tornado.
I just want to take a look at lightning in the storm, because often we can see kind of the strength of the storms, and you notice that, again, most of eastern Iowa are very quiet right now, but as you head up toward those cells, especially the ones moving into areas of Grundy County and the tornadic warm storms that we've been following across areas now of northern Blackhawk into areas of Bremer County, that activity continues to move off toward the east, and there's a load of lightning within that as well. That in itself shows you that these storms have some strength, and that strength is found as we've had that rotation within the storms, and potential also for some pretty strong winds as those storms move through areas of Grundy County. In fact, lightning strikes again have been pretty common across the areas that's moved through, and it has not been showing any sign of weakening. That's why we've seen all the storm continuing to once again bring about more and more warnings and extensions of warnings as they're pushing off toward the east, anywhere from about 35, sometimes up to 40 miles per hour, as Corey mentioned, moving a bit faster at times. So again, just to give you a wide picture though, once again, just all across eastern Iowa, let you know, areas, Dubuque, Cedar Rapids, Iowa City, Washington, very quiet, very muggy right now. It's off across the northeast that we do see the storms that have been developing. Two areas right now, one with that tornadic warning storm with a confirmed tornado near the Shell Rock area, and also a tornado warning in the storm that's up across areas of Floyd County. That activity will continue to move off toward the east and northeast and affect eastern Iowa as we move through our evening hours. Strong storms now developing south of Ames, north of Des Moines as well. So again, atmosphere is unstable, lots of untapped energy back across east central and southeast Iowa. I would expect additional watches and warnings to be posted across eastern Iowa. Doesn't mean they will stay as tornado warnings, because as this kind of forms into more of a line, it's likely we will see the potential for more of a high wind threat as those storms move through, but we'll watch them especially for the next 18 minutes as this warning continues across areas of Blackhawk and Bremer counties.
We can take a close look at Max 2. This is not an area that's under a warning, but I've just been watching off the air of an area north of Dike along Highway 20 that has been showing some signs of rotation. Storms today have been pretty quick to gain that rotating characteristic, and you can see it there just north of Dike. Again, no warning in effect at this time, but it is an area to pay very close attention to. South of the New Hartford area, north of Dike, that would be moving east as well. This is a storm that's kind of embedded within a larger area of rainfall in the Dike, New Hartford area, and so it may be interacting with this storm to the southwest, and it's going to interrupt its ability to potentially develop a tornado. But I'm sure the National Weather Service is taking a close look at that too. If you're north of Dike, it might not be a terrible idea to seek shelter at this point. No warning yet, but we're keeping a very, very close eye on it there.
I do have a report as well of a tornado on the ground near the Denver area. Some debris has been seen. Again, that's in the Denver area. You can see that. Kind of the little notch almost right along Highway 63 where we can kind of start to see again some of that little bit of hook shape that you sometimes see as these storms are moving through. We saw it earlier with the storm, very, very evident. But again, that's where we could be seeing some of the rotation now in the Denver area with the potential for a tornado that's on the ground as well. They certainly in Denver, you should have been in your safe place. You should be in your safe area. You were under that tornado warning as well until 6 o'clock. A little farther north, keep in mind Reedland, Klinger. Those are areas you want to watch as well. Artesian, likely some very, very heavy rains. Could be some pockets of small hail within this system. We saw some from our Waverly City Cam earlier, but certainly not a big threat. The storm itself moving out of the Waverly area, now well off toward the east. Again, that main area of rotation appears to be near the Denver area and heading toward the Reedland area as it moves off to the east at about 40 miles per hour. Just to kind of give you a little motion as that storm has moved through. There you can kind of see that little hook shape we showed you moving through and crossing Highway 63 at the present time. Stay in your safe shelter if you are across areas of Bremer County, extreme northern areas of Blackhawk County, although right now the rotation has remained just to your north. If you're looking farther off toward the east, those of you right now in Fairbank, eventually heading toward Oline if this storm continues, Hazleton as well, just off to the north of Dunkerton. Those are areas to kind of watch out for. Officially not under a warning yet, but that possibility will be there as that storm continues its eastward movement.
Getting a report from a radio operator in the Blackhawk County area that the Waterloo weather radio site that broadcasts out of the Waterloo area could be having a little bit of trouble. So if you live in the Waterloo area and rely on weather radio. Obviously, it's a good source of warnings, and we encourage people to have one. But of course, it is prone to having some technical difficulties, much like any other piece of technology. So you may not be able to rely on that in the near term. We'll get some more information on that if we can. But of course, if you're watching us, we'll keep you safe. We'll get you the latest as we possibly can.
And thus the reason we say always have multiple ways to receive severe weather information. Weather radio, absolutely. Make sure you have KCRG First Alert app, download it on your phone. Not only download it, make sure it can follow your location. That way it can give you the warnings as they come out as well. Of course, we'll be here, as you mentioned. We're in the Weather Lab. Meteorologist Jan Reinhardt is inside the Weather Lab right now. Corey and I are right out front, and again, kind of watching these storms as we move through. You can find us on various radio stations. So battery-operated radio, very important as well. Maybe you don't use that as much as you used to. Boy, during severe weather, it comes in handy. Keep in mind our streaming services as well, not only on your cell phone, but also through kcrg.com. So multiple ways to watch the coverage, multiple ways to receive that, certainly needed. Because again, sometimes technology in different ways is not going to get you what you need. That way, hopefully you have a backup for that as well.
Yeah, we even could be using the KCRG Facebook page.
Correct.
Where we're doing a Facebook live stream of our coverage right now. So if you have like a tablet and you want to go to your basement, easy way to grab it there. Like we said, kcrg.com as well. So there's a lot of ways to get us, even if it's not through a traditional TV medium, 2021, right? There's just a lot of ways to do it.
Now, we were just talking about the potential of extending that watch, and I see you've got a graphic up on Max 2. Likely they will.
Yes, it does look like they are intending to do so over the next little while as these storms, like Joe said, are approaching the eastern edge of that watch box. Looks like that area highlighted in red, extending from about Decorah down to Cedar Rapids and to the north and east. So basically anywhere north of Interstate 80 at this point, just consider yourself to be inside a watch of some kind. And that's sort of what we've been talking about as the area with the greatest threat today. So that's the one area that we'll be looking out for. And we'll bring it to you when it does get issued. And I anticipate that to be pretty soon.
Absolutely.
Probably.
It does look like you guys were talking about that possible outage up in Waterloo for the weather radios. Looks like it is back operational now, so that is certainly some good news. Just want to give an update on that. But again, obviously it is always good to have several ways to receive that severe weather information. I also want to give an update on this warning up in Floyd County as this one does move into the TV9 viewing area. Right now it's up towards Charles City for us here at this time, but it is now an observed tornado in the Floyd County area moving towards Charles City. That one last confirmed about 2 miles south of Norris Springs. And again, a damaging tornado possible with that storm. That warning in effect until 6:15 for us here at this time. We still obviously continue to track that one in Black Hawk and Bremer counties as well. Now continuing its way to the east, but still dealing with an observed tornado with that storm as well. So multiple reports of tornadoes here throughout the afternoon so far, and a couple in effect for us here at this time in eastern Iowa. As we check out velocity, looking like we do still have those 2 areas of rotation on this storm. Again, we're kind of between radars, so we've got a little bit of that purple stuff that's kind of making it look a little messy here, but where you're seeing those really bright blues and really bright greens, that's that area that we're still continuing to look at that stronger rotation just off to the east of the Denver area, and then as we head off to the north of the Chipola area there to the south and to the east of that area. So still 2 areas of rotation with this storm and this warning in Black Hawk and Bremer counties. That warning in effect until 6 p.m. and it looks like we just got a new warning, so I will head down to that one and show you guys that one here real quick. Black Hawk, Bremer counties for a severe thunderstorm warning. Looking like that one's not actually populating properly for us on our auto. There we go. So a severe thunderstorm warning, Black Hawk, as well as it looks like, who else do we have in there? My query tool is not working for us. Do you guys have that one?
Mostly Black Hawk. It does include a little bit of Butler and Grundy counties too on the very western edge. So southeast, very far southeast Butler, very far northeast Grundy includes Dike, Hudson, Waterloo, Cedar Falls.
Yeah, so right over the Waterloo area for us here. That one in effect until 6:30 p.m. for that severe thunderstorm warning for 60-mile-per-hour winds. Looking like it is moving east at about 35 miles per hour near Denver to the Waterloo airport and towards Hudson as well. So Again, if you are in this area, as Corey and Joe mentioned earlier, kind of anywhere along and north of 80, just be prepared for that severe weather potential here as it continues to move through the area.
We understand sirens have been going off in the Denver and Sumner areas. Of course, that's areas under that tornado warning. Those of you on 260th Street as you head toward Klinger, up toward Reedland, down as far south now as East Cedar Wapsie Road. That takes us very near northern area, or just into northern areas of Blackhawk County. Viking Avenue, as well as we head farther off toward the east, between Highway 63, Highway 281. Those are areas up toward Highway 3. Over toward Fairbank. That's an area right now real concerned with the rotation that has produced the tornado. It's been seen by trained spotters. Some damage reports have been coming in with some tree damage to some areas. Certainly continue to watch that and see. Have not heard any major damage reports. TV9 News team certainly on the way to check that out. And then farther south, as Jan mentioned, as you head south of East Cedar Wapsie Road, that's where we see back toward West Dunkerton Road, that thunderstorm cell that's moving into Blackhawk County. Jan, how fast was that storm moving, the one that's under the severe thunderstorm warning?
Let's see if we can find that here for you real quick. I think it was about 35 miles per hour, if I remember correctly.
What we're going to do is we're going to put a track on that then and kind of track it through the area. This is kind of the front edge of the storm that is under the severe thunderstorm warning that Jan talked about, with that potential that we could see some 60-mile-per-hour winds. And we'll project that out for about the next hour or so. That would put it in Waterloo at 5:52. So again, right now, Armour about 6:01, Evansdale at 6:05, Dunkerton at 6:12, Washington Park at 6:12, Jessup at 6:34, Otterville at 6:44, Hazelton at 6:51, and approaching Independence about 6:54. That would be from strong winds as well as some areas of heavy rain as that storm continues to move through. So certainly watching this entire line move through the area. Again, the tornado warning still moving through the Reedland area, the Denver area right now, heading toward the east, has not been extended yet, but certainly could be extended very easily across northern areas of Buchanan and southern areas of Fayette County. So if you're in O-line right now, may want to know where you need to go if that warning is continued. Those of you in Maynard, Westgate, down toward Hazelton and Fairbank, likely some warnings coming your way, be them severe thunderstorm or tornado warnings as we progress through the next 15 minutes or so. I would expect, probably with the rotation still evident in that storm moving past Denver, that it probably will extend as a tornado warning as it heads into areas of Fayette County at this time.
Keeping a close eye on our Cedar Falls City Cam as that severe thunderstorm moves into the area. We don't have eyes on that storm in southern Bremer County right now from our City Cam network, but on Max 2 we can see these storms rolling into Cedar Falls. Ominous looking sky for sure on Max 2 as we... Very good. We are watching these storms very closely. The most dangerous part, again, in southern Bremer County.
Okay, well, I'll pull up the city cam for you, Corey. We're having a little issue getting to that city cam, but I can pull it up on Max 2 for you. And Jan, just so you know, we cannot pull up any sources right now other than Max 1. So something you want, let me know. We'll pull it up and we'll get it out there.
We do have a new tornado warning.
Looks like we may have Max 2 back as well, so we'll take a close look at that. Tornado warning really quickly. Same storm that we've been talking about. It's that area of rotation just east of Denver, south of Reedland, in that area. New warning goes until 6:30 tonight. Also including the potential for some quarter-sized hail as this storm moves off to the east, now at 55 miles per hour. So it has been gradually picking up steam. It was moving only 30 or 35 miles per hour earlier, and now things have changed quite a bit. And it's the same area of rotation near Denver and southwest of Reedland. Let's take a little bit of a closer look here on pinpoint Doppler radar.
And that is still an observed tornado. Do you want to point that out as well, as it was just recently observed in that area?
Yep.
Looks like near 250th and Woods Avenue.
Okay, very good. That's exactly right. In that area, right near 260th Street is in that same sort of range of streets too. So Reedland, you're right in this area. It will be approaching Reed Avenue from the west, just north of the Klinger area in the next couple of minutes. This is the most dangerous part of the storm that we're looking at. Wapsie Valley High School as a landmark for locals. That's a good point of reference where the storm will be passing very, very near. And then eventually approaching Y Avenue, still staying near and just south of Iowa Highway 3, which is basically where the storm has been tracking. the entire day as it's been moving to the east at what is now an increasing amount of speed. So we'll change our storm track to a 55-mile-per-hour track and then take it off due east here. Now it's going to include some cities that aren't included in this warning just yet as this starts to move into Fayette County, which it will soon in the next 20 to 30 minutes. We're looking at areas near Oran at 6:06, Fairbank at 6:09, Owine eventually. Again, not included in this warning yet, but this storm is headed that direction, and it looks like it would arrive there at about 6:20 as the storm moves off to the east at 55 miles per hour. Tornado warning for Bremer and far northeast Blackhawk counties until 6:30.
So now when you start talking about storms moving at 55 miles an hour, you need to start talking about strong winds, because those winds will also not necessarily just be rotating as we've seen with this storm, but with that fast of movement to a storm, you will see winds that are moving up towards severe limits as well. So expect some 60-mile-an-hour winds as that storm moves in, whether you see that rotation in your area or not. Pinpointing some of the areas near Reedland right now and Klinger, Viking Avenue along 260th Street. Highway 281 as it head towards Fairbank, Oran farther off toward the east along Y Avenue, W Avenue on 20th Street. Also, as we mentioned before, East Cedar Wapsie Road kind of to the south. As you move to the north, Piedmont Avenue, 190th Street as you head toward West Gate. Those are the areas right now that are seeing some of that area of rotation either in the area or very close to the area. So certainly watch. This was, as Jan had mentioned, a confirmed tornado sighting. So it did touch down at some point in time. Don't know if it is still on the ground. Did cause some damage in the Shell Rock area. We have some reports of some tree damage, possibly a building damage. TV9 News crews on the way certainly to check that out to see exactly what's going on with that storm. But again, we're continuing to watch that very, very carefully as it progresses to the east. And I would expect, Jan, that we'll see an extension to that warning. It's just stopped at Fayette County right now. It's likely it's going to go across southern Fayette County as well. It's getting very close to that right now.
Yeah, certainly it continues that way, and I would suspect that as well. I also want to just make sure our viewers in the far northern parts of the area know that we also have storms moving in that area as well. So those northern kind of two tiers of counties. Floyd County has an observed tornado near the Floyd County Fairgrounds at this time. So the Charles City area, and again, that storm continuing to progress to the east. We also have another warning just to the south in the Mason City area. So all of these storms continuing into the TV9 viewing area for us here at this time, and we continue to get those reports in of damage in the Shell Rock area. So those are those storms that we have been talking about here for some time. We've obviously been on for quite a while talking about these storms, but this is exactly why, because there is damage. There are damaging winds and tornadoes with these storms. We're getting reports of tree damage and limbs, as well as damage to homes, unfortunately. In the area. So we continue to see those reports coming in, as well as those continued reports of observed tornadoes that will likely continue to produce forms of damage as well in the area. We'll take a quick wider view here, and again, just kind of reset everything and let you know where everything is. Most of this activity continues across our northwestern zone, making its way into our northeastern zone here at this time, but most of this activity remains to the north of I-80 at this time. But we do have continued activity there into central Iowa that will continue into our area as well.
Jan, you made a good point of some county fairs that are going on. Of course, Winnebago County Fair is going on right now. It's been dealing with some of the showers and storms through the day. Now what we're watching, though, those of you, if you are going or know somebody at the Delaware County Fair, the heaviest activity is starting to move in that direction. It's just entering Buchanan County, so there's a period of time, but it is heading toward the Delaware County Fair as well, so keep that in mind. Cedar County Fair going on as well. It's going to take a longer period of time before some of those storms move into the Cedar County area, but something you want to be aware of. Again, know someone at the Delaware County Fair, let them know. They probably got an hour and a half before some of those storms start to move in there.
Yeah, that's where we're watching as these storms move off to the east. Our Cedar Falls City Cam, again, showing an ominous picture with very low-hanging clouds, not a tornado warning in the Cedar Falls area, but that's what we're keeping an eye on very, very closely.
And once again, we've been providing continuous coverage with the tornado warnings moving across eastern Iowa. Those tornado warnings do continue. We're going to leave our coverage just for a very short period of time, run our news open. We'll be back with coverage in just a second.
You're watching KCRG TV9, now from your 24-hour news source. This is KCRG TV9 News at 6.
Good evening, that's 6 p.m. We'll
about 90 minutes into our tornado and storm coverage.
And again, as we've been watching these storms as they've moved across eastern Iowa, we continue to follow them. And again, it's been some discrete cells that we've watched that had the potential to spin. They indeed have produced tornadoes. Now we're starting to see this almost start to congeal a bit into more of a line of storms.
Now we're actually looking at the potential formation of a couple of lines, but as you can see, as we pop up with a new tornado warning just now, the potential for tornadoes is still with us tonight, and this new warning includes southwestern Fayette counties, communities like Olwine, Westgate, Maynard, all included in this warning that goes until 6:45. The National Weather Service, this is a different office, so we handed off from Des Moines to La Crosse. They're calling it radar indicated, but we have had previous reports of tornadoes with this storm. The most recent was near the Denver area, so I would treat this as if there were a tornado in the storm. We were saying it's passing just near Iowa Highway 3 and toward Olwine. Joe, maybe possibly take a closer look at the storm track there.
Yeah, let's go ahead and see what we've got. See exactly where that rotation is that they are continuing to look at. And again, issuing it a little bit out ahead of the storm itself, which is great. We figured it would. The rotation itself still back across areas maybe of Bremer County, and it'll head into that area as we move through the next half hour, 45 minutes as we can see. Let's just go ahead. Is it still moving at 55?
Looks like the Weather Service in La Crosse is putting it at 30, so they're saying it's slowed down a bit again.
Okay, so we're going to take the Weather Service in La Crosse speed, use 30 miles per hour. We're going to kind of find that area of rotation, which again is back across areas of Bremer County, and we'll project it out across Fayette County. That would take it out for about the next 40 minutes or so, which again, why that warning is issued until 6:45. That would take it toward Olwine Municipal at about 6:51, Redgate Park at 6:25, City of Olwine itself at 6:28, Platt Park at 6:29, Maynard and the Maynard City Park right around 6:33 or 6:34 as that storm continues to move toward the east. So again, expected that we would see this issued out ahead of the storm. Indeed, they have done that. It is a tornado warning, so that means you need to continue once again to follow the storm system and stay in your safe area. And now an additional severe thunder or tornado warning has been issued. This is on a whole nother area. We'll pinpoint it first for you, and then we'll take a look. It is a tornado warning, radar indicated as well, portions of Blackhawk, Grundy, Marshall, and Tama County. So that's kind of on the back edge of this line that's starting to develop, and that may be the area we need to kind of watch carefully as we head through the next couple of hours. You see that extends from and includes Traer near Cloutier, back toward Garwin, south of Lincoln. Again, as we approach northern areas of Tama County, back into Marshall County, the area of Grundy County, extremely isolated southeastern corner of Grundy County, kind of that notch just off to the east of Conrad. Let's give you a little closer look at this box as well. Includes the city of Traer, Highway 96 and 63 where that crosses. Gladbrook, you're included in this warning as well. That extends up toward Buckingham and Highway 21, right along Highway 63 as it moves through Traer. And again, Highway 8 out of Traer as it heads off toward the east. Again, this is a radar indicated tornado warning as that storm continues to progress off toward the east. Here's what the velocity looks like within that storm. Rotation just at the back edge of that storm. That's what we'll continue to watch and see how it evolves and moves, but this is the area right now. So those of you in Gladbrook, Garwin, you certainly want to be on the lookout for this storm as it moves through and get to your safe area as that continues to push off toward the east. Again, anywhere we've had the storms moving from about 30 to as strong as 55 miles per hour earlier as that line has progressed off to the east. Another severe thunderstorm warning now issued as well. This will include areas. Let's pinpoint it for you and get that severe thunderstorm warning. So again, numerous warnings. We'll have Jen give you kind of a wide overview of everything that's going on right now. Buchanan County, so this will include Hazleton, Littleton, Otterville, Bryansburg, right along 150, just north of Independence. You have a severe thunderstorm warning that's with us, 60-mile-per-hour winds, hail possibly up to an inch, although we have not seen much in the way of hail from these storms. Also, tornado possible. That means they're watching the rotation in the storm farther off toward the east, and as that storm moves in, the potential could be there for some rotation from the storm. But again, lots of warnings out there. Jan, kind of give us an overview of the entire DMA and what's happening right now, because warnings are coming out left and right.
Yeah, we are getting a lot of warnings. I'm still trying to keep up with them myself. But yeah, we will do a quick overview of everything that's going on here across the area. We'll start with this wide view and show you again, there is basically no activity to the south and east of this initial line. So south of I-80, most of our central zone really not dealing with a lot right now, but we do have, again, that tornado warning, Black Hawk, Grundy, Marshall, and Tama counties until 6:45 p.m. So that one in effect another 39 minutes or so. For northeastern Marshall, southwestern Black Hawk, northern Tama, and south central Grundy counties until 6:45. And we do have a tornado possible with this storm. Radar indicated, obviously, for us here, but still want to make sure that you are in your safe place. Quarter-sized hail also possible with this storm, and we have had weather spotters report a funnel cloud with this current tornado warning here. As we head off just to the north of there, that's where we have a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings, including the Waterloo area. That severe thunderstorm warning over Waterloo, just off to the east of the Dike area, in effect for us, it looks like until 6:30 p.m. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts possible with that storm. It's moving to the east at about 35 miles per hour. That will obviously impact the Waterloo area. Other areas around there would be the Denver and Hudson areas, Janesville, Washburn, Dunkerton, Raymond, Gilbertville, New Hartford. All of these areas could be impacted by this storm. Just off to the east of there, another severe thunderstorm warning in that one in effect for another 40 minutes until 6:45. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail possible with this storm moving through Stanley, Hazleton, and the Independence areas. And then we have, again, several of those tornado warnings just to the north of that. We have one, it looks like, over until 6:30 p.m. near the Denver area. That's one that we've been tracking here for some time. And then another one in the Fayette County area. Radar indicated for looks like half-dollar-sized hail with that storm, including Olwine and Maynard. And as we head off even further to the north of there, just making their way into the TV9 viewing area, we have a couple of tornado warnings over the Charles City area. Again, that one we've been talking about is near the Floyd County Fairgrounds in that area, and another tornado warning just to the south of the Mason City area, making its way into the TV9 viewing area. So it was several warnings in effect across the board for us here at this time, and really a lot to keep track of. The best thing to keep in mind here is if you are in or near this watch area, if you're in or near any of these warnings, you need to stay weather aware. If you're in or near these warnings, now is the time to get to that safe place and make sure that you are taking those necessary precautions. As we always say, get to that lowest level, get to that most interior room. Those are the things that are important to be concerned with here at this time.
On Max 1, we pinpointed that tornado warning for a small slice of Black Hawk and Grundy, mainly Marshall and Tama County, just to kind of give you an idea of the storm track on that storm, where the rotation is being reported near the Gladbrook area right now. As we move past 610, Traer should be there about 626, Buckingham at 628, Dysart right around 635, and the Hickory Hills Park, that arrives at 636 as well. So again, it's right along Highway 63 as it continues that movement. Again, these storms on the back edge reportedly moving at about 50 miles per hour. So again, lots of movement in the storms back down toward the south and west, a bit slower movement farther to the north and west, but everyone again seeing the strong storms start to move through where you're seeing storms at the present time. Again, this will continue as we head through the remainder of our evening hours. There's another line back off farther toward the north and west, also producing some tornado warnings, as we can see, as Jan had mentioned earlier, just outside of the TV9 viewing area right now, but nearing Chickasaw County. Those of you in Winnebago County be expecting again some strong winds at least to move through. So very active day as expected across eastern Iowa early round this morning. Now we're watching this continue to move through our area as we move through the evening into our nighttime hours.
Independence, one of those areas that's just outside of a severe thunderstorm warning, but you can see skies looking very ominous off to the west and northwest on our city cam view, and we have a new tornado warning in effect for portions of the viewing area. And that's an extension of that storm up near Charles City. Does include Chickasaw and eastern portions of Floyd County, so just east of Charles City, and then moving to the east. That includes New Hampton, Chickasaw, and Lawler as major cities there. along and east of this storm. North Washington, you're also included in this warning. It's this storm that is just near the Charles City area. It still has an observed tornado with it. In fact, the Floyd County Emergency Manager's Office said lots of damage in the county. So they've seen some damage in the Charles City area. Estimated 75-mile-per-hour winds near the city of Floyd, which is a little bit south of Charles City, or no, sorry, a little bit northwest of Charles City. It's east of Mason City there, as 218 splits north from Highway 18, which continues west. Highway 18 east of Charles City is about where this storm is paralleling, as we've watched those storms move about due east, and this one is doing the same at about 35 miles per hour. The most dangerous portion of the storm is right near Charles City. You can see it's a little bit tough to see because we're getting a little bit of interference here on this radar view from the La Crosse National Weather Service, but we're looking at that potential for a tornado moving to the east. And let's put a storm track on it real quick here as it goes to the east at 35 miles per hour. And then we'll take that most dangerous part of the storm, take it to the east over the next hour or so, because this warning goes until 7:15. That does include Chickasaw at 6:22. Wapsie Axis area, 6:27, Ionia, 6:28, New Hampton, as we mentioned, at 6:47, Plum Creek Corner at 6:58, then toward Lawler by 7:11. So that sort of takes it over the entirety of this warning that exists for about an hour long here. So if you are in any of the communities that you see named on this screen, you should be seeking shelter at this hour, as that storm is moving toward you and has had a history of producing tornadoes that have produced damage in the Floyd and Charles City area.
If we can head down back to the south and talk about that warning that's over Black Hawk, Grundy, Marshall, and Tama counties here. We've been getting a couple of reports of some rotation, which we've kind of been showing you here on velocity, but now we have confirmed reports of that visible rotation, and also multiple reports of a funnel cloud near the Green Mountain, around 170th and Wallace Avenues in this area. So that's kind of into far northeastern Marshall County for us at this time, which again is where we've continued to track things, but headed off into the Gladbrook area, Garwin, Traer, all of those areas here within this tornado warning that is still for radar indicated rotation. But again, we've had a couple reports of funnel clouds in this area. So certainly that is what we would be looking at here. And it looks like we may have just had our tornado watch issued. If somebody wants to maybe try to see if they can pull that up. I think as we've been talking about here, this threat will continue here through the evening hours. So right now, obviously, we're tracking several tornado warnings in mainly our northwestern zone at this time, but we continue to see that activity pushing to the east. So as it starts to kind of push out of that current watch area, we're going to see those watches starting to be extended for us here as we continue through the evening hours. So again, several reports of those funnel clouds reported. Also, just now getting a report from the Waverly area, Bremer County, of just about 45 minutes ago, a home destroyed from the tornadic activity that was in that area. So again, that's this storm that is now moving off between Black Hawk, Bremer County, and into Fayette County. That is that storm that we did have that observed tornado in the Shell Rock area. Looks like we have had, unfortunately, some severe damage from that storm. Again, that's in the Waverly area. But these storms continue pushing off to the east.
Do you have a location on that, Jan?
It just says southeast of Waverly. So that's the best location I can give you here right now.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's certainly some unfortunate news, but that just kind of reiterates why we want you to really take these storms seriously and why we are on and why we're on for so long here, because this is certainly an important and serious situation with these tornado warnings. Again, right now they're radar indicated, but they have been cycling through. We've been seeing those tornadoes being able to lift up and touch back down here. So even if it's currently not on the ground, even if you were to look outside your window right now, that's why we want you to be in your safe place here at this time. Joe, do you have that tornado watch up?
Yeah, I do. You mentioned the extension of the tornado watch. We've been expecting this to happen. Here you go, until midnight. Now, some of that western area, that's going to be canceled a little bit sooner, but let's just say till midnight across the TV9 viewing area. There's a second line that still has to move through. This will now include areas farther to the south, but basically along and north of 80 is kind of the general rule. Of course, this does now include Johnson, Iowa County, as well as Cedar County. It does include Lynn County. Now you're looking at Jones as well as Dubuque County included in this one. watch Delaware, Clayton, and Alameda County, so kind of picking up on that western edge and moving it also farther south. This tornado watch in effect until midnight. So from now until midnight, as that cold front progresses slowly to the east, as these storms move into a very unstable environment, you felt it today. The mugginess was out there. We are going to see more storms move through. Does not mean they will all be tornadic storms, which we certainly hope. High winds are still a threat. And do have to stress as well, we have a heavy rain threat as well as these storms continue to push across the same area. We could see several inches of rain move across portions of eastern Iowa, causing some flash flooding. So certainly something you want to keep your eye on as we are watching these storms continue to push across most of the TV9 viewing area. As far as all the warnings that are in effect, want to reiterate our safety rules once again. Tornado safety, severe thunderstorm safety, yeah, with these storms, kind of treat them both the same as they move through. You are looking at going to the lowest level of your home, getting under something sturdy. Put your bike helmet on. That protects your head. Cover yourself with blankets, pillows, and towels if it happens to be flying debris. Avoid windows, doors, and outside walls. If you do not have a basement, get to a small interior room. And again, make sure that you are once again getting down to that lowest area you can get to in whatever structure you're in. That's the safest place you can be.
On Max 2, we can see some very heavy rain in the Cedar Falls area, which is still under a severe thunderstorm warning looking off to the north, and wind is also going into that storm too. So we're seeing some conditions there that we could see some minor tree damage for sure. That warning warned for 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail. Jan?
Yeah, so we actually have a picture in from Shane in the Waverly area. This is that reported tornado from earlier. And again, we have had several damage reports from this storm of multiple limbs down and structures destroyed. And we just recently had a house that was completely destroyed that was reported to us. So certainly some unfortunate news that we do not want to hear, but that is exactly why we're on, letting you know all of this very valuable information. Here is a picture again from Shane in the Waverly area of that reported tornado, and we certainly do have our TV9 news crews on the way to all of this damage to help us tell the story and see exactly what is going on in these areas. But again, many reports of these tornadoes that have been touching down here through the last couple of hours as they were in central Iowa and then making their way into eastern Iowa here. And we continue to see those reports of tornadoes, radar indicated rotation, all of that's still possible for us, funnel clouds. So still very active storms for us here at this time. And again, here's just another bit of that visual confirmation for you.
Can we leave this up? Can I get to the weather wall with this picture up? Just let me know when the weather wall is available. Just want to point out where that tornado is located in the picture. We're good? All right, we're good. You can see the lowering of the clouds right here. That's what we always watch for, and we're certainly following that as we watch those storms move through. Right here is where you're seeing the tornado, and you're almost seeing a little bit of something being lofted, maybe some dust or a little bit of debris. That's where you can kind of tell that it is touching the ground. So again, right there's the tornado, your wall cloud rotating across the area, and that's what we've been following as those storms continue to move through. Again, as Jan mentioned, unfortunately, causing some damage. We do have that report of a house that has been completely destroyed in areas of Bremer County. I just want to check with our news teams right now. Any reports that we have had on that storm yet in Bremer County? We're on our way to check it out to make sure that how things are doing. Once we do, we'll get that to you as well. So just wanted to check to see. I know we have crews out all across portions of northeastern Iowa into the western part of the state watching these storms as they continue to move through. But again, a lot of activity out there. You can see that we have really two lines that we're watching right now. One extends from areas of Fayette County back across farther to the south. We'll jump on the wall again if we can, yeah. Areas of Fayette County. So that's the tornado warning that's moving very near the O-line area. Then we head farther south, northern Blackhawk, extreme northern areas of Buchanan County. That also, Corey showed you some of the Independence City can. We head farther south, northern Tama County from Gladbrook as it heads off toward the east. Tornado warning in effect. Then we head to Chickasaw County. Tornado warning in effect as well. One line of storms back here. The cold front, this developing ahead of the front. Again, kind of as we showed you earlier, and we'll take a look at how these storms will move, but kind of as they come together now, and you'll watch more and more of these move really fairly slowly in most locations. Heavy rain will be a threat as well, so something we need to continue to watch as we head through the nighttime, even into the morning hours of tomorrow. Just
gathering some new information off the air. We've seen No new reports, fortunately, at this hour, but we are watching that line of storms. And notice how there are two distinct lines gathering at this point, stretching from near Des Moines up toward Fayette, then southwest from Mason City down toward Fort Dodge. One thing that's actually taking place at this hour, that second line of storms does have a tornado warning associated with one of the storms, and that's an area that's already seen storms today. We had tornado reports south of Highway 20, south of Fort Dodge in the Stratford area. I know that's well out of our area, but just an example that we just have plenty of energy to work with these storms, which is why that we're seeing so many warnings, so many reported tornadoes, unfortunately, and unfortunately damage with them as well.
I don't know, Jan, if you have more of the pictures as well that you showed a bit earlier, some of the hail, some of the other storms that we had moved through, it'd be good to kind of run through those as well. Just taking a look, it does look like, again, we mentioned the Gladbrook area earlier, definite rotation reported in the Gladbrook area. That area, of course, under that tornado warning that was issued just moments ago. Again, plenty of funnel clouds that have been out there. There you go. We'll go ahead and let Jan talk about those storms.
Yeah, so here's one of the hail pictures that we had sent in earlier. This one from Michaela and Julie in the Clarksville area. So this is $half sized hail that we were seeing in that area, and we had a couple different reports of hail of that size. So yes, we're talking about that hail threat, we're talking about that wind threat, we're talking about that tornado threat. All of those severe weather threats are possible with these storms here. And as these storms evolve, obviously right now we're very focused on that tornado threat here, as we do have several tornado warnings in place across the area. And continues already ground. So all of those severe weather concerns are with us here, but right now the most pressing concerns obviously are those tornado warnings for us at this time. We have that line all the way from Fayette County down into Tama County, and then a couple of those warnings now coming in on that secondary line back behind there, further to the north into Chickasaw County for us at this time. Looking like we're getting maybe a few more minor updates, mostly just continuations of those warnings, it looks like. So continuing those again, 60-mile-per-hour winds for the storm in Blackhawk and Bremer County here. So those are those severe thunderstorm warnings in the Waterloo and moving towards the Independence area. But we do still have several tornado warnings for us across the area. We can go through and highlight those one more time. Fayette County radar indicated rotation moving towards the Olwine and Maynard areas for and also quarter-sized hail possible. We also had that storm just off there to the east of that one. So those are kind of on the same storm. The reason there's two warnings there is that we have two different areas or offices that are warning those storms. But again, that one for Bremer County continuing as well. Further to the south, looks like we continue that warning in the Gladbrook area, and we're looking like we're getting some stronger areas of reflectivity on that Gladbrook storm as well. We'll check out velocity, see if we can see anything better there. So not a super clear picture for us, unfortunately, but we do have some areas of that rotation kind of being indicated there between Gladbrook and Garwin for us here at this time. So again, tornado warning is in effect. There's a reason for that. If you're in this area, now is the time to get to your safe place. This warning for Blackhawk, Grundy, Marshall, and Tama counties in effect here until 6:45 p.m. And looking like we have had a couple of funnel cloud reports with that when it was to the south and east of the Gladbrook area. So haven't had any further reports on that storm, but that is the last we heard on that storm here at this time. And again, we continue to keep those warnings in effect across all of the area there, even further off to the north. That new warning also up in the New Hampton area there for Floyd County on that secondary line. And even if we zoom out a little bit more, you'll notice there's still tornado warnings back into central Iowa. Those, again, all of that activity continues moving into our area. So looking like it is still going to be a pretty eventful evening here ahead.
Going to go ahead and take a look at some of the rotation, and we'll point out where that is, and then we'll also kind of go back and kind of pinpoint where you want in the 3 tornado warning areas. This, again, a tornado warning that's in effect for Chickasaw, mainly into Floyd County right now. That's stretching from areas near Bassett over toward Chickasaw. Here you can see right along Highway 18. Here's where we have some of that rotation we want to watch. That will affect those of you near North Washington as well as New Hampton as this storm continues to move off toward the east. It was an observed tornado, and this warning continues until 7:15 tonight. Let's go ahead and move down to the next tornado warned storm. This is farther down toward the south, but again, there are 3 tornado warnings in effect. Let's stretch to the one across areas of Fayette County that Jan was talking about earlier. Looks like some wide rotation in the area as well, near Westgate, maybe just off near O-Line, kind of in this area. So Westgate, Maynard, O-Line right along 150. Highway 3 as it moves into town, that intersection, kind of watch out for that. Hazelton all the way to Stanley. The warning continues until 6:45. This was some radar indicated earlier, and again, it continues until 6:45 for about the next 20 minutes or so. New tornado warning just issued. We'll go back toward Fairbank and Hazelton. This was in Buchanan County. Now with some rotation, let's take a look at what it looks like inside this storm. Looks like we're moving farther back off, just out of areas. And just going to move into the area, so into some broad areas of rotation as well. Hazelton along 150, and it heads north toward O-Line out of Independence. Again, some rotation in the area, maybe a little more prominent back just off across areas just off to the northeast, or northeast rather, of Dunkerton. That activity will continue to move through. Again, it is radar indicated. This tornado warning now continues until 7:15. And one last tornado warning to talk about farther down toward the south. This is the one that was near the Gladbrook area earlier. Let's go ahead and take a look at that. And again, Jan was kind of looking at this earlier, kind of some broad areas of nothing that's showing any incredible rotation in it, but certainly some radar indicated movement near Highway 96, heading along Highway 63. So between Gladbrook and Traer right now, this is the area to watch again for some of that rotation that have touched the ground in areas. We've had numerous tornadoes that have been reported touching the ground, with some damage reported both in the central and now eastern portions of Iowa, across areas of Bremer County especially, with that one house that was reportedly destroyed. News crew certainly on the way taking a look at that. But those are the tornado warnings that we currently have in effect.
Our Independence City cam shows dark skies looking off to the northeast. That's looking toward that newest tornado warning for the northwestern portion of Buchanan County. Like Joe was pointing out, the rotation near Fairbank, which is kind of on the county line between Buchanan and Fayette. It's very close there, so that's why it's sort of in a 2 split warnings there between the two. And it's a little too far away to see particular features of this storm, but you can see a little bit of lightning flash there too. Lots of dangerous lightning with these storms, but that's why that warning was issued as that storm moves off to the east, now at just 25 miles per hour. So I think it's probably interacting with those other storms to its southwest, getting caught up a little bit. That's good news for reducing the tornado threat, possibly, as those storms interact. That is usually a detriment to those storms if they are too close to one another. They don't get that clean inflow that has all that really hot, humid air that the storms need really to survive. Now, of course, they can team up, let's call it, and then become a more damaging wind threat or a heavy rain threat as we go forward. But for now, at this point, at least the northwestern portion of Buchanan County with that tornado warning doesn't necessarily include Independence just outside of that warning. Jan?
Yeah, it looks like we just had a update on that tornado warning there in Chickasaw County, so want to address that one here real quick. First, that is still an observed tornado for us at this time, so if you are in the New Hampton area, now is the time, again, to get to your safe place. This is a confirmed tornado by weather spotters. It is near the New Hampton area right now, moving east at about 35 miles per hour, and again, that is a confirmed tornado. Will be near New Hampton really within the next 5 minutes or so. Lawler by about 6:50 for us. If we can pause this, we'll add that velocity on for you and see what we can see. And yeah, we're seeing those really bright colors there, as you can see there, just off to the west of the New Hampton area. Those really bright kind of blues and cyan colors almost. That is the area here that we are looking at for that possible rotation. So Certainly want to make sure that people in Chickasaw County, the New Hampton area, are aware of that. We'll put this back in motion for you one more time and show you exactly the motion of that. So moving straight off to the east pretty much. Again, 35 miles per hour motion on that storm, but that is an observed tornado for us up in Chickasaw County. And we've been seeing several of these observed tornadoes. We'll show you a couple pictures here real quick. Hail that we've seen in the Clarksville area, up to $half sized hail in that area, but more recently, the Denver area reporting a tornado, this one from Chris in that area. You can see that tornado right there in the center of the screen. And again, several areas of those reported tornadoes, and another reported tornado also in the Waverly area sent in from Shane. So several of those reported tornadoes coming in for us here this afternoon. Joe?
And again, we've had those damage reports across portions of eastern Iowa, including in Bremer County. Joining us now just outside of Waverly, TV9's Becky Phelps. Becky, what are you seeing as you've moved into the Waverly area?
We are in Waverly right now. We're just off of Hilton Avenue, which is a private drive kind of on the outskirts of town. And right down this street, there are a couple of fire trucks, some police cars, and another fire truck just kind of behind the camera here pulling up. We talked to neighbors who say down this road, there are reports of damage. One neighbor walked down this road and says that they saw, I'll pull it out of the camera so you can see a little better, they saw downed trees, downed power lines, a damaged shed from one of their neighbors down this road. And as you can see, there are plenty of lights. There's police kind of backing up. There have been cars going in and out of this drive for the last, 5 to 10 minutes here. They've got this road blocked off down there, so you can see those lights going. But again, they did see some downed trees, downed power lines, and that's what we're seeing. Coming into Waverly, we did see a lot of dark clouds, low clouds, and a lot of rain there. So coming through these storms, it is serious, but it is clearing up. It's not raining here anymore. So that's what we've got. Back to you.
It looks like that first, Ryan. Thanks for the report, Becca. We appreciate that. And I know we'll be getting some pictures of that damage as they can get a bit closer. First, have to assess that everyone's fine. Do want to also mention that about 500 customers in Waterloo without power, 225 also in Waverly. That according to Mid-American. So again, as you expect with storms, we've seen it before. There are now some power outages as well. So some lines damaged, certainly with some of that debris that's moved through the area or could have taken down some power lines. But again, about 500 without power in Waterloo, about 225 according to Mid-American in the Waverly area.
Look at Max 2 real quick. I have an example of why we don't really expect these storms to weaken over the next few hours. This is a look at how much energy there is in the atmosphere available for these storms. And you can kind of take a look, if I could jump on the wall real quick, if that's available. We've got that area just west of Waterloo where we're not seeing that energy anymore because storms have moved through, and then we've seen that energy be used by those storms. But out ahead of them, as these storms push to the east, Cedar Rapids, Iowa City, Dubuque, lots of warm air, lots of humidity, both at the low levels as well as through the upper atmosphere. Plenty of fuel for these storms to continue to push to the east. And now this area right near Highway 20, between about Highway 20 and Highway 30, probably the corridor where we have to watch for the potential of tornadoes the most. Of course, we still do have that warning up in Chickasaw County as well on the northern end of that second line. So we do have plenty of energy yet to go with these storms as southerly winds continue to pull in that moisture. Looks like we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning for a portion of the TV9 viewing area. Includes Blackhawk and Tama. So this is kind of an extension of those in between the tornado warning for northwestern Buchanan County. Then we have that tornado warning in northern Tama County, including the area in Traer. This includes the areas near Vinton, just south of LaPorte City, back toward Independence. So this is kind of a sign, perhaps, that these storms are starting to form a line and that they'll push east from here. Perhaps we could reduce a little bit of that tornado threat, but at this point, we haven't seen that fully just yet. Still seeing some areas of storms, especially down here in the Traer area, that could be producing a tornado. But this threat here, I believe, is probably for 60-mile-per-hour winds. Joe, could you confirm on that?
For the Traer area, let me take a look. Hang on one second.
We're highlighting the tornado warning right now in
Yeah,
Traer.
60 mile.
Okay.
Yeah, no, 60 mile an hour winds. Yeah, just 60 mile an hour
And
winds.
those storms pushing off to the east at 20 to 30 miles per hour. So they will gain steam, and like we showed you, plenty of energy out there for these storms to maintain that strength as they push east the next couple of hours. We still have a couple hours of daylight left at this point. Of course, still sun's out very late this time of year.
Yeah, no, very good point that we still have a lot of energy left. We also have a lot of moisture left. So there's a secondary issue we have to deal with, not only the damaging wind and tornadic threat we have right now, and that's from some heavy areas of rain. And with more and more moisture that will be pushing across the area in the form of rain, we have to watch. There could be some areas that are going to have to deal with some flash flooding. Let's go ahead and kind of show you what the model is thinking these storms are going to do. And again, as you see, as we move forward in time, we're going to watch that line continue to progress toward the east and south. Now, within that, some strong winds possible. Within that as well, some very heavy rains possible. And even through the morning hours, we're still dealing with some stronger storms or heavy rain as it moves down across our far southern zone. So keep that in mind. It's going to take a while before all this activity does move through. And once again, to reiterate, we do have a tornado watch that continues for a large portion of the TV9 viewing area, I-80 and north, but Johnson, Iowa County, Poweshiek County, you're included in that, so just south of 80 there. All the way up to the north, you do have a tornado watch that's in effect until midnight. So again, we're watching these storms remain strong, and then overnight could become very, very heavy rain producers as well. So again, kind of several things going on after the system ends. And I know we didn't have a forecast at 4, 5, or 6, but let me pull up our 9-day forecast to take a look at. After this system moves out on Thursday, we're going to start to dry things out. And as we dry things out, Friday primarily dry, and then Saturday all the way into next week, there's a ridge of high pressure taking control of our weather. As that ridge develops and moves through, we're looking at temperatures moderating to more July type levels in the mid-80s. Mugginess will be with us, but that ridge keeps storms away, so it looks very, very quiet. So we certainly have to have the activity right now move out of the area. Once it does, we have some quieter activity to come. But again, we have the severe threat. We also have that threat for some flash flooding as those storms continue to push across portions of eastern Iowa.
Jan, I don't know if you want to take a look at that storm up in Chickasaw County.
Yeah.
I believe that we still have a pretty decent tornado threat out that direction.
Yeah, I haven't seen any indications otherwise. That is still an observed tornado for us here at this time. Actually not warned for hail at all for us, just that tornadic threat. As we check out that velocity again, right now, right over the New Hampton area is where the strongest winds are being reported. So again, as we're seeing those greens, that's where we're seeing some wind, but it's when it gets up to those blues, those almost white colored blues, that's where we're looking at those really, really strong winds, and that's moving right over the New Hampton area here up in Chickasaw County at this time. Continuing movement there to the east, pretty well due east, about 30 miles per hour. And weather spotters have confirmed a tornado with this storm. We've been seeing that here, at least those reports of that tornado. I'm not sure if that tornado has been on the ground the entire time, but we've been seeing those reports here since that storm was off into Floyd County. So pretty well sustained storm for us at this time, even still. We'll see if we can see any possible. Looking like we're not seeing too much in terms of debris for us here at this time. That's certainly some good news. But again, we do still have that tornado warning. We're seeing very good velocity readings, good in terms of we're seeing strong velocity on those storms. So that's where we're looking at the potential for that storm moving really right into the New Hampton area for us here, kind of right along Highway 18 at this time, and continuing there then along up towards the Lawler area. Looking like, just trying to check in on some of those reports, still seeing quite a bit of lightning actually. We'll see if we can tack that on here and show you all those lightning reports across the area at this time. Quite a bit of that up to the north, as well as if we head off to the south there, just now moving towards the Independence, the Olwine areas. So again, everything that comes with severe weather is possible with these storms. We're seeing that frequent lightning, we're seeing that heavy rainfall. Obviously the wind and the hail and that tornadic threat as well, all across northeastern Iowa. That threat continues off to the south there, right along in north of Highway 30, but then it really dwindles pretty quickly to the south of that, fortunately. Not seeing much activity really south of 80, but we are seeing quite a bit of that activity really across the rest of the area here at this time.
Yeah, that's a very good point about the lightning, frequent lightning with these storms, lots of energy again fueling that, and that is another danger with storms, that one that people don't really think about very often. but it is potentially deadly, that lightning. If we take Max 2, we can take a look at the Independence City cam real quick. And it has a little bit of a lowering visible. It's kind of hard to see because there's some rain involved in this as well. And we can see a little bit of that just right up top of that little white pole. You see right in the middle. That's about the base of that. So if we draw right from here, walk right across. Now, of course, it's flat, which means that there isn't a funnel cloud associated with it right now. But we are looking to the north and west from Independence, the area that is included in that tornado warning. Now, Independence formally not officially inside that polygon box, but if you're near Independence and north of it, you are, and so that would be a good time to take shelter in those areas. Independence still expecting severe thunderstorm conditions, which could include strong winds as well as some quarter-sized hail with these storms as they push off to the east. But we'll be keeping a very close eye on this lowering right here, right on the edge of that storm. Also saw a pretty strong lightning strike. So sort of just reiterating what Jan said, with that lightning threat in many of these storms, that activity remaining very, very strong right along the Highway 20 corridor.
We're seeing some heavy rainfall coming down in the Fayette area. I'm just now getting that city cam up. We'll see if we can get a better shot with it at all. But getting reports of heavy rain now in that area moving in. Not really seeing much in terms of wind at this point. If we look at the trees in that shot, really not moving around too much. And also good news, we're not really seeing much for hail at this point either. But there you just saw that lightning flash. So again, still dealing with that frequent lightning as a concern for us as well, as these storms continue moving through the area. Looking like it's taking a little bit longer to get those controls up for us here at this time. So we'll leave it on this shot for now. But again, continuing to see that heavy rainfall coming down. Let's take a tour of a couple of the rest of our city cams that we have pulled up. Cedar Falls is one that we had been looking at, looking like things have calmed down a little bit more in that area for us here at this time. And the Waverly area is certainly one that we were talking quite a bit about. Again, looking a little bit calmer in terms of rainfall and storms, but we are still seeing some decent breezes in that area. Those leaves kind of tossing around there in the trees a bit more. But again, this is one of the areas that we saw some pretty strong storms in here just a short time ago. We've seen areas that have reported tornadoes, including the Denver area. We'll just show you that picture here one more time from Chris. And we also had a picture from the Waverly area of another reported tornado. This one's sent in from Shane. Both of these areas have seen damage reported as well, some downed trees, as well as damage to some structures in both of these areas. So again, this is why we're on and talking here for so long as we take a wider picture of the radar one more time as those storms continue to progress pretty well due east at this time. The reason is because these storms are active and they are producing tornadoes and they are producing those damaging winds and again, those down power lines, those down tree limbs. And that is why we are on here and staying with you, making sure that you are able to stay safe and stay informed with all of the information and with everything that continues to happen here as we head through the rest of the evening.
Took a look earlier at the lightning within the storms. There's a lot of lightning within these storms. That means they are holding their strength, and that's why our warnings certainly continue. That will be a danger as well with people that are outside. We know there are activities going on. There are county fairs going on. Of concern right now would be areas of the Winnebago County Fair as well as where we head toward the Delaware County Fair. I know that going on as well. Those storms are beginning to approach Delaware County. No warnings for your area, but that lightning is getting awfully close. So certainly keep that in mind. These cells contain a lot of lightning, not uncommon when we have strong storms moving through, but it's certainly something we need to watch very carefully. As far as the shape of the storm, we've been kind of watching, notice what's happening. We don't have those individual cells. We're now starting to see those cells kind of form into a little bit of kind of a curved, almost bow. That means we could start to see some strong winds develop as these storms move through as well. Movement on the storms has been anywhere from about 30 to as much as 55 miles per hour in some of the earlier storms, and we do have an additional severe thunderstorm warning that's just been issued. This will cover the same area that's under the tornado warning right now, which goes until 6:45, which, what time is it right now? 6:43, likely to be replaced by the severe thunderstorm warning that is in effect. This severe thunderstorm warning, again, precipitation down there, not moving too fast. What's the details on the warning?
So that one's in effect until 7:30 and for 60-mile-per-hour winds.
Okay, and that's for northern and central areas of Tama County?
Correct.
Okay, so again, that'll be for 60-mile-an-hour winds. Did you say 60 or 70?
60-mile-per-hour winds,
Okay.
moving east at 30 miles per hour north of Toledo right now.
Okay, with that movement toward the east at about 30, let's go ahead and give you an idea. In Cedar Rapids, you may be wondering when could some of these storms move in. We'll just give you a kind of rough estimation. If we pick the storms and move them east, that could mean maybe around 7:45 or so. Those storms could move in at 30-mile-an-hour movement. Certainly a little bit later as we head toward the Iowa City area and Dubuque. It's going to take a while before those storms would move into your area as well, as they're still moving just off toward the east. Could be moving a little bit faster, though, as they move through the Manchester area. So again, keep in mind numerous areas of tornado and severe thunderstorm warnings in effect all along that line. Basically, once this line moves in, you should be in your safe area ahead of it. As that line continues to move through, expect frequent lightning, gusty winds, potential tornado, as well as some very, very areas of heavy rain.
Watching the Independence City Cam again for that warning in Buchanan County. This view looking off to the northwest toward the area that's under that warning. National Weather Service in the Quad Cities recently discussing the potential for tornadoes there. Still seeing a circulation in the upper levels of the storm that would promote tornadic development. And so we're keeping a close eye on that. And they continue that warning, as Joe was talking about, until I believe 7:15. That goes until 7:15. That storm that is near the Fairbank area still, as it moves slowly to the east at about 30 miles per hour and moving just north of the Independence area. So we are looking from Independence. That area of rotation, it looks like it's going to stay north of the actual Independence area. But if you're in Hazleton, that is an area where you'll want to be in your safe place for now. Not being able to pick out much now, but certainly some ominous looks. Independence, you're still under that severe thunderstorm warning for the risk of some damaging winds and pretty heavy rain. There's the rotation. Joe's got it on his look there. We're looking at that rotation just, again, north of the Independence area, south of Hazleton. We have that that will be moving to the east. Let's put a storm track on that for 30 miles per hour. So areas in northwest Buchanan County, and this is about to move out of that tornado warning area. We'll take it out 40 minutes to the east, and that does include Fontana Park. Very soon, in the next 5 minutes, Hazleton, about that same time range. We're getting out of the warning box when we get toward Aurora at 7:21, but the storm will be headed your direction. We'll see if it maintains its severe characteristics, particularly the tornadic characteristics, but for now, that's what we're watching. It's just radar indicated, but again, in an area that is favorable for the potential tornadoes.
So likely an extension on that warning of some type will be coming our way. We'd certainly expect that. We've seen that with all the storms that have been pushing across eastern Iowa. What time did we have that first warning come out? It's
about
been a while.
4:30.
About 4:30 when we started with you, so we've been with you now for just over 2 hours and about 15 minutes or so, following these storms as they've been pushing across from our northwest zone, now entering that northeast as well as central zones, starting to come together with some very, very heavy rains, some frequent lightning, as we mentioned, and that potential for some strong winds. Numerous areas of thunderstorm warnings out there as well. We're going to continue with continuous coverage as long as we have that threat for some tornadic formation. If the winds would get particularly strong and dangerous, we would certainly be on with continuous coverage as well. As the winds so far, the warnings have come out for 60-mile-per-hour winds, which certainly can cause some damage in some areas, something we need to watch very carefully as those storms move through. I do want to remind you that NBA basketball starts with the finals at 8 o'clock. We will still continue to monitor the situation, and if need, we will be interrupting programming. Could it be continuous coverage? Sure, it could. Just like we've covered up all of our newscasts throughout the entire evening hours right now, we would stay on with continuous coverage if that threat for tornadic or extremely, extremely strong winds would develop and move across the area. So just want to give you an alert on that. But again, game time not until 8 o'clock, so there's still a while before we'd have to worry about that.
Let's head over to Max 3 here and check out a few updates on some of these warnings. Benton and Buchanan counties just got an update on this severe thunderstorm warning. This now 60-mile-per-hour winds and small hail possible with this one. Also, a tornado is possible. We don't have a tornado warning on this storm, but again, we've been seeing that rotation here. So want to make sure that you are still staying weather aware, certainly, and taking this possible threat seriously. Always better safe than sorry. Always good to get to that safe place. Again, with those severe thunderstorm warnings, we certainly still would advise that, and that is certainly a good thing to keep in mind. The tornado warning that was in effect just off to the south there into Tama County has been allowed to expire. So that is certainly some good news for us here. If we take a wider picture, we can kind of see all those storms continue to form into that line that we've been talking about here. And I suspect we'll continue to see that as we head through the next few hours, but we are continuing again to still see that development back off to the west into central Iowa, and those storms look like they are going to continue for some time. And what they're going to start doing is what we would call training. So they're going to start training over that same area. You can kind of see just off there, kind of right along Highway 30, where those storms just kind of follow that same area over and over, and that area is going to continue to get that rainfall. In already areas that have seen that rain, going to continue to really kind of keep getting soaked. Looking like we might have a new update also on this Chickasaw County warning over the New Hampton area. Looking like we are continuing that. It is now radar indicated, so no longer an observed tornado, but certainly that threat still does exist for us here. If we check out that velocity one more time, we are still seeing some pretty strong areas of some at least high wind, if not rotation, at least that high wind. Now moving towards the Lawler area along 24 there. If you are in Chickasaw County, again, get away from those windows. Make sure you're in that safe place. Even if it is just high wind moving through versus a tornado, we all know the power of wind in this area. So we want to make sure that you are continuing to stay safe even in that area, as well as that tornado warning does continue here for another 25 minutes or so. That other tornado warning that we still have in effect, also another 25 minutes there for Buchanan County, just to the south of Olwine and to the north of Independence there, including the Hazleton area as well. Sounds like we're getting maybe a few more reports in. So looking like we're kind of just continuing that tornado watch across the area, which is exactly what we would expect for us over the next few hours as we continue here through the evening. That threat looks to continue for us across all of eastern Iowa for the most part, at least along and north of I-80. That's exactly where we've been seeing these storms here over the last couple of hours, and really not looking like that threat is going to push much to the south, at least here this evening. That will wait until we head into the day tomorrow, and at that point that severe threat appears like it will kind of be coming to an end for us. But here this evening, that threat along and north of I-80, that's exactly where we have that severe thunderstorm or tornado watch in effect. I'll pull that up here for you and show you that one more time. So we do have that watch in effect until 9 p.m. for the western parts of the area, until midnight actually for the eastern parts of the area. Either way, I've seen a couple questions kind of wondering, well, just because it's all yellow, which one am I? Am I till 9? Am I till midnight? Either way, make sure you're staying weather aware for us as we head through the overnight hours. That threat certainly could continue, again, in and around that watch area. Just because the watch ends at 9 p.m. doesn't mean the storms are just going to turn off at 9 p.m. So you want to make sure that you're staying weather aware here through the entire evening. Once things have moved past, we'll kind of let areas know as that threat is coming to an end, and we'll make sure that you are aware of that. But right now, if you are along or north of I-80, we want to make sure you're continuing to stay with us here through the evening hours and continuing to keep updated with the latest, either here online, on our First Alert Weather app. All are good sources for you.
And speaking of areas along and north of Interstate 80, near the Dysart area, just east of Traer. This is an area of a storm that previously had a tornado warning, just has a severe thunderstorm warning right now for Tama County until 7:30. But notice there where it says threat tornado possible, that's where the National Weather Service is talking about keeping it on areas of broad rotation. And this area between about Cloutier and Dysart and Traer is where we're seeing a little bit of rotation again. Same part of the storm where we saw it before. National Weather Service not issuing a tornado warning for that. But this area will be moving from west to east about the same rate. And we can see that rotation maybe starting to tighten up a little bit again. So we'll be keeping a very close eye on that part. If you're near Highway, let's zoom in a little bit closer, near State Highway 8, just west of Dysart, near Highway 21, County Road V18. That's the area where the rotation potential is now. Again, no tornado warning for that area, but it's an area that we're going to be keeping a very close eye on. Another area that does have a tornado warning is Independence. Our McGrath City Cam looking off to the northwest there. does show, well, some dark skies. And in this case, I think we're actually looking at a little bit of a gust front. So we talk about that leading edge of an area of thunderstorms. I'm not calling this a wall cloud at this point because it just doesn't have that sort of shape as that storm moves in. But there is an area on radar north of the Independence area that does pose the threat for some rotation and potentially producing a tornado. That is crossing just across right now, if I could get my cursor right on my screen, State Highway 150 north of Independence, between Independence and Hazleton. But the Independence area itself, just in a severe thunderstorm warning.
And again, that's what we're seeing kind of evolve right now. Many severe thunderstorm warnings along that entire line. Still have several tornado warnings that go at least until 7:15. Jan, are any of them later than 7:15 right now?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay.
I'm actually importing some pictures right now. So.
No, that's great. I was just checking to see if you knew how long they were for sure. They do extend, as you can see, all the way back to those storms moving through Tama, as well as areas of Benton County. We've been watching our Vinton City Cam as well, and it's slow. It's showing again in the distance, showing some of those storms moving in, but nothing of consequence right now. We'll certainly keep our eye on that, as we do for all of our city cams across eastern Iowa when storms move through. That means we can give you coverage in many different locations all at one time. There's a closer look. Interstate 80 points to the south, seeing this line of storms moving through. They've been moving at various speeds, anywhere from about 30 all the way up to 55 miles per hour at times. Now, as you can see, those storms continuing to progress toward the east with a secondary line back off toward the north and west. As that activity continues to move through, we will again watch the potential develop for some heavy rain. Looks like some stronger storms starting to take shape right now north of Des Moines in the Ames area as well. It looks like some damaging winds. Still that possibility of some isolated tornadoes with some of the rotation that's been in some of these storms. Again, 2 tornado warnings out farther toward the north. Of course, the one for Chickasaw County, will pinpoint that for you. This is in the New Hampton area. So if you're in New Hampton and points near Lawler right now, as Jan mentioned earlier, areas you want to watch out for certainly. That is again Highway 63, Highway 18 and 24 as it moves toward Wacoma and Jackson Junction farther off toward the east. As we go farther down toward the south, that's where our second tornado warning that we've been watching. Again, as Corey mentioned, some of that rotation just off to the north of Independence. Again, that activity continues to move off toward the northeast. Newest tornado warning issued while you were watching. This is exactly what you had just pointed out. The rotation within the storm, although not great, it is enough, and it has been tightening up a bit. In fact, let's go to the wall on this. We'll show you what Corey's been watching again. Red's moving away from the radar site, green's moving toward the radar site. Right here you have some rotation. That's right along Highway 8. That's right near the Dysart area, north of Cloutier. You're not included in the warning. Traer, you're not included in the warning. So again, very tight box up to Highway 21. Radar indicated, but there's the rotation that's out there right now. That's the area that you need to watch. If you're in this area or points just off to the east, I would definitely be taking some safe shelter. That heads up toward 218 and heads toward the city of Garrison as well. Again, watch this area. That's the rotation that is now tightened up that Corey was just mentioning. That has prompted that tornado warning to be issued. Radar indicated, as of right now, no confirmation of a storm, but it doesn't take much, and we've seen numerous areas of funnel clouds and tornadoes in the area with some damage reported as well across portions of eastern Iowa. So again, take shelter in those areas. If you're out and about, of course, remember that you need to get to the lowest level you can get to safely. Of course, that's at a basement if you have a basement available. Wear your bike helmet when you get down there. Get under something sturdy that protects you and yourself as well as everyone else that is around you with blankets and pillows. Avoid windows, doors, and outside walls. No basement. Go to a small interior room.
Looks like we have a new severe thunderstorm warning on Max 2. It does include a big portion of Buchanan County. I think it does actually extend into, oh yeah, it's highlighting the tornado warning still. It's for Buchanan and Delaware counties for 60-mile-per-hour winds. So this is an extension of the line of storms that is in the Independence area. It also has that tornado warning, but notice that the National Weather Service has decided to go with a severe thunderstorm warning instead. But they still include that part that says right there, threat tornado possible. So they're watching areas of rotation that have weakened a bit north of the Independence area, and we've been watching it too. And we just showed you that one near Traer, near Dysart, excuse me. That was pretty significant. But in the Buchanan and Delaware County areas is where we're watching a storm that maybe is starting to transition more toward a damaging wind threat, which would be better than a tornado, but still obviously pretty dangerous. We still want you to take shelter in these areas as these storms push off to the east at about 35 miles per hour. So these have basically stayed consistent. We'll put a little bit of a storm track here over the next hour and a half or so. So this takes us a little bit further than the warning itself, but Winthrop at 7:05, so that's pretty much right on your doorstep in the next 7 minutes. Quasqueton at 7:10, Manchester 7:43. We get into Ryan at 7:54, Holy Cross at 8:13, and then later on Dyersville at 8:30. So that's well beyond the extension of this warning, but still that has a potential as we're looking forward. It looks like we may have a new tornado warning.
We do have a new tornado warning. This in effect for Benton County, the latest tornado warning that's issued. So let's go ahead and get the information on that. It is again a radar indicated. This is again, well, it's looking at that same rotation you've been watching.
Yep.
Now moving into the Benton County area. So it's moving out of Dysart. It is for radar indicated rotation, possibly producing a tornado over Dysart, which is just west of Vinton, moving east at about 35 miles per hour. We're going to do a couple things. One, we're going to look at that rotation. Let's go ahead and go to the wall on this if we can. So if we want to get the wall ready, that would be great. We're going to take a look at the rotation. And if you want to, Corey, when I'm on there, if you want to project a storm track,
sure,
let's project that out at 35 miles per hour. So here we go. You can see that that storm itself and the rotation we're watching is back on this area, which is warned. We were talking about this a little bit earlier, right near the Highway 21, Highway 8 intersection in Dysart. This is the area that we could be seeing a tornado. Now, as we project out and track this storm, you're going to find that it's moving through the Dysart area right now. So again, we're at 7:59. About 7:02, it moves through the Dysart Country Club. About 7:22 in Garrison. Jackson Township Wildlife Area, that comes in at 7:33. Then it moves toward Vinton. Vinton at 7:39. Vinton Veterans Memorial Air Park, that is at 7:42. So again, it's the rotation right now, right at the intersection, Highway 21 and Highway 8, as it moves along Highway 8 toward the Garrison area, toward the Vinton area. That's the area of possible tornadic formation. This has really, Corey, become much more prevalent as we move through the last few radar scans.
Absolutely, as that area of rotation tightens up a bit near Dysart, so you need to be in your safe place immediately if you're in the Dysart area, and then progressing eastward along Iowa Highway 8, as Joe said, the storm moving off to the east at 35 miles per hour, starting to look like one of the more dangerous storms at this time in eastern Iowa as it moves from Tama County, the very far eastern portions of Tama County, east into western Benton County. Vinton, for most of the city, not officially in this warning, but that storm will be approaching after about the next 45 minutes. It's going to take a little time to get there, but it is coming right down Highway 8, eventually Highway 218, approaching the Vinton area too. So don't necessarily need to be in shelter there at this point, but it is something to remember. I'd say if you have plans to head out and about in the next hour, perhaps decide to stay in over the next hour, as this storm looking rather strong over Dysart. Dysart folks, you need to be in shelter.
Right, it's right along County Highway V37. It'll go near 61st Street, also just south of 53rd Street. So that gives you the indication of where you need to be safe. This is northern Benton County. Stay safe, that tornado warning until 7:45. Jan?
Yeah, I do want to highlight, just for those who are joining us here now that it's 7 o'clock, just, maybe just tuning in, that these storms have been producing tornadoes here over the last couple of hours. We've gotten several pictures in from our viewers from a safe distance. If we can check those out here, this is a reported tornado from Ron in the Cedar Falls area from earlier on today. Again, you can see that tornado kind of in the middle of the screen there, reaching to the ground. We've also had reports in the Waverly area, and quite a bit of damage in the Waverly and the Shell Rock area as well. This one coming in from Shane of another reported tornado. You can see again kind of in the center of the screen there, just off to the left of what appears to be maybe a building there in that picture. And then another picture coming in from the Denver area of yet another reported tornado. In all of these areas, again, we've been seeing these tornado warnings here over the last several hours, really since about 4:30 here in eastern Iowa, and even before then into central Iowa. So long-lived storms for us here. We continue to see those storms progressing to the east, but we are still seeing several of those tornado warnings in the area. Looking like we're getting in, again, kind of some delayed reports of confirmed tornado damage in Garden City. That's off into Hardin County. So again, still seeing these reports coming in as people are maybe getting home from work or something like that, and actually seeing the tornado damage or wind damage in their areas. And we're also just now getting an extension or an update, I guess, on that warning there in Tama County. So still dealing with that radar indicated rotation. And again, that is kind of the strongest storm we're looking at here right now, and the storm that is most concerning to us here at this point, moving right along Highway 8 in the Dicer area here at this time.
And again, you can see the strong storms continue to push through the area. The mobile weather lab is out, and we can take a look at this. Ethan, Brian in our mobile weather lab tonight on 2nd Street Southeast in Independence. Again, as Corey's been watching that Independence storm, it's also been indicating some of the clouds moving through, some of the rain that's been falling in the area. They'll continue to watch and look for any damage reports that could come as that storm moves through. But again, Ethan and Brian, thanks for being out in our mobile weather lab. Chris Earl has some information from Waverly to tell us about some possible damage. We've been talking about damage across areas of Bremer County as well.
Yes, hopefully if we are able to pull this up. I've been in contact for about the past hour with the mayor of Waverly, Adam Hoffman. Now, he is out of town, but his wife, Brandy, shot this video from their back deck. This was before 6 p.m. This goes for about a minute 30, minute 35. So it is edited, so I at least wanted to give the people watching this a sense of what it looked like from somebody's back deck. This is from Waverly. Now, Mayor Adam Hoffman also texted this to me for people who might be curious. We often see this in these situations. He says, due to safety concerns, I would encourage people not to travel to the southeast of Waverly on the gravel roads as the responders are in the area. There are power lines down throughout here. Extra people, extra vehicles would only make the response more difficult and more hazardous. But and this is from Brandy Hoffman of Waverly. She is the mayor of the wife, Adam Hoffman, or the wife of the mayor, Adam Hoffman, there in Waverly. And this is a later shot in the 2-minute video they sent us. I did edit it so this way I could try to make it a little bit more clear, but you can see this pushing its way on through.
Oh, no, very evident right there. You can see some great rotation. We thank you for finding that and getting that. And we had TV9's Becky Phelps out earlier on some of those gravel roads, and she showed police in the area, certainly with power lines down. If you encounter down power lines, don't go near that, and don't go out now and try to see some of the damage. Number one, there are more storms to move through the area. Number two, you could cause harm to yourself or someone else if you are out in an area that is getting damaged. But that definitely a tornado that was moving through near the Waverly area. Again, as it continues to move, it did cause some damage, and we have news crews out to find those damage. Chris, we appreciate that report, and thank the mayor's wife up in Waverly for shooting that video and getting it to us. Again, pretty impressive looking storm.
Yeah, that tornado showing some signs of being fairly strong. You know, it's hard to judge based on that, but we saw a little bit of an indication of perhaps multiple smaller funnels within the larger parent funnel. It's called a multi-vortex tornado, at least briefly, some characteristics of that. And those can sometimes produce narrow swaths of particularly intense damage. Of course, we've had some reports, and our news crews are checking on it. So we'll have more follow-ups on that, but that video really illustrated what we were talking about earlier this evening.
No, absolutely. We still are watching storms continue to push across portions of eastern Iowa. They really extend from areas of our northeast zone all the way back down through our central zone. 2 tornado warnings of note. The one in Benton County, we'll take a look at that rotation in a second. And then also the one that's just moving through northern areas of Buchanan County. Let's go ahead and pinpoint that for you. First of all, this is the area in areas of Buchanan County. Looks like that storm itself may have moved past the Hazleton area. Let's just kind of take a look at the velocity and see what that looks like. It would appear that that tornado warning, which expires at 7:15, it's about 9 minutes. Most of that now just off near Winthrop, off to the northeast of Independence. So it looks like it's moved into that severe thunderstorm warned area, which does include Manchester. Keep in mind that Delaware County Fair is ongoing. But there you go. Still some pretty good rotation showing up in that storm that's back toward Dysart right now. Anybody have any reports of anything near the Dysart area on any damage or any reports?
Not yet, I believe.
Yeah, not seeing any reports here just yet from that area.
Okay, curious how that will go. Of course, again, our news crews are checking to see, as we always do, to see what these storms did as they push through the area. There you go. The storm itself is a tornado warned storm that will move through northern Benton County. That's until 7:45. Again, pinpointing that area where the rotation was. Most prominent right now near the Dysart area. So if we take a look at the roads within that area, that's right at the intersection of Highway 8 and County Highway V37. A little more evident when you take a look at the rotation, the velocity pattern. That's exactly where it is. So if you're in that area, you definitely need to be in your safe place. That would continue to move towards 17th and 18th, as well as 15th Avenue. Would take it toward the Garrison area. Looks like it will go just south of 53rd Street. As it moves toward Highway 218, could very easily move toward the Highway 218 8 intersection. And then we look farther off toward the east, eventually toward Vinton as well. We've been watching our city cam. Again, not showing much at all. The storm quite a ways away yet from Vinton, but what was the movement on that storm that's been moving through from Dysart heading into Benton County?
Pretty slow at, well, it's still at 35 miles per hour, so that's in line with the other storms along this line.
Okay. So if we just kind of pinpoint that area and just kind of go out, let's go out for about the next 30 minutes. That will take it past the city of Vinton. Jackson Township Wildlife Area at 726, Vinton around 731, Milroy Access Area at 733. Recreation area coming up about 7:35. So again, that's as it moves from Dysart. Right now, though, if you're in that warning area, which does include Dysart, areas farther off, including Garrison, does not include Vinton as of yet, but we'll watch. If that rotation continues, they obviously would continue to expand and extend that tornado warning. We'll continue to watch that very carefully as that movement continues, because that's where you could see some damage, as we've heard, up in the Bremer County area right now.
Looks like the National Weather Service did allow the tornado warning in Buchanan County to expire. So it does go technically until 7:15, but they've said that the storm is weakened beneath tornadic limits. Still a severe thunderstorm warning for that line of storms going east from there for Buchanan and Delaware County, but it looks, at least for now, the tornado threat in Buchanan County has diminished, which is great news, of course, for the folks in Buchanan County. We'll be keeping a close eye on it, like we saw with that storm near Traer, that it could change pretty quickly. So with that sort of atmosphere tonight, very supportive of rotation and storms, we'll be keeping a very close eye on it. But for now, in Buchanan County, northwest of Independence, that warning still technically in effect, but the National Weather Service saying that it has weakened quite a bit.
I mean, keep in mind that has a tornado possible tag on it, which means in that severe thunderstorm that you could see a tornado develop. Little or no advance warning. Be in a safe area as that storm continues to pass through. But as of right now, as Corey mentioned, National Weather Service saying, hey, that rotation has dissipated enough. We'll keep it with a severe thunderstorm warning with 60-mile-an-hour winds and see how it evolves as it moves toward the east.
Something that I want to highlight here as these storms progress, and we're fortunately starting to see kind of that tornadic activity diminishing a little bit. Still certainly a concern for us here at this time, as we do have active warnings, but we are seeing quite a bit of heavy rainfall with these storms, and obviously we haven't really been talking about that, as that's not necessarily a severe threat, but I do still want to highlight that. This is just in the last 6 hours. We've had several areas seeing 2 to 2.5 inches of rain estimated by the radar. And we did have a report of about 2.5 inches come in here a short time ago as well. We've had quite a few reports coming in since then, so I'm not sure if I can find that here off the top of my head. But again, you can see these areas that we've kind of pinpointed here up into the northern half of the state, and that's where we're continuing to see, obviously, these storms. And that's why we have that continued threat for some localized areas of flash flooding as we head through the rest of the overnight hours. As these storms continue across that same area, we're seeing that movement kind of due east, and we're going to continue to see these storms that are back off into central Iowa coming into eastern Iowa here, and that could bring on some continued rainfall on top of that already saturated ground for us. That is where we are able to see that concern for flash flooding. As we head through, again, the overnight hours and into the day tomorrow, that rainfall threat continues. The good news is that severe threat will not necessarily continue into the early morning tomorrow, but that rain does. And so that's why we have that flooding concern as we head beyond that. But still, right now, we want to make sure that we're highlighting those strong winds, that hail potential, and mainly those tornado warnings that we have in effect across the area there up towards Buchanan County between Olwine and Independence, and then that second area that we've been tracking there near the Dysart area moving into Benton County for us here at this time.
Tornado watch does continue across most of eastern Iowa until midnight. That second line kind of could give some areas of heavy rain, as Jan mentioned, and flash flooding is certainly a possibility, as we could see additional areas of heavy rain, especially during the overnight hours. So keep that in mind. That tornadic threat kind of diminishes as we head through the next several hours, and then we could get some high winds as those storms move through. So that tornado watch covers both severe thunderstorms that could produce tornadoes or some of that high wind as well. As you see, it extends from Johnson, Poweshiek, areas of Iowa County, Cedar County, points to the north. Dubuque, Iowa City, Cedar Rapids, Waterloo, all included in this. Washington, Mount Pleasant, not included in the watch, although you could see some strong storms, especially tomorrow, and also could see some very heavy rain for our far, far southern zone as well. So kind of keep that in mind, but that watch in effect officially until midnight. Here's what it looks like right now in a wide picture across the area. That line of showers and storms extends from near Decorah. One line then back through areas of Manchester and Delaware County, all the way back down just north of Des Moines. Secondary line back just north of Ames, stretching from Fort Dodge all the way back to Decorah as well. Again, not as organized in nature. You look a little farther back toward the north and west, and we do see some isolated cells as well back across areas of southern Minnesota. So again, pretty active weather across the upper Midwest right now, but the severe threat certainly pinpointed right here on eastern Iowa as we kind of watched all week long, and now this morning when the first round moved through, second round again moving into some untapped air right now, keeping some heavy rain threat going as well as that threat for some damaging winds, and right now some isolated pockets of tornadoes.
We've had a couple of reports, unconfirmed at this point, that there was a tornado near Dysart, very near or through it. We're still working on getting some confirmation of that, the National Weather Service as well. But that's one of those reports, and I wouldn't be surprised based on what we've seen on radar. So let's take a closer look here on our velocity view just east of the Dysart area now, and that's a pretty strong velocity signature there. I'll take off the warnings for just a second. If we go to the wall, that would be helpful, and then we can take a closer look at the areas of velocity there near the Dysart area. Just in east, where we had that report, unconfirmed at this point at least, of an actual... All right, Jan said that we just got a confirmed report, and now from the National Weather Service in the Quad Cities, which is continuing this warning to the east toward the Vinton area and toward 745. So it's this area right here, still showing some pretty strong rotation, and we've seen some pretty strong rotation on radar too over the past 5 to 10 minutes, right near the Dysart area, as we've been talking about, passing right along Iowa Highway 8, right near its intersection with Highway 218 that extends to the north, and then as well to the east and south toward Vinton. Folks in Garrison need to be in shelter. Folks in Vinton need to be in shelter. Rural areas right along that highway corridor 8 and 218 also need to be in shelter, because it appears that we do have at least a tornado that has taken place and moving to the east at about 35 miles per hour. So that is our most dangerous area of eastern Iowa right now, is in Benton County, where we have seen some pretty significant rotation there.
Take a look now live at our Vinton City Cam. Again, kind of watching that storm as it evolves and moves. Right now, again, not showing us a whole lot. There's some rain in the distance. Have seen some areas of lightning from time to time, but again, we'll continue to watch that. Eventually, that storm that Corey was talking about will move into the Vinton area as well. Rainfall continues across the area. One warning back well off toward the west, south of Fort Dodge. So as you can see, the severe threat doesn't end immediately as these storms pass. There would be additional severe threat as well as those storms continue to move down toward the east and south. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning. Is that a new one, Jan?
I think that was just an update, maybe. Looks like Buchanan and Delaware, still tornado possible. Just continuing until 7:45 for us here at this time.
Okay, some of the stronger parts of that storm itself, as we can see, moving near Lamont, heading out of Independence down towards Strawberry Point. Kind of go through all the warnings we have. We'll pinpoint that area of Benton County near the Dysart area in just a second again. Northern Tama County could see some patchy areas of small hail, very heavy rains. As far as any rotation within that area, again, it's really the Dysart area that we are most concerned with at the present time as we head off toward the east. And then you head along that line again farther down and south out of the TV9 viewing area. Warnings not in effect. But there you go. You can see that rotation very, very evident as we have the greens and the reds in the area moving away and toward the radar site. That's right along Highway 218. You can see that again. That's the area that we do have an observed tornado. As that storm was moving through, had a big lowering of the wall cloud in that area. It's heading almost due east, right around 30 miles per hour. That would take it toward the city of Vinton. So certainly, if you're in that area of Vinton, you're right on the edge of that box. I would definitely be in your safe area as it moves through. Let's pinpoint it for you very closely. This would take it near 61st Street. right near County Highway V37 as we head toward Garrison along 18th Avenue. Highway 218 comes into play with 53rd Street to the north. 17th Avenue, then you head to 22nd Avenue Trail, and then you get into the city of Vinton right along 218. So that area of rotation, which tightened up as we were watching it for you, and continues now to move off toward the east. The most dangerous storm that we have out there at the present time, although other storms certainly producing some dangerous lightning, as well as some heavy areas of rain. As far as damage reports, we have some damage reports up in Bremer County from earlier, and we are sending a news crew now to the Dysart area as well to take a look at what happened as that storm moved through the Dysart area. But be on lookout, Mount Auburn. Not going to rule out if this storm takes a little bit more northeastern turn. You want to watch out for that as well. But again, that rotation very, very evident as those storms continue to move through.
Yeah, that rotation looking very dangerous as it approaches west of the Vinton area. So again, Vinton not officially in the warning area, but you should start making plans for taking shelter in the pretty near future, because that storm hasn't shown any signs of weakening, still in an environment that's very favorable. There's nothing blocking it. As we like to say, you know, near and south of this storm, there just isn't other storms that are interfering with it. We've talked a little bit about that today, about how other storms can kind of diminish the tornado threat with any particular storm, which is what has kind of happened up here to the northeast in Buchanan and Delaware counties. But down here toward the Vinton area, it's got full access to all of the energy it needs, extending right into that notch in that storm. Sorry about the extra loop there, but that's where that storm has no reason why it shouldn't be diminishing, and it looks like we may actually have a little bit of a signature there as we're flipping between radar sites. This little darkening of reflectivity just near there, that's where we're watching that potential for a tornado. Very dangerous storm.
And that's right where we can see that rotation. We'll step through this way and we'll kind of watch it. You can see that we've been following this carefully. When you watched this earlier, you saw maybe a little bit of kind of the reds and greens in the area, kind of muddied a bit. Now, as you can see, moving away, moving toward the radar site right here, that's along Highway 8 where we have that rotation in place. That's going to continue to move off toward the east. So here, again, Highway 218, there's 17th Avenue, Garrison right down here. You need to be in a safe area. In Vinton, you're not that far away as that storm continues to move. And again, observe tornado with the storm. Definitely want to be in your safe area as well. I would expect this watch or this warning to be extended out. Right now, officially, that warning only goes till 7:45 for about the next 25 minutes. They'll continue to watch that, but with the strength of that rotation that we're seeing as it moves toward Highway 218, definitely need to be in a safe area. Again, lowest level you can get to safely. Basement is the best spot. Put your bike helmet on. That helps protect your head. When you get to that basement, under something sturdy, cover yourself with blankets, pillows, towels, something. If you can't get to a basement as this storm approaches, or a basement is unavailable to you, the lowest level you can get to safely is what you need to do. Get as many walls between yourself and the storm. Stay away from windows, stay away from doors as well, as those are areas that you can cause problems if you're in that area. But again, tornado warning does continue. This is across areas of Benton County. Vinton, you're not in the warning. Definitely get in your safe area as that storm continues to move. It's going to move right across Highway 218, heading toward 22nd Avenue Trail. That would take it up toward the Memorial Airport as well, or Air Park up toward Vinton. So keep that in mind as that storm continues to move farther off toward the east.
As we check out a couple, we continue to still get in those pictures, again, kind of delayed reports from those storms earlier on. So this storm now passed the Waverly area, but this is one of the areas that we were seeing some pretty strong rotation earlier, just like we're seeing now in the Dysart area. So just kind of a reiteration of why we want, if you are in this tornado warning, to take this seriously, because we have had several reported tornadoes. This picture coming in from Steph in the Waverly area here earlier on this evening. And we'll also show you a couple other pictures that we've had from these storms here as we've gone through the afternoon. Ron sending us this picture from the Cedar Falls area. Another picture coming in from Shane, also from the Waverly area. And then we also had a reported tornado in the Denver area from Chris. So again, several reported tornadoes and several areas reporting damage. We've seen structural damage. We've seen a report of a house in the Waverly area completely destroyed from these storms. And we've also seen reports of limbs down and power lines down. So again, if you're in these areas and maybe you were not affected by it, and you know, it's the curious nature in all of us to want to go see stuff, stay home. stay safe, keep yourself safe, keep those first responders safe. You don't want to be driving through areas that have down power lines. You don't want to be in the way for those first responders trying to get to those people who really do need that help. So make sure that you are staying where you need to be. And again, these storms continue to form here as we head through the next few hours. We're still seeing that activity as you look back off, forming back behind this first line here. And in fact, we just had a new severe thunderstorm warning issued that's just now making its way into the TV9 viewing area, including Polk and Story County, as well as Jasper and Marshall counties, so off towards State Center and the Marshalltown area. That one also has that tornado possible tag on it, as well as quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. So much like we've been seeing here through the evening hours, that tornado possible tag indicating that that rotation is certainly a potential. We're not seeing that tornadic rotation here at this point enough to put a tornado warning on it, but that could still change here pretty quickly, and we want to make sure that you continue to stay weather aware. You know that that potential is there, and that we continue to help keep you informed by staying on here as we head through the rest of the evening. That severe thunderstorm warning in Buchanan and Delaware counties. Just got an update on that one. Looks like we're continuing that tornado possible, as well as 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail. We'll put the velocity on here for you and show you exactly what we're looking at. Looking like we do have a little bit of some tighter rotation, not a great couplet or anything, but down south of Backbone State Park and moving towards the Dundee area. Again, most of these storms have been moving pretty well due east for us. So if we put that movement on here a little bit, you can see that small bit of rotation kind of just now starting to pop up there, but moving just off to the east there. Again, south of Backbone State Park, but to the south of Lamont on 187 and towards the Dundee area, and then eventually towards Highway 13 is what we're looking at there. That to the south and east of Aurora, and we have seen a couple different reports coming in from the Aurora area here earlier on. And so certainly, again, want to make sure that everyone is taking that possibility of a tornadic threat seriously, even if it is maybe in your mind just a severe thunderstorm warning. Now is the time that this is where we're telling you, hey, that's possible, the tornado is possible. Why not be safe and get to that safe place, and certainly make sure that you and your family are safe, and then continue to get that updated information from us here as we continue through this warning here.
We're looking at that storm still in Benton County as being the most dangerous at this hour. The latest from the National Weather Service, as they continue that warning until 7:45 for the areas highlighted in red, does say a confirmed tornado was located 1 mile north of Garrison. So what we've been seeing over the past little bit on our radar view, we're going to switch it over to velocity mode, is that initial area of rotation has started to shift a bit to the north, which sometimes means that it's beginning to weaken. And the velocity signature there, not as strong as over the last 5 or 10 minutes before that, I would say. But the National Weather Service, in their warning update, says that there still was a confirmed tornado 1 mile north of Garrison. And that was, I believe, courtesy of train weather spotters. So we've got eyes on it. I know that there are private storm chasers out there that are also keeping an eye on it. That may be where some of those reports are coming from. I would also keep an eye on the back flank of this storm, which is where sometimes, as this storm cycles, as we call it, sometimes a secondary area of rotation develops. So we'll have to watch for the next few scans from the radar in the Quad Cities. We're kind of in between two radar sites here, so it makes us getting a great picture. A little difficult just based on the location, but we're watching those two areas in Benton County as they move off to the north. So the first one has passed Highway 218, very near Jackson Township and the Jackson Township Wildlife area, near the 17th Avenue area as well, passing just north of that bend in Highway 218 where it moves back to the north. And then that secondary area, which is unconfirmed, but we're keeping an eye on, east of Dysart again, would be moving to the east of Highway 8. Now, of course, we had that report of a confirmed tornado north of Garrison, so folks near there along Highway 218 as it moves east-west there should also be seeking shelter in that area. It looks like it was along 18th Avenue. So
we're just getting a report in along 18th Avenue, 1 mile north of Garrison, of a tornado that was at 7:20. So that coming in as a public report of a brief tornadic touchdown right in that area that Corey was just talking about, along 18th Avenue and 1 mile north of the Garrison area. So again, this storm that we've been talking about here, it's had the potential, and it certainly has. Obviously, just now we have confirmation of a brief touchdown. And we will continue to track this storm as it still looks like it, continues to be a dangerous storm for us.
And that's why, if you're in that tornado warning area, anytime that is issued, you need to be in your safe area, and we hope you are. We'll continue to watch it, as Corey mentioned and Jan mentioned as well. Still looking dangerous out there. There still is enough rotation to keep that warning in effect. We'll continue to watch that. Thankfully, brief touchdown, hopefully not much in the way of damage. So far, from our TV9 news crews, they are out and about trying to gather. We do certainly have some damage reports in the Bremer County area. We have a crew that's headed to Dysart as well, and now we have a new tornado warning that has just been issued. We talked about the fact that this had a tornado possible tag on it. Well, now rotation must be enough within that storm that there is now a tornado warning in effect until 7:45. So that takes us now for about the next 17 minutes or so in areas of Buchanan and Delaware County. This does include Manchester. Again, Delaware County fair is going on. The storm is not quite there yet. There's certainly some rain falling. If you know someone that's there, make sure they are getting to safe shelter as that storm continues to move through. Again, it's a radar indicated rotation within the storm. Let's take a look at what it looks like. Back toward Winthrop. The area probably watching very carefully. Could be a little bit of rotation in that area. It's going to move off toward the east. How fast now is that one?
25.
25, so very slow movers as well. Some heavy rain producers as well. So keep that in mind. Just beginning to move out of eastern areas of Buchanan County, not quite yet into Delaware County. That tornado warning now continues again until 7:45 with 25-mile-per-hour movement. Again, rather slow in nature. That could also indicate some heavy rains as that storm continues to move through. Severe thunderstorm warning, new one issued as well. This is on the backside of the system that produced a tornado warning earlier and still continues to produce that tornado warning across Benton County. This now we see for areas of Tama County, Dysart, Cloutier, Elberon. That would be just south of Traer, so the southern part of the storm right now. The potential is there for some strong winds, certainly, as that storm continues to push through the area. Probably some 60-mile-an-hour winds and some very, very heavy rains, along with some frequent areas of lightning. Again, that storm continues to move through the Cloutier area. It'll head toward Highway 21 and then eventually move into areas of Benton County as well. So that's a second storm now that's been warned. That a severe thunderstorm warning that's in effect. How long is that one in effect for?
That one goes until it looks like about 8 o'clock.
8 o'clock. Okay, that's a severe thunderstorm warning. Portions of northeastern Tama County, that goes until 8 o'clock tonight.
Looking off to the south and west from our Manchester City cam, we see, well, the edge of the storm. And this is kind of the area that we're talking about. The National Weather Service indicating two portions of the storm that may have some rotation. One's up toward the Lamont area. And then the second, as Joe highlighted, down toward the Winthrop area. So we're sort of looking at the edge of it, and that would be the dangerous part of the storm to the west of Manchester. Again, just near Winthrop, just to the northwest rather, of Masonville, about to cross between State Highway 187 south of Lamont, near where it intersects with Highway 20. We're losing a little bit of focus there as we get a little darker, unfortunately. Let's adjust that real quick. Sorry about that. There we go. You see a flash of lightning there too, as that storm approaches from the southwest.
So again, it is just that southwest corner of the warning box that has that rotation that's showing up. That's why the severe thunderstorm warning, again, contains that tornado possible tag. As the Weather Service watched that rotation, they said, hey, it's getting strong enough that we could get a tornado possible out of this storm. And as a result, the stronger rotation, as you see, between Winthrop and Masonville, as Corey mentioned, right along Highway 187, enough that they did prompt that tornado warning in effect until 7:45. So not long-lived. They're going to watch that storm carefully and see how it moves. We're going to go ahead and get rid of that little circle, but let's go ahead and put a little bit of a storm track on it. This one, again, 25-mile-per-hour movement, so not moving fast at all. And we'll just kind of project it out as it heads toward Manchester. So it'd be a half hour or so before it hits Manchester. We're looking at Masonville about 7:42. Coffins Grove County Park, that is at 7:50. Denton Park about 7:57. Manchester right around 8 o'clock, and the Beckman Sports Complex as well right around 8 o'clock. If that movement continues, that rotation continues to move off toward the east or slightly north of east at about 25 miles per hour. We like to check the lightning within the storm as well. We've been watching that carefully to see how strong these storms are. And in many indications, you can see sometimes if you start to lose some of the lightning within the storms, they are dissipating. But right now, as you can see, there's some pretty strong cells out there. We see those extending across a good share of our northwest and northeastern zones. This is north of Interstate 80. Haven't moved south yet, continuing to move in the area with plenty of lightning within each of those cells, particularly the ones that are tornadic worn. They're the strongest cells out there, so you'd expect to see most of the lightning within those storms, and indeed, that's what we're seeing as those storms continue to evolve and move off toward the east, eventually moving into northern areas of Lynn County, across areas of Delaware County, and then eventually moving into areas of Dubuque County as well. It's just a while before they move in, as they have been pretty slow moving. The cold front itself, a very slow moving front that'll be passing through the area all the way through the day tomorrow.
Our best look at this storm right now in Benton County, coming from our Vinton City cam, looking off to the west. It looks like the edge of a wall cloud, most likely. As the National Weather Service was highlighting this portion of the storm, which is near Garrison or just west of Vinton, as the one that's most likely to contain the potential for a tornado. If we get on the wall again, just highlight exactly what we're talking about here. Got some of that lowering just above that, where you see that blue roof right in the middle of your picture. That's where we're looking at the dangerous area of the storm now, just off to the west of Vinton. Now, Vinton, not again, just on the very edge of that tornado warning. I'd say we're getting close to the point where if you're in Vinton, you should probably consider heading to shelter soon. We've got that area just above that blue roof where you can see that lowering. Don't see a funnel cloud out of it, but that's the portion of the storm that contains the highest risk of producing some severe weather. So we'll keep a close eye on that on our city cam as well.
As we take a look again at that storm itself, reflectivity alone would indicate that Mount Auburn, Garrison, seeing some very, very heavy rain from this storm. Farther back off toward the west near the Cloutier area, also some heavier areas of rain. That's a secondary problem. Jan had talked about that as well, that we did have some very, very higher rainfall totals starting to come in from some of these storms, and as they move very slowly across the area, something we need to watch. Haven't heard a lot about any hail. It was not expected to be severe in these storms, but again, something we need to just kind of not necessarily concern ourselves with, but some small hail not out of the question in these storms as well. Likely some hail certainly near the Masonville area. Let's take a look at the rotation in the storm. It does appear to have gotten a bit stronger between Masonville and Winthrop right now. That's the area right along Highway 20 that we're watching for the rotation that's moving through. That would be heading toward the Manchester area. Continued movement would make it just south of Dundee and Backbone State Park. It would move toward the intersection of Highway 13 and Highway 20 as it moves through the Manchester area. Again, reiterating, you know, the Delaware County Fair is going on. Know someone over there. Let them know they are under a tornado warning and should be seeking safe shelter. Inside is the best place to be. Lowest level you can get to safely under something sturdy. Can't get under something sturdy, cover yourself with blankets or pillows. Wait for that storm to pass. Don't come out sooner. Make sure you're avoiding windows, doors, and outside walls. Those are the areas that get hit first from the storm. And if you have no basement, a small interior room is your best bet. Again, avoiding windows, doors, and outside walls, and cover yourself as well with some blankets and pillows. Many ways to connect with us here at TV9. Hope you've done it. Have multiple ways to receive warnings, have multiple ways to connect with us. The First Alert Weather app, a great way to do that. Certainly, we stream our severe weather coverage on KCRG.com. Social media, great place to post some of those videos or some of those pictures of damage after the storm passes. When you can safely do that, make sure you tune into our radio partners. They also carry our continuous coverage as we have these storms move across the area to give you multiple ways to receive that severe weather information that you need when storms are pushing through the area. Jan, anything you're seeing in the weather lab?
Yeah, I just actually got a video imported here. If we switch over to Max 3, it kind of shows some of the rotation in the storm clouds over the Dicer area. So it kind of loops through here a little bit, but you can kind of see those clouds kind of swirling around just a little bit there. So that is, again, the area that we're watching. You can also see that kind of almost bluish green tint to the clouds, and that's something that's kind of classic in areas that we're seeing that tornadic threat, as well as that hail threat, which again, we're not overly worried about that hail threat here in these storms. It seems like the tornadic and wind threat appears to be a bit more of a potent threat for us at this time, but we are seeing that potential certainly in these storms. And again, if you kind of watch very closely, you can see those clouds just swirling around just ever so slightly. And that is that little bit of rotation that we're seeing. Certainly not a strong rotation, but we have had the history of these storms producing tornadic touchdowns for us here. Looking like we may have just gotten a new warning as well. So we'll head over to that one and talk about that for you here. If we can. There we are. So let's see, a severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible for us, and obviously that does encompass that tornado warning just off to the west of the Vinton area. This new severe thunderstorm warning is for Benton County as well as parts of northwestern Lynn County. So if you have a weather radio, it's programmed for Lynn County. It's going off right now. It's for northwestern Lynn County, not including Cedar Rapids here at this time. But certainly, again, these storms continue to push to the east, and will eventually, we will see some rain and maybe some gusty winds in the Cedar Rapids area here within the next few hours or so. Here's how things stack out for this storm. 60-mile-per-hour winds possible. It's moving to the east at about 35 miles per hour. If we put this into motion here, you can see that movement a little bit, again, just pushing off pretty well due east. And the strongest part of those storms does appear to stay further to the north of the Cedar Rapids area here as it does continue to progress. But we do still have that severe thunderstorm warning encompassing most of Benton County, and certainly could see the area seeing some strong winds as well as some small hail continuing here again within the next couple of hours as these storms continue to progress to the east. We'll take a wider view and just kind of recap all of those storms. Again, we get kind of zoomed in here sometimes, and you know, if you're just tuning in for us here, we want to make sure that you know exactly what we're talking about. Areas along and north of I-80, not really seeing much of a storm threat for us here, or along and south of I-80, not seeing much of a storm threat for us. Areas along and north, that is where we're keeping that threat for us at this time. The areas seeing warnings anywhere from Buchanan and Delaware County, where that tornado warning continues over the Manchester area, and again continuing to push to the east, now moving to the east of the Lamont area, but again some activity building back behind that as well. And we're also continuing to see that activity in Benton County moving into Lynn County at this time. Again, with that tornado possible tag on that storm, and also that severe thunderstorm warning just off into the far western portions of the TV9 viewing area, including Marshall County as well as Jasper County and Story and Polk counties at this time. Further to the north, we do have quite a bit of activity, but it is sub-severe at this time. If you're seeing maybe rain up into Cora, Prairie du Chien, Clayton County, Fayette County, those areas certainly seeing some strong storms and still could have that potential for a little bit of severe weather here yet this evening. But right now, no warnings in place for those areas. All of our warnings, again, Manchester area, as well as further to the south into the Vinton area for us. So Buchanan and Delaware counties, Benton County, that is where we're seeing those warnings here at this time.
You have a look at the mobile weather lab right now. It is traveling out of the LaPorte City area, heading toward Dysart, as you can see, has been continuing to look for damage along the way. So far, thankfully, the mobile weather lab itself not reporting any damage. We do have reporters, though, up in Waverly. We'll be hearing from Becky later, if not during our news after the game tonight, where we will have some damage reports, certainly up in the Bremer County area. Dysart, we're going to see what has happened there. And again, as we move through and watch the storm continue to progress to the east, other news crews out as well, watching those storms and making sure that they are moving through with no damage. That's what we would like to see, but we know we have some damage reports. A new severe thunderstorm warning in effect. If you want to pull up the info here, Corey, on it, that would be great. It's the severe thunderstorm, and they're just overlapping all over the place. Basically, there's a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for portions of...
Includes Buchanan and Delaware. That's for 60-mile-per-hour winds and 1-inch hail, and goes till 8:15.
Okay, so that's the orange box that you see that overlaps the tornado warning, that overlaps yet another severe thunderstorm warning. Basically, what we want to say is in the area of the storms that are moving through. So let's say from northern areas of Delaware County all the way along that line as we head back toward areas of southern Tama County. anywhere in that line, certainly severe weather possible. The biggest chance of severe weather now appears to be from some stronger winds that are moving with the system, as well as some isolated areas of tornadic activity. Let's go ahead and take a look at how this system has evolved in the Vinton area. Are we still seeing any rotation? Let's take a look and see. It was pretty prominent earlier. It looks very broad in nature if we're seeing anything at all. Probably would expect that just to continue as a severe thunderstorm warning as it moves through the Vinton area, but let's wait and see exactly what the National Weather Service wants to do with that system. Then we still have that bit of rotation in the Masonville area, south of Masonville. It's been extremely slow moving, so that 25-mile-per-hour movement certainly would be well indicated as it continues to move through. So that would be, again, near 110th Avenue, just off near Buffalo Creek Boulevard, near Highway 20 and the Buffalo Creek access area, just to the south of Masonville. And moving again off toward the east, or maybe slightly south of east at about 25 miles per hour would take it eventually toward Highway 13. So kind of keep that in mind. That's the area of that tornado warning. Could be a little bit of other broad rotation farther toward the north. Again, nothing that we're seeing right now producing any tornadic activity, but something we're watching in anywhere across Delaware County. Northern areas of Buchanan County right now, you see we do have numerous warnings in effect. Basically, you do have a warning in effect that does include your area, so keep that in mind. Now, going to make that change. They are going to extend that tornado warning in the Vinton area. You've been watching that at all, Corey, with the rotation in that storm. Looked a little broad before. Hang on one second before we do that, because now they're saying another tornado warning within the tornado warning. I'm going to let you sort this one out because it's now 2 tornado warnings. We have the second area of rotation near Masonville. Now they're going to have a second tornado warning for that same area?
Sounds good. Yeah, they do, actually. It's for that particular area near Masonville that Joe was just talking about. They've extended that warning until 8:15 tonight. You can see it highlighted on your screen right there. Includes Masonville and Manchester. It's moving to the east at 25 miles per hour. Like Joe said, polygons getting a little bit confusing here as they overlap, but we do have a pretty significant area of rotation there near Masonville, and that's going to continue off to the east, and it's going to pass pretty close to the Manchester area. So Manchester, you were out of the area before, but now I would say that you are pretty firmly in it. Manchester toward 8:03, so you've got about 15 minutes or so until that storm gets toward the downtown area, but toward the airport it's a little earlier at 7:55. Delaware at 8:25, Delhi at 8:30, of course Lake Delhi up there too. In that whole area. So if you are out in that vicinity, the storm will be passing very close to you as well in about the next 45 minutes. So that's actually outside of the warning. They're in the warning area, but it's moving so slowly that the warning would expire before it gets there. But I would say in Delhi, you definitely want to be taking a close look. Now we'll go further to the south, where that warning in Benton County has been extended as well. Folks in Vinton, you are now included. It does not extend into Lynn County at this point, but Shellsburg and Vinton, both included as an area of rotation there, well, has started to reorganize a bit. And there may be a couple of areas that we are concerned with here near the Vinton area. We're looking just southwest of Vinton and maybe just northwest of Vinton too. If we could actually take Max 2, take a closer look there with the velocity scope. Yeah, there we go. So we've got those 2 areas that I'll circle here for you. Just near Vinton and east of Garrison, and then just northwest of Vinton and south of Mount Auburn. Those are 2 areas that I would be concerned with for potentially producing tornadic activity. So we'll just sort of put it along a line there. Similar storm movement with this. So Vinton, it's really right on your doorstep right now over the next couple of minutes. So you need to be in shelter as we've been talking about over the last few minutes. Urbana, this is outside of the warning, but it would be toward 8:19 and then extending from there. But of course, we'll have to make sure and watch to see how this storm strengthens. It looks like at this point, the chance for tornadoes still there, present with that storm in Benton County. Joe?
And again, we're continuing to watch all of our city cams across the area. Here we go as far as the Vinton city cam right now. Certainly some heavy rain moving through the area. Going to be hard to see if something does move through that area. Do we have Becky yet, Aaron? Okay, awesome. So again, that's our Vinton City Cam, Benton County. That is a tornado warning in there. If you're in Vinton, you need to be in your safe shelter as that system moves through. Joining us now, Becky Phelps. She's been watching this whole system as it moves through areas of Bremer County. Now you're in southeast Waverly. Becky, what have you found? I know earlier we saw the police. You couldn't quite get up to any of the damage.
That's right. Right now we're in southeast Waverly, and we're at a different property that has seen a lot of damage from the storms. You can see behind me there are some trees completely uprooted from the ground here. Some of these trees just snapped in half. These, pretty big, pretty substantial pine trees just snapped in half and on the ground. And over to the left there is a home over there and a couple other buildings that are seeing some shingles torn up on the roofs. It looks like some roof damage. There are tarps already up on these roofs. We've seen a lot of neighbors and friends already out here on the property helping clean up, helping put those tarps on the roof, and helping the homeowners here try and contain some of the damage. They've been hauling some of the smaller debris that appears to have come from the house and some of these sheds off of the property. Again, you can see their branches and trees just missing the tops of trees, and some branches completely snapped off. And across the street from us, you can see you can't see, but there are some cornfields across the street from us where those crops are totally flattened.
Becky, I'm curious, are you seeing any structural damage as well where those trees fall?
Back to you guys.
Did they fall on top of any of the buildings behind you and stuff?
It doesn't look like any of those trees have hit those buildings directly. Looks like a lot of that might have just come straight from the storm, not from any trees falling down. Certain.
Well, that's the good news. If we can keep those buildings up, trees certainly can be replaced. We don't want to see any damage at all. But again, we are seeing some of those storms continue to evolve and move through. And I would suspect we'll hear other damage reports as well. What caused it is going to be the big question until tomorrow. National Weather Service is going to come out and take a look. But with what we've seen, certainly could be some tornadic damage in some areas. I understand the Mobile Weather Lab is with us once again live. They've been out and about. Ethan and Brian in our Mobile Weather Lab. They are in the It's Mike and Phil, and they're in the Toddville area. And looking up towards Center Point or Urbana, kind of watching those storms as they move through. Make sure you stay safe. Again, those storms so far still staying to the south and west. But again, we do have those warnings in effect for many areas, both tornadic and severe thunderstorm warnings. So again, Mobile Weather Lab we were looking at in the Toddville area, moving off heading towards Center Point or looking back towards Center Point, Urbana, kind of monitoring the storm as it moves through.
If we could take a look at Max 2, it's a little tough to tell, but we're looking due south from Vinton, which is where the most dangerous portion of the storm that is tornado warned is currently. Rotation has developed again a little bit. Unfortunately, in Vinton, well, fortunately for Vinton, they're sort of getting out of the danger zone. But if you're on the south side of Vinton and heading towards Shellsburg, that's where the most dangerous portion of this storm is. But it's giving us a bad view through the rain. But there was a lower rain in the clouds that we saw while Becky was giving her report. It's a little obscured now, but it does go in line with the fact that we do have an area of rotation that has reorganized on the southern portion of this storm. Let's take a quick look at it with pinpoint Doppler radar as well. We'll pinpoint here close. Looks like there may have just been an update from the National Weather Service to Benton County Emergency Manager reported a brief tornado touchdown north of 61st Street and Garrison and Vinton. So that was about 15 minutes ago, though. More recently, 5 miles south of Vinton, so right where we were looking on that, there was a unconfirmed report also of potentially a funnel cloud that may have reached the ground. We'll be efforting to find more information on that. So we do have an active situation here in Benton County, a tornado warning that continues until 8:15 for an area of rotation that's just south and east of Vinton near the Eden area. It's moving off to the east at 25 miles per hour. So let's put a storm track on this. We'll take it from around Vinton to near Eden and off due east. And that does include the Shellsburg area at 8:18. Eden, it's basically there now. You need to be in safety at this point. Center Point at 8:36 and then Toddville at 8:48. Of course, those areas not actually in the tornado warning at this point, but we do have that area of concern that's right near Vinton and Eden. Let's also take a look a little bit further north where we have that other tornado warning in effect near the Manchester area. And that's where we do have a storm capable of producing a tornado, still near Masonville, still near Manchester. And if we put on our velocity scope here, I bet we're going to find an area of rotation near that area. And yeah, it's there between Masonville and Manchester, and that's also moving to the east at 25 miles per hour. Another unconfirmed report of a funnel cloud that potentially touched down a few minutes ago. west of Manchester there, between Masonville and Manchester. Excuse me, just gathering some of that information. So if you're in Manchester, you need to be in shelter right now, as that storm poses a pretty significant threat as it moves off to the east. Similar areas, Delaware at 8:20, Delhi at 8:24. If you're in Earlville, 8:35, and then toward the Dyersville area, that's well down the road, but it will generally be headed that direction as the storm moves off to the east at about 25 miles per hour. The storm, like we've talked about before, has kind of gotten some access to some of that instability and energy, no impediments to the south, as it's kind of out ahead of this other line of storms. So that's why it's posing this tornadic threat right now.
Okay, we have some reports in from our newsroom of some damage in the Oline area. The Oline School District also potentially reporting some damage as well. So what's that, the football stadium? Some damage at the football stadium. So therein lies a good point. Jan, Corey, speak up all you want.
Yeah.
You need to take these things seriously, right?
Yep.
Sometimes you see these, and many times we may get a warning out that doesn't produce anything. But guess what? When it does, you need to be in a safe place. We want you safe. We can replace damage as we need to, but definitely take these warnings to heart. That's why we're on the air. That's why we stay on the air with continuous coverage when tornado warnings or extremely damaging winds are moving through the area, because we want you to be safe, want to take you through that storm so that you know when it's passed as well, when it's safe to come out and worry about what you might have seen or hopefully not see as far as damage is reported. That's why coming up in about 7 minutes, the NBA Finals are going to start. Well, we are going to continue the coverage because we do have tornado warnings in effect. As long as we have those tornado warnings in effect, that coverage will continue. Then we will once again move out of that area and resume regular programming. Do want to let you know that you have the ability to stream the NBA Finals on the ESPN app. So that's one way you can watch that game live, because again, with the tornado warnings in effect, we definitely are going to be continuing our coverage.
And it looks like there is a second tornado warning on the southern edge of this storm that's in Benton County. And looking at radar, yeah, it does look like we have a secondary hook here on the southwestern edge of that. You can sort of draw a line here. That's that hook echo we talk about. Embedded within that rain to the north, east of Vinton and north of Eden, that's the second hook there. So there are two storms very, very close to one another, two separate areas of rotation that could produce a tornado. And it looks like that new warning goes until 8:30. Similar story there, moving to the east at about 25 miles per hour. So we'll drag a new storm track with this storm, affecting many of the same areas. Eden at 8:15. So don't think once that first storm goes by your area, you can get out of shelter, because now we have a second storm to worry about. Shellsburg at 8:28. Approaching the Palo area, again, not included in this warning, but that storm tracking to the east would get there a little bit after 8:30. So folks in western Lynn County, don't have to go to shelter just yet, but start planning, knowing where your safe space is, knowing what materials you should take with you to the basement or the lowest interior room. Another information piece from the National Weather Service. It looks like they did confirm that there was a tornado near the Manchester area. So maybe we could just go up to the north there, near the Buchanan, Delaware County area. Go up here to the north as we drag to the north. Yeah, that area near Manchester. So if you're in Manchester, we emphasized that a little bit ago, need to definitely take it seriously. That is a pretty strong rotation signature just near the Manchester area, moving into Manchester. So if you are in the city of Manchester, you need to get to a safe shelter now. That would be in the basement. That would be the lowest level of your home. Wherever you can get away from walls, get away from windows, as this storm has produced a tornado, has the potential to do so still in the imminent future.
All right, guys, I've just gotten a couple of pictures in here, looking like if we want to cut over.
Yep.
So these are from the community schools in the Olwine area, looking like there's a bit of damage there at the football stadium, and we also have this one coming in as well from that area. Also getting a report from the Dicer area. This is a confirmation of that tornado. It's kind of hard to see, but you can kind of see that darker bit of the cloud there, just kind of in the upper right-hand corner of that doorway. That's obviously where we're looking at that tornadic activity in that area. And again, we've been seeing the reports of all of the damage and everything in this area. So lots and lots of those reports coming in. I'll try to get in a couple more pictures here. We've got a couple more from the Olwine area, and we can come back and look at those here in just 1 second once I get those in as well.
Any other damage reports you've seen, Jan?
Not so far, fortunately. Looking like, let's see, we just got something in near the Manchester airport of a tornado reported on the ground south of Highway 20 and southwest of Manchester, though. So that one just coming in from the emergency manager in that area. That a report at 7:52. Again, just near south and southwest of the Manchester airport in Delaware County, from the emergency manager, a tornado on the ground south of Highway 20 to the southwest of Manchester.
Okay, if we can go to Max 1 on the wall, just to kind of point out one of those areas of rotation, this across areas of Benton County. Here's Vinton, so again, that rotation now appears to have pushed just off to the east. There's Eden, as Corey was mentioning earlier, 64th Street toward the bottom of the screen, 32nd Avenue as you head toward the east. This activity continues to move off to the east. Where will it hit? Well, there you go. There's the Lewis Access Trail Road. We also move near Toddville, as you can see near Center Point as well. So certainly watch this area. If you are in these areas, tornado warning has been issued. Make sure you're in your safe shelter. But again, that rotation certainly showing up in that storm as it continues to push toward the east. That warning in effect at least until 8:15 tonight.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised at all to see that warning extended as it moves off to the east. Just checking off air for some extra views of this storm. Manchester showing some very heavy rain moving through. We should be in shelter up there as well as an area of rotation passes directly overhead, moving to the east and a little bit north of east. That's a pretty dangerous part of the storm there too. You can see very torrential rainfall in that area. Let's pan the camera a bit and just see if we can catch a different view here as we're looking off the. Looks like, yeah, just some very intense rainfall in the Manchester area. Could see some localized street flooding. With that intensity of rainfall, you can barely see right in front of you, basically, with that intensity there. But the area of rotation, fortunately, in the Manchester area has broadened out a bit. If we take a look at Max 1 real quick, you can see that, and as opposed to the really tight area that we saw before, it's a little bit more vague in that region. Still posing a threat for a tornado, but luckily it looks like that may have weakened just a bit as it is approaching the Manchester area, which would be good news, but we will still wait and see if we get reports, unfortunately, out of that area.
Let's go ahead and give you kind of a wide view of what radar is looking like now across all of eastern Iowa. We've been with you since about 4:30, so we've passed the 3.5-hour mark on our severe storm coverage as we head toward 8 o'clock right now. And a wide view shows you that we do have showers and storms that have been pushing across our northwest and northeastern and now entering our central zones. As you can see, we'll kind of give you a tour around the area, up toward Decorah, up toward areas of Alameda County. Had numerous rounds of some showers and storms, some severe storms earlier. Those now continuing to move off toward the east, as we can see. So some heavy rains possible within those storms. As we head a little farther toward the south, this would be across Clayton as well as Fayette County. Some warnings earlier. Now you do see some very heavy rains, likely some pretty vivid lightning in some of the storms as they move near Elkader, Strawberry Point, and head farther down across areas in Buchanan and Delaware County. And then we do have that tornado warning that still continues across portions of Delaware County. And then numerous warnings are in effect as we head farther down toward the south. Areas just off to the east of Vinton right now, that tornado warning is in effect as that system continues to move off to the east toward the Center Point area, moving towards Central City. A little farther back to the west, Grundy Center, likely some very heavy rain that also extends across areas of Marshall County. Looks like a pretty impressive cell taking shape now just north of Baxter as it moves into southern Marshall County near Rhodes. Something we'll be watching as that heads toward Tama County. And then we can move farther to the south, and you'll notice so far Tipton hasn't seen much in the way of precipitation. Cedar Rapids just about to see some heavier precipitation. Northern Lynn County, the strongest of the stells, still remain just off toward the west and down toward Iowa City and Riverside, Washington, Sigourney area, still waiting for some of those storms to move through. So again, slow progression. As it does continue this movement, we could likely see heavy rains over some areas for a period of time. That could cause some flash flooding, as Corey showed nicely on our Manchester City Cam, some greatly reduced visibilities as well. So again, numerous warnings along this line, but that kind of gives you an indication indication of what's going on as those storms continue down toward the east at about, well, anywhere from about 25 to as much as, well, up to 50 miles an hour earlier. Haven't heard that speed in the storms of late.
We should probably go back up toward that Manchester storm. Looks like there's been a couple of reports from the National Weather Service.
Just Corey, just for 1 second. If those of you joining us right now, I want to let you know we are airing the NBA game on 9.2. So if you can get KCRG 9.2, you can turn over to KCRG 9.2, and you can see the baseball game or the basketball game as well. So again, Game 4 of the NBA playoffs now airing on KCRG 9.2.
Very good. That's a great note for folks that are watching and interested in watching that game. Manchester area, the National Weather Service, just before 8 o'clock, said that storm spotters had located 2 tornadoes in the area. So that area of rotation we were talking about, that was broad, potentially producing that activity. And one was near the Manchester airport. A second was near the city of Manchester itself, near Highway 13. North of Highway 13, or rather just about to cross Highway 13, north of Highway 20. Let me get my bearings right there. 2 separate reports. The southern edge near Manchester is where they're most concerned about that, and you see that warning has been updated to observed because of that report. So if you're still in the Manchester area, still in Oneida, and the Earlville area, Delaware, Greeley, these would all be areas where you should be in shelter immediately if you're not already. Yeah, more reports, unfortunately, of actual tornadoes being reported by storm spotters.
And it looks like that cell in Benton County still holding on to some rotation as well. We'll go down and take a look at that. This was the one that moved through the Vinton area a bit earlier. That's the other tornado warning we still have in effect. We see that now near 32nd Avenue, 61st Street Lane, moving near the Schellsburg area, heading just off to the northeast of Eden, just south of Urbana. So that's kind of the area we want to watch very, very carefully. This eventually will cross into areas of Lynn County, and that would take it near the Center Point area. Eventually could go toward El Burnett, could move through the Toddville area. Looks like it may move just north of Palo. We look back at the secondary area of rotation that was warned on as well, and that looks pretty impressive as well as far as the strength of the rotation. This would be to the southwest of Vinton, so south of 61st Street near 18th Avenue and 21st Avenue. Not quite to Highway 218 yet. Again, that is a storm that is producing rotation that could lead to tornadic formation. And as we've seen, we've had several tornado reported touchdowns across eastern Iowa as these storms have evolved and moved during the past 3.5 hours across eastern Iowa. Once they got going, it didn't take much to get them to severe limits.
Yeah, in fact, basically when these storms first developed in central Iowa, immediately started producing rotating wall clouds and some tornado reports. There's reports of damage out there too, south of Fort Dodge and Webster City. If you have family out that direction, they're also investigating and analyzing what's happened there too. And we are concerned about those 2 locations, as Joe was pointing out. No new reports from the Quad Cities and National Weather Service, but they do believe that southern rotation approaching the Eden area from the west is the more significant of the 2. But I wouldn't discount that one that's approaching Center Point either. That still does look fairly significant, even though it's embedded within rain.
Right.
But in a way, that actually makes it a little bit more dangerous because then you can't see it.
Right.
Not that we encourage you to go out and wait until you see it, but if you think that's the right move, you're not going to be able to see it in this case.
Good point. And the other thing is we are, losing daylight. We're still at 8:05. We still have some daylight left, but as we get toward night, that's another thing. You can't see that. So again, we ask you when any warning is issued to go to a safe place. However, not everybody always does. If you're waiting for some visual confirmation, as Corey pointed out, going to be difficult to see in many of these now as they become wrapped within rain. Do want to mention again, on for severe weather coverage, giving you an option. If you want to watch that NBA final game, it's now airing on KCRG 9.2. So again, airing live on KCRG 9.2, the NBA finals, if you do want to do that. We are going to stay on with you as long as there is that tornadic threat across eastern Iowa. Haven't seen much of a high wind threat develop. It's really stayed as more of a tornadic threat across the area.
Yeah, these storms actually have stayed a little bit more individual than perhaps we might have expected, which is why that tornado threat has persisted a bit longer into the evening, just being able to orient themselves in a way to allow that threat to continue to materialize. Now, we have had occasional wind gust reports. There was that one up by Floyd earlier, way northwest in near Charles City, but the primary threat has been tornadoes tonight. Unfortunately, we've seen that come to realization too with some reports.
If you are one of those people who is waiting for that visual confirmation, kind of like we just talked about here, where it's getting dark, you're not going to be able to see them as well. And I'll show you a picture from the Dicer area here within the last hour of a reported tornado. Yeah, there's a tornado in that picture. It's really hard to see, but you can kind of see that darkening on the right side of the doorway there. That is that tornado that we're looking at. So don't expect to poke your head outside and see those, those classic tornado pictures that you would see maybe from out west, because we have what we would call those rain-wrapped tornadoes in our area. It's going to be difficult to see, both because it's getting dark, both because it's rain-wrapped. There's just a lot of factors here, and that is why we are on and we are telling you there are tornadoes in the area. They have been reported, and that is why you need to get to your safe place now. We also have a couple more pictures coming in from the Olwine area. This coming in from Olwine Community Schools near the football stadium. We've got pictures of splintered wood in the area, as well as just lots of stuff getting blown around between, plastic, as well as different tree branches, and also looks like either shingles or maybe the side of a metal building, it looks like. We've got these pictures showing a little bit more substantial damage from the football stadium there at Olwine Community Schools, again showing us all of those, again, either metal shingles or the sides of metal buildings. Not sure exactly. It looks like maybe it's the side of that small building there, at least some of that, and another shot here showing more of that damage. So again, we have that visual confirmation for you. That is why we are here and showing you all of this and telling you all of this information. But those warnings do continue across the area. Looking like we just got a new report in from the Manchester area of that confirmed tornado. So we just want to reiterate, if you are in this area, now is the time to get to your safe place. If you're in Delaware County, just a mile to the southwest of the Manchester area, the emergency manager reporting tornado damage to a convenience store, as well as power lines down. So again, if you're in this area and maybe you are safe in the storm's past, but you're curious, you want to go see stuff, we really strongly urge you to stay at home. Let first responders do what they need to do. Keep yourself safe, keep them safe, especially with those down power lines, especially with the potential of maybe hanging limbs in trees and stuff like that. We don't want anyone getting in the way of danger if they don't need to. So stay in your safe place if you're there. Get to your safe place if you are not there, as we continue to see these storms really moving through the area. We'll put velocity back on for you in the Manchester area and show you again. We do have those areas now to, it looks like, the north and to the west of Manchester coming in, but we continue to see those various areas of rotation in both this storm as well as those storms off towards the Vinton area that we're continuing to track as well. So again, lots and lots to look at here on radar. If you're in the Delaware County there up towards Manchester, also into Benton County, we want to make sure that you are staying safe, staying weather aware here, as we have 2 tornado warnings in Benton County that we've been tracking here with those areas of some broad rotation for both of these here.
Latest report we had, unconfirmed again, of a rotating wall cloud looking north of Van Horn. So that would be in that southern tornado warning that Jan was just talking about, that area of rotation that she just highlighted there, west of the Eden area, moving slowly to the east and approaching the Sheldsburg area. Another report from an emergency manager in the area who is looking west from near Sheldsburg and seeing a rotating wall cloud in the same area. So we're getting sort of different perspectives on the same thing there, indicating that we do have that potential for some activity. Looks like we do have a new tornado warning as well.
Yeah, we'll talk about that here. I think I've got it pulled up. I think we're still in Max 3. So Marshall County, it looks like, for this warning until 8:45. So again, kind of on the fringe, the far western parts of the TV9 viewing area, but obviously these storms starting in the west, continuing to push pretty well due east. So we want to make sure that everyone is still aware that these storms are moving through. So that tornado warning for a radar indicated rotation until 8:45, looking like that is for, it's located near Baxter, about 14 miles north of Newton, moving east at about 20 miles per hour for us here. We'll also go check out that new severe thunderstorm warning. Let's see, off near that Manchester tornado warning. So again, Still highlighting that Manchester tornado warning. We'll see if we can get the details on that severe thunderstorm warning for you. Looking like that is going to be in effect until 8:45 p.m. for northwestern Dubuque, as well as northeastern Delaware counties for a severe thunderstorm over the Greeley area, about 8 miles north and east of Manchester, moving to the north and east at 45 miles per hour. So a little bit faster movement with this storm, 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail all possible with that storm as it continues moving to the north and east at about 45 miles per hour. We'll be near Colesburg at about 8:20, near Luxembourg about 8:30 here this evening. And again, still highlighting that Delaware County and Manchester area tornado warning, as that has been one of the areas we've continued to be concerned with here this evening. Let's see if we can get any recent information on that one for you here. So that warning still in effect for us until 8:15 p.m. Moving through the Oneida area at about 8:15. So here within the next couple of minutes, that storm continuing to move to the northeast at about 20 miles per hour, and looking like that may have just been allowed to expire. So I think here as we approach that 8:15 time frame within the next couple of minutes, that warning will be allowed to expire, and that's why we have that continued severe thunderstorm warning there off to the north and east.
And that's the one across Delaware County, Jan?
Correct.
Okay, that's good news. Take a look at Max 1. We've got the storm reports for the last 3 hours. And many times when we look at storm reports across eastern Iowa, you see numerous areas that say hail, numerous areas that say wind, but rarely do we get a picture like this. Numerous areas reporting tornadoes or funnel clouds. So lots of storm reports, as we can see, across the area as these storms have moved through, as Corey and Janet mentioning, kind of individualistic in nature. That's what we're kind of watching as those storms continue to move through. But again, numerous areas reporting some funnel cloud or tornado reports. I do want to remind you, we do have that tornado watch in effect from Interstate 80 and points to the north. That's in effect until midnight. There could very well be an area down farther toward the south and east that could be extended as well, possibly as a severe thunderstorm watch, but certainly still seeing that watch remain in effect. Some of the far northwestern counties of Iowa have now been taken out of that watch, but keep in mind, we do have that watch in effect. We thank everyone for joining us for our coverage. We've been on since 4:30, all the way through every one of our newscasts today. If you're joining and looking for the NBA Finals, you can find those on KCRG 9.2. Live right now, you can watch the finals there, the Bucks and the Suns playing in Game 4 of the NBA Finals. Again, that's on KCRG 9.2. Here's how it looks as we take a wide view across eastern Iowa of all the showers and storms that are moving through, and it's basically come into one kind of line, but again, they're individual storms. So it hasn't evolved into a wind event, which is fine, but it has continued that tornadic threat. So we do have showers and storms moving from up in our northeast zone all the way back across Highway 20 near the again, Delaware County area, back to Blackhawk County, and then farther back into Marshall County. A couple of cells have those tornado warnings in them. The new severe thunderstorm warning just coming out. See if we can get the information on that for you. It's a severe thunderstorm warning for Benton and Lynn. So this is going to be just near Cedar Rapids, Robbins, Central City, Palo, you're included, Center Point, you're included. This would be a 60-mile-per-hour wind. Hail, not a problem with these storms, but this also has that tornado possible tag. So that means as that storm moves in, it could again produce some rotation that could lead to tornadic formation. In the Shellsburg area right now, just to the northwest of Palo, heading toward Midway. Some of the areas kind of seeing more of the stronger areas of this storm at the present time. Here's how it looks like as far as any rotation. And there may be a little back toward the Eden area yet. That's kind of a spot to watch. Again, little pockets of rotation kind of moving through different areas, and that's what's prompted those tornado warnings to be issued. But right now, that area of Benton and Lynn County, and as you can see, just includes, let's see how far south it goes. Yeah, it would include Hiawatha, far northern areas of Cedar Rapids over toward Marion right now. Severe thunderstorm warning in effect, 60-mile-per-hour winds possible, heavy rain, frequent lightning, as well as that tornado possible. We'll watch carefully to see how that rotation develops as we move through the next couple of hours.
Trying to pull up a couple city cams here, not seeing much on our Marion or Cedar Rapids city cams at this point, because again, we're just kind of in the middle of all this rain. If we pull radar back up, we'll show you kind of why we're not seeing things on radar, which goes back to why we've talked about, not looking for that visual confirmation of that tornado, because things are going to be rain wrapped at this point. We've just got so much rain moving through the area for us here now that as that rain comes down, it kind of blocks our visual of anything else that we might see. So that classic, shelf cloud of the leading edge of those storms is now obviously past us, and then we're not going to be able to see maybe that wall cloud or that tornadic activity, that lowering that we would typically see. So not able to see a lot on our city cams at this point, but obviously looking at radar, it's pretty easy to tell that we do have some active weather moving through the area. We'll take one quick wide picture just to remind everyone, while we're focused on a few very centralized areas with these warnings, all of the parts of eastern Iowa kind of along and north of I-80 are seeing some sort of thunderstorm activity at this point, but to the south of I-80 not dealing with a whole lot for us right now. Zooming back into that Cedar Rapids area, here is where that Benton County warning is, again, including the Van Horn area just to the south and east, or south and west of the Shellsburg area. That is the warning that we've been tracking here, and that has that potential, again, for small hail as well as a tornado with this storm. Looking like it's going to be moving at about east at about 25 miles per hour still, and continuing near the Van Horn area about 10 miles south and west of Vinton when this was last updated for us here. But I think that has been some time now for us. So not getting any new updates with this storm, that can be a little frustrating that we don't have new information to give, but that's also good that there aren't damage reports coming in or anything like that, it appears maybe that hopefully this isn't going to be a persistent problem for us. But as we look at that velocity, that's where we kind of get that indication. Looking like maybe there's a little bit of activity kind of out of that warning area, north and west, or north and east of the Eden area, north and west of the Shellsburg area, maybe dealing with a little bit of possible rotation in that area. And there we are. So as we now have that tornado warning for Benton and Lynn County, we'll get the newest information for you on that warning that we were just looking at the rotation on. So east central Benton County, west central Lynn County until 9 p.m. That is for that radar indicated rotation, but we also have spotters that have confirmed a funnel cloud with this storm located near Shellsburg, moving to the east about 20 miles per hour. Again, I'll put that velocity back on just to show you what exactly we've been looking at here. That red is that part of that wind that's moving away from the radar. That green is that wind that's moving towards the radar. Anywhere you're seeing that, that's what we would kind of call that couplet, or that area that we're seeing that rotation in. So anywhere, again, away and towards the radar and that close proximity, that's where you get those rotating winds. And that's exactly what we're seeing just off to the north and to the east of the Eden area, to the north and to the west of the Shellsburg area. So that's the area of concern for us at this point. That storm continues to move, I think, to the east for us. Let's see if we have any, about 20 miles per hour. So again, reported funnel cloud with that storm for us near the Eden and Shellsburg area. Looking like the warning just to the south of that has been allowed to expire, as we just kind of talked about. There's not any rotation really in that anymore. So the areas of concern now, including the Shellsburg area, as well as looking like that tornado warning to the north has also gone away. So the only other tornado warning we really have right now off into Marshall County, but again, that is moving into the TV9 viewing area for us here at this time.
I do want to remind you, if you're trying to watch the NBA Finals, we do have those now live on KCRG 9.2, the ability also to stream those on the ESPN app live. But again, once again, we are looking at some NBA Finals you see on the bottom of your screen now airing on KCRG 9.2. Let's go ahead and pinpoint that area of rotation now across areas of Benton and Lynn County very closely as we head to Max 1. You'll be able to see that with us. It really extends, as Jan was mentioning, near Eden, from 64th Street to 61st Street, near the Shellsburg area. It'll cross 32nd Avenue and then head toward W36, which is just to the north of Palo. That'll also take it, as we can see, farther off toward Interstate 380 as we move toward the Toddville area. Movement on that storm has been slow as well, around 45 miles per hour. We certainly have to watch and see how this activity kind of evolves, but it does look like it may be starting to turn a little bit more of a heavy rain threat, as well as we'll watch and see. It could be more of some wind as well as these storms continue to move through. Again, that's a tornado warning for that area of Benton County. That includes those of you in Shelburne, Eden. Palo, you're right on the edge. It certainly would be in a safe shelter as well. That's in effect until 9 o'clock. Sirens are sounding in Linn County right now, but I do want to remind you that the sirens sound for you to be weather aware, situational awareness. So those sirens are sounding, meant for outdoor warning. If you hear those sirens sound, find out what's happening. Right now, that warning, it's a severe thunderstorm warning. It does include portions of Cedar Rapids. However, we're looking at the strongest part of the storm, the one that's causing the Weather Service to issue the tornado warning just for a small section of Linn County. And again, we'll kind of pinpoint that for you so you know exactly where it's in effect. It extends from Shellsburg Road in Palo, right along Blair's Ferry Road. To the north, you'd have to head up toward the Lewis Access Road, North Center Point Road, to the north of Toddville. That's the area of Linn County that tornado warning is in effect for. Cedar Rapids, northern areas of Cedar Rapids up toward Hiawatha, Highway 100 as you head toward Marion. That area is under a severe thunderstorm warning for 60-mile-per-hour winds. And then south of that, right now, the city of Cedar Rapids, where we are, as well as farther down toward the south, toward the airport, not under any warning at this time. But again, sirens sounding for that small portion of Linn County right now on south of Center Point under that tornado warning. We continue to follow the storms as well. As Jan mentioned, our Marion City Cam right now not giving us a great picture of anything as far as any ragged looking skies. The storm's still quite a ways away from that area. Warnings still are in effect for northern areas of Delaware as well as northern Dubuque County, across Linn and Benton County, and then as we head back toward Marshall County. Those are the only warnings left in effect in the TV9 viewing area at this time. So we'll continue to watch how this all evolves, but could start to evolve into more of a heavy rain, potentially high wind event as we head through the next couple of hours. The tornado warning in effect across areas of Linn County, that's in effect officially until 9 o'clock, So that's another 36 minutes with that warning. We'll see if it does last that long and if it's changed or extended based on the rotation in that storm as it continues to move through. Let's go ahead and pinpoint that. Again, is that moving 25, did we decide?
Looks like, yeah, 20. Let's
Okay.
slow down a little further. Even.
So that even could indicate that we're kind of starting to evolve a little bit, but we'll see and watch to see how it goes. But let's go ahead and pick that area of rotation and let's just kind of project it out. Give you an idea when it may move through the area. That's why that warning box may be a little bit smaller than you see with some of them. That would be an hour. Moving through Pleasant Creek State Park about 8:33, Wickiup Hill County Park at 8:44, Toddville at 8:50, Lafayette at 8:56, Tuma Soccer Complex at 9:02, Alburnett at 9:05, and Hunters Ridge Golf Course about 9:12. If current movement continues and it continues to hold that rotation, that's when that storm with a tornado possible in it would move through the area. Again, have no confirmation on this storm yet. It is radar indicated at this point from the rotation that they continue to see in the storms.
Just looking off to the northwest in our Marion City Cam, and seeing what Joe said. Now we are losing daylight, so it's going to be tougher and tougher to get views from any camera out and about. Of course, you need that light to be able to see a picture. But we do see sort of the leading edge of the storm. The storm is definitely going to contain heavy rain for areas that it moves through. But like Joe was highlighting, pretty much if you're south of Highway 100 or Collins Road in the Cedar Rapids area, you are not in any warning. You're not in any threat from these immediate storms. Now, there are more storms off to the west that could later move into the Linn County area, and we'll be watching them closely. But for now, the focus is on northern Linn County, Shellsburg in particular, and the Marion City Cam kind of confirms that. So we're looking north and west. You can see a little bit of the bottom lowering of that cloud right about here. But it's really hard to pick out. If you have a contrast cranked up really high on your TV set, you may be able to pick that out. But
Your young eyes can see it. It's
just
like
barely.
it is very hard to see.
And I kind of had to stand at an angle to see it. But there it is. And so that's the area of the storm that we're watching. The rotation doesn't look quite as significant both to the eye and on our remote sensing things like radar and such as it did before. But the threat still is there, and we've seen how quickly these things have changed in the matter of minutes, from going from looking not as impressive in its ability to produce a tornado to being able to do so.
Nope, very quickly. That has evolved very quickly as those storms developed and immediately started to spin farther off to the west and then continue to move to the east. As we can see right now on radar, we have areas of Clayton County seeing some pretty heavy rains, and then those heavy rains will extend from areas of Delaware and Buchanan County through Blackhawk County, farther down across areas of northern Lynn as well as northern Benton County, and some strong cells still kind of holding their own with some of that rotation back across areas of Marshall County, heading to the east toward Tama County. Movement has been anywhere from 20 to 55 miles per hour as these storms have evolved and continue to move. Overall, probably about a 30 to 35 mile per hour movement, but there's been more development back off toward the west as that redevelopment has occurred. Some heavier rainfall totals certainly will be seen in some areas from the storms. Have had no reports of any flash flooding or washouts on area roadways. Do have some damage reports back up toward Bremer County. We have Becky Phelps there checking it out. Our mobile weather lab is out, also watching the skies across the area to see what is happening, particularly last check was in the Center Point and Toddville area as that storm continues to move in. Also have some crews on the way to Dysart or maybe even in Dysart right now, checking on any damage that could be there where they did have a possible tornado as well and potentially could have certainly caused some damage. You're scanning the skies in Vinton right now, looking toward the east.
Yeah, I'm trying to catch a view from the backside of these storms of that area near Shellsburg and not really being able to manage it at this point. I think the best view still is going to come from our Marion City Cam, which is still fairly distant at this point, but seeing lightning in the Marion area too. That's one thing that we've actually kind of seen so far this evening with these storms is that we've seen some lightning strikes out ahead of them, which is a little bit unusual, but just based on the way that the high-level anvil cloud that you see, the flat top to these storms, and that can sometimes spread out ahead of the storms, and sometimes that can be the focus for that electricity to conduct right through, and it does strike out from there. It looks like we may actually have our first flash flood warning of the night.
Not a surprise that this would happen. These are from the storms back toward Marshall County. So again, I'm getting the tornado warning. But let's see. What information can you give me on that?
Same area as the tornado warning, basically, it looks like, for Marshall, Polk, and Story. So Polk and Story out of our area, but Marshall County just on the edge. 3 to 4 inches of rain have fallen. We were talking about that a couple hours ago at this point. Jan was pointing out that that flanking line on the southwest side was sort of developing over the same area again and again. And that's where they've seen a localized area of some pretty heavy rain in southwestern Marshall County. You can see it's pretty far southwest Marshall County, though, southwest of State Center and Melbourne.
Just entering areas of Marshall County, so just off to our west. But something we could watch for across other portions of eastern Iowa as we move through the evening and into the nighttime hours. That certainly will be a possibility as those storms continue to develop and dump some very heavy rain. Certainly plenty of moisture available. You felt the mugginess in the air today, and that has certainly prompted areas to receive some very, very heavy rain. So not out of the question that could certainly continue. Aaron, where is our mobile weather lab right now? Okay, this live picture from our mobile weather lab. We are in Dysart. You can see some lights in the distance. Again, that was an area we were watching for rotation to see what would happen. There may be some damage in there. We'll have to see what that indicates. Crew on the scene right now will take a look and find out exactly what happened in Dysart as that storm continues to move through. There's a look at pinpoint Doppler radar. Areas of showers and storms, yep, they're with us. Haven't taken a look at lightning for a while. Let's go ahead and see what we're seeing as far as lightning in the storms, because they were really electric as they continued to move off toward the east. And still pretty powerful as well across areas of Lynn County. Looks like southern Buchanan into Delaware County, and that storm still holding a lot of energy, dumping those heavy amounts of rain back across areas of Marshall County and points off toward the west. So again, that's where the area of activity is, and that's where it will stay as we move through the next couple of hours with that slow-moving cold front. Now some of those storms reportedly moving only at about 20 miles per hour.
I'll take over and talk about those new warnings that we just had issued. Another warning now for Benton and Lynn County. So this covering the northern parts of Lynn County. So again, not including the Cedar Rapids area for us here at this time, but east central Benton County as well as northwestern Lynn County now in effect in a tornado warning. until 9 p.m. This for radar indicated rotation, and also weather spotters have reported a funnel cloud with this. That thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located near the Center Point area, or about 9 miles east of Vinton, moving to the east at about 30 miles per hour for us here. So near Center Point by around 8:40. So within the next 10 minutes, Alburnett as well as Troy Mills by about 8:50. We also have, again, that other warning that we've been tracking here to the south, including the Shellsburg area, also near Palo. That one is one that the same one that kind of went through the Dicer area here earlier, and we've continued to see areas of rotation with this storm. We'll look at that here, looking like actually that rotation now kind of moving up off just to the north, and that's probably why we have that new warning. So this is really the best area of rotation that we have here, right along Lewis Access Road near Lewis Bottoms Access County Park for us there, just off to the west of I-380 at this point. So along the I-380 corridor, if you know anyone traveling in that area for us here at this point, certainly want to make sure that they are made aware of that. Maybe give them a call if you know that of someone traveling in that area. Let's check out this updated warning for you here. So that one, again, off to the south between Shellsburg and Toddville, looking like it is moving to the east at about 25 miles per hour for that confirmed funnel cloud from weather spotters. Again, continuing to see that radar indicated rotation with this storm, and looking like it will continue pushing to the east about 25 miles per hour. Not seeing any other information in that warning text for us here at this time. So as we take a wider look one more time, showing you, maybe if we actually can do that, showing you again all of that we have across the area. Quite a bit of rain, but the only warnings we have are those ones just moving out of Benton County into Lynn County, as well as the activity just into Marshall County, so far on the western sides of eastern Iowa for us here at this time. But the area that we're certainly most concerned with here at this time, again, Benton and Lynn counties, we do have that radar indicated rotation, as well as the visual confirmation of some funnel clouds from spotters. But it's 8:30. We're losing daylight here pretty quick. So we may not get much more of that visual confirmation from our spotters here than that funnel cloud. That may be all we get from this. Also, with all of the rain that we have to deal with, kind of tricky to see much more than that. Also looking like just about 8:30, we got a report from near Center Point of a funnel cloud extending about halfway to the ground. So certainly a healthy funnel cloud, it would sound like, near the Center Point area. Again, that just 4 minutes ago. So here's obviously the area that we're looking at. If we turn on our velocity and show you exactly what it is that we're looking at. That funnel cloud reported 3 miles south and west of Center Point. That's exactly where we're looking at that kind of center of rotation, again, right along Lewis Access Road, and now moving along I-380 for us here, continuing to push off to the east at about, I think it was 25 miles per hour or 30 miles per hour, moving to the east. So again, just to the south of Center Point for us. If you're in Lynn County, you know, if you've heard those sirens go off, if you've had your weather radio go off now a second or third time because of those warnings getting reissued, that activity stays near the Center Point and Shellsburg areas, not including Cedar Rapids for us here at this time.
And as we take a look at pinpoint Doppler radar, here's the line of storms that continue to push across eastern Iowa, and why we've been on with you live since 4:30 this afternoon. We're now nearing just past the 4-hour mark on our severe weather coverage here on TV9. You'll notice that rain is extending from areas of Wisconsin all the way back down toward Des Moines. Along that, we have areas that Jan was just pointing out and pinpointing for us very nicely of some of those most severe threats out there. A couple of other things we need to concern ourselves with that we've been watching is the rainfall. Let's take a look at the precipitation rate that we're seeing right now in these storms as they've been pushing through the area. And again, we'll just pinpoint a couple of areas. The warning's still in effect, as we can see, for areas of Benton and Lynn County. We'll take that off right now and just look at some of the precipitation rates, which could indicate areas that we may potentially see a bit of flash flooding as that storm continues to evolve and move over some area. Areas of Lynn County right now reporting almost a 2-inch an hour precipitation rate, about 1 inch an hour across areas of Buchanan County in some of the storms, about an inch an hour as well across areas of northern Dubuque County or northern Benton County, northern Dubuque County, about 1.5 inches of rain per hour. So again, some very, very heavy rain certainly possible. Here's a look at some of our rainfall totals estimated as we move through about the last 6 hours, and you'll see that that's been true across a good share north of Highway 30. That's where we've been concentrating most of this activity. Not much has moved into the Cedar Rapids area downtown. Northern Lynn County just starting to see some of that precipitation, but widespread areas of at least 1.5 to 2 inch rains reported across eastern Iowa already as these storms have moved through. And you see as we move toward areas back toward just to the southeast of Ames into Marshall County, that's where we have that flash flood warning in effect, and for good reason. Radar estimates some 4-inch rainfall totals in those areas and close to 3 inches in some spots of eastern Iowa as well. So rainfall totals have been impressive, and as more rain moves through, it's certainly something that we need to concern ourselves with if the potential for flash flooding does exist. So keep that in mind as well. We are expecting a heavy rain threat to continue.
Let's take a look at the Hiawatha City Cam. Finally was able to get it repositioned. We're looking at the most dangerous portion of the storm off to the northwest of Hiawatha. You can see Interstate 380 on the lower left portion of your screen. So we're looking north along that effectively, and that's where you see the most dangerous area of the storm. If we can get on the wall here real quick, I can point out the features that we're watching and keeping a close eye on. The general structure here is of a supercell thunderstorm. You can see that with the sort of scooped edges to that updraft in the thunderstorm, which we're looking at. We've got a very good picture of it, and there are some low-hanging areas on those clouds as well, especially on the right-hand side of your picture. Let me get my drawing tool out here. So this might be the area that we're most concerned with right now, and that's the area that's showing the strongest rotation about southeast of the Center Point area, right along Interstate 380 right now at this hour. And we've got an eye on it. So if there's something happening, there are some trees in the foreground, we'll have a pretty good shot at it, at least as long as we still have daylight. Another area near Vinton is a spot that's seeing some lowerings as well. There was an area of rotation that was trying to get organized in that area. Again, feels like Vinton just can't catch a break tonight, but it appears to have weakened a bit, which is good news for the folks in Vinton, not seeing the same sort of picture there that we saw really not that long ago even. Let's just take a quick look at our Marion City Cam for a different angle, the same view of that storm. You can see again a lowering to the left of that tower there. And then you can see that right there is the area of the storm that we're keeping a close eye on, and that's what the National Weather Service is most concerned with too. I think Hiawatha probably has the best view of it though. Looking off to the north and northeast, you see that storm pretty intense. Certainly has the threat to produce another tornado.
And you mentioned those two areas of rotation. If we take a look at Max 1, you'll see that one of those, as you said, near the Center Point area, also right near Interstate 380, which we're looking at. And here's that second one, back off now to the east of Vinton. Again, not as impressive back toward Vinton, a little stronger as we head toward Center Point, as that storm would indicate that Corey showed us live on our Hiawatha City Cam, but certainly two areas worth watching as well as that storm continues to move off toward the east. As far as warnings in that area, yes, there's a tornado warning that does continue for that area as a result of the rotation within that storm. As you can see, that extends up toward Alburnett, moving toward Central City, south of Walker, eventually would head up toward the Coggin area if that movement continues off toward the north and east, and that rotation holds together as well. Other than that, large portion of Lynn County also under a severe thunderstorm warning as the storm moves through. Some heavy rain, some frequent lightning certainly possible as that system evolves and moves to the south. Just a reminder again, we've been doing this from time to time. Where is that safest area to go when severe weather moves through? Make sure you go to a safe place. Where do you need to go? Lowest level of your home or whatever structure you happen to be in. Get under something sturdy. Maybe under a heavy table, under a heavy bench, under the stairs. That would be another spot to look. Make sure you grab your bike helmet and put that on as you head downstairs. Cover yourself with blankets, pillows, towels, something to prevent anything that might blow around from hitting you and hurting you. Avoid windows, doors, and outside walls. Do not stand on your porch and take pictures of the storm. Get inside. No basement. Small interior room is the best place for you to be. Numerous ways for you to receive our watches, warnings, as well as ways to connect with us when we are doing continuous coverage. You can download the First Alert Weather app. It gives you streaming coverage. Visit kcrg.com for streaming coverage as well. Facebook, Twitter. Don't rely on that for your severe weather information. Great place to post information after that storm passes, and you can safely put some pictures or videos up. And then also tune into our radio partners across eastern Iowa who take our severe weather coverage live, so you can get that in many, many different ways. But again, we continue to watch as we have since early this afternoon. Once these storms developed, they evolved quickly and continue to move off toward the east. Not incredibly fast, but enough that we have had damage reports. We have crews in Waverly, we have crews in Dysart right now, crews elsewhere across eastern Iowa, watching and seeing what damage has occurred, and we'll certainly have reports coming up on our news tonight after the game. Do want to remind you as well, if you're still tuning in looking for the NBA Finals, they are broadcast live right now on KCRG 9.2. So again, NBA Finals airing live on KCRG 9.2, or you can also stream that on the ESPN app. KCRG 9.2, the place to go for Game 4, the Bucks-Suns Finals.
We'd actually take Max 2 real quick and look at a new severe thunderstorm warning. That does include parts of Marshall County, again, this big area of storms that has developed northeast of the Des Moines metro area, and some very heavy rainfall in southern Marshall County. I believe officially they're going to let this tornado warning expire. The threat for tornadoes has diminished here, but the threat for additional severe weather reports still continues for the Marshalltown area. That warning goes until, let me look at it real quick, it goes until 9:45. So that's an entire hour. That storm's going to be hanging around with the potential for 60-mile-per-hour winds in the Marshalltown area, as well as State Center, Melbourne, Haverhill, heading toward the Montour area, but that's in Tama, but it'll take a little time for it to get there as these storms are moving very slowly. The biggest threat we have now at this hour, though, is the storm in northern Linn County, which is producing, or has the potential to produce a tornado. Thus, a tornado warning continues for areas in northern Linn County. Center Point, the edge of Alburnett included. It's that area of rotation that's to the west of Alburnett that's moving off to the east and northeast. That is the biggest threat right now. So that is moving at a speed of, I believe, still about 20 miles per hour.
Moving east at 30 miles per hour
Okay.
now. It'll be in the Alburnett and Troy Mills area by about 8:50. So we're here within the next 7 minutes is what we're looking at for those areas.
Yep, real soon. So we'll just add a pretty broad storm track here and get as many communities as we can that could potentially be affected by this. So Alice, right on your doorstep, as well as Alburnett, like Jan was saying, it's going to be there really soon. Central City at 9:12. Prairieburg, which is, I believe, probably just a bit outside of this warning, but if this storm maintains its strength, it would be until about 9:30 tonight. And so that is another area where we have to watch out for the threat for a potential tornado. Let's take another look at our Hiawatha City Cam, which had a good view of that earlier. That's actually pulling up radar. There we go. Hiawatha City Cam, losing that light. So we're having a bit of trouble keeping a good eye on this at this point, just because it's getting too dark, and we can turn up the intensity a bit. Let's see if this helps. Made a little bit of difference. We can see it a little bit better than we could, but that's the rotating area of the thunderstorm. Unfortunately, the trees in the foreground are preventing us from seeing if there is a lowering or a funnel cloud associated with it. Right now, this storm is a radar indicated storm. It looks like our Marion City Cam needs a little help. But
I can take over and show a couple pictures while I get some city cams
Yeah, why don't
arranged
you,
if you'd
Jan?
like. So yeah, right now what we're looking at here is a picture from the Manchester reported tornado. This one's sent in from Keegan in that area. So you can kind of see that tornado there on the far right side of the screen reaching to the ground. Obviously, again, we do have crews on the way to all of these areas, but we won't have any real confirmation on anything until on any, what level tornado that is until the National Weather Service is able to do their storm surveys starting tomorrow. But with so much activity, it may take a little bit of time for all of those to be completed for us here. We also have now a couple reports of some flooding coming in from the River Valley campground. Jody sending us these pictures and another picture also coming in from Jody from the River Valley campground. So kind of like we've been talking about here through the evening, as that tornado threat dies out, we're starting to look at more of a threat for some localized areas of flash flooding. I also want to show you this new severe thunderstorm warning that was just issued for Poweshiek as well as Tama counties. This one does have that tornado possible tag on it, so do want to make sure that everyone is aware of that, certainly that possibility. Northern Poweshiek as well as southern Tama counties included in this until 9:30 here this evening. 60-mile-per-hour winds, as well as, again, that possibility of radar indicated rotation, which is why we have that tornado possible tag on it. That severe thunderstorm located about 8 miles to the north of Grinnell, moving to the east at about 30 miles per hour for us. We'll Joe, go check out that velocity. I haven't looked at it here myself yet, but not seeing anything great at this time, but certainly we do have a couple areas that we'll want to monitor, and that is certainly why we do have that tornado possible tag on it, kind of right on the border of those two warnings that we'll continue to monitor here as we head through the rest of the evening.
Why don't we take a look at that Marion City Cam now. I've got it repositioned so it's no longer pointing down at the roof, and we can see that same area. And again, we're going to need some lightning strikes to help to illuminate it, but this is the same view of the storm, just a different angle that we had from our Hiawatha City Cam of the dangerous rotating part of the storm. Not seeing a distinct funnel cloud or tornado there, but certainly it does carry the potential. It does have that shape of a rotating updraft. If you've seen one, you sort of recognize it. This is looking well to the north and west of Marion. This is the rotating area that's east of Center Point, northwest of Alburnett, and that's the area of the storm that is most dangerous in north central Lynn County. I'm trying to turn up the exposure a little bit here. That didn't make that much of a difference. Again, the daylight trouble is going to be a little bit of a challenge going forward, but with lightning strikes, which there is frequent lightning with the storm, you can see the outline of that shape right in the center of your picture. And that is a wall cloud for sure. And based on radar data and based on reports from spotters, it does have rotation in it, which is why that tornado warning continues. Again, that most dangerous portion of the storm just near Alburnett, or 15 miles north of Cedar Rapids, moving east. Second possible tornado, according to the National Weather Service, with their latest update, is just east of Urbana. So that's actually that area of rotation we were talking about that was near Vinton earlier, sort of developing. They're now highlighting both areas. So if you are in Center Point, rather, that would be an area where you need to start to seek shelter as well. Alice, that area is right on top of you, and areas between Center Point and Urbana, right along Interstate 380. Both communities still continue to seek shelter as we sort of have two areas of rotation that have developed now. That second one on the backside near Vinton has moved off to the northeast and solidified a little bit. And then the second one, which we were watching on our Marion City Cam near Alice, the primary one that is a little bit stronger, frankly, of a signature in that area.
Yeah, obviously it's getting dark. It's getting harder to see everything. We're having the exact same problems that you're having as you look out your window. So you may not be able to see stuff. We also can't see stuff as well. So we're going to start getting fewer and fewer reports, and it's going to be harder and harder to confirm these things. And that's when things turn a little bit more dangerous for us in terms of we just can't see and confirm those tornadoes, because we can't see them, it's harder. Obviously we can have those radar indicated warnings, but without that confirmation, it can be a little trickier just to confirm that the threat is actually there. But obviously, the radar indicated rotation, we have that for a reason. The science is there. That's why we are here and telling you about these things. So we want to make sure that you are aware of these things. If we run over to Max 3 here quick, I can show you kind of an evolution of what we've been seeing over the last couple of hours. We've been seeing all of these different storm reports kind of popping up on the radar picture, lots and lots of reported tornadoes, but not a lot of other stuff. We're not seeing much in terms of heavy rainfall, not seeing much in terms of hail or anything like that.
Can we go to Max 3, please?
So as we've gone through this event, there we are. So we haven't seen a whole lot of other severe weather at this point, just a lot of those funnel reports, a lot of those tornado reports. And you can see this as it kind of loops through over the last 6 hours or so as that progression starts in central Iowa, just on the cusp of our viewing area, and moves through the area. We continue to see those funnel clouds and those tornado reports popping up here. And a lot of these we have had visual confirmation on. We've seen the tornado pictures coming in for us here as we've gone through the evening hours. So quite a bit of activity that we continue to track. We'll do another quick tour of those current warnings for you at this time. Again, that tornado warning for Benton and Lynn County still in effect until 9 p.m. for us here. And it looks like we may have, let's see what that was. Okay. Again, Benton and Lynn County warning is still in effect for us here at this time. And we continue to track that activity in the Center Point area as we put that velocity back on. There it is. You can see, again, those two separate areas of rotation near Center Point and near the Alice area, just off to the west of Center Point, just off to the east of the Alice area. Either way, if you are in or around this area, make sure you are in your safe place, as well as the areas surrounded by that severe thunderstorm warning, because that is where we are seeing the potential maybe for still some gusty winds. We'll push off a little further to the south and show you the rest of those warnings. Again, most of those off into Tama and Marshall County at this point, looking at 60-mile-per-hour winds with those small hail, as well as that rotation still possible. We haven't been seeing it here at this point, but that certainly is possible for us at this time. I do want to go highlight the severe thunderstorm watch for us here, as it does look like we're starting to drop off a couple of counties. So the Waterloo area looking like Black Hawk County, Bremer County, Butler County, you guys are starting to get dropped off of this tornado watch as that threat has moved past the area. I wouldn't be surprised if those areas just off to the north in Floyd and Chickasaw County also get dropped. They are in a separate National Weather Service office, so that's why it does look a little funky on the map at this point. But again, as that line continues to progress, we'll pop that radar up here for you as those storms are now moving out of that area, continuing to the east pretty well. That part of our northwestern zone now looking like you are out of this severe weather threat at this point, but looking like the rest of us still dealing with this threat as we head through the evening and into the overnight.
I want to really pinpoint again those areas of rotation that Jan had just been talking about. And again, it's the tornado warning that continues until 9 o'clock. So that would go for about the next 7 minutes, but that rotation holds. You know what's going to happen. They're going to extend this a little bit farther off toward the north and east. Central City Road and Troy Mills Road, just off to the east of Alice. That's one area that we're seeing some of that rotation. That would move it again toward areas near Paris Road, eventually up toward Troy Mills or Coggin Road as it moves off toward the east. And that second area of rotation right along North Center Point Road, Lewis Access Road, just off now to the east of Urbana Road, Interstate 380. That's that second area of rotation where the only tornado warning that's left across eastern Iowa after numerous tornado warnings were in effect throughout as these storms move through across most of our area at one time or another. Again, as we take a wide picture, you do notice these showers and storms do continue, moving off toward the east and southeast. They're moving fairly slowly. As a result, we're going to expect some heavier rains along and north of Highway 30. Right now, the majority of the activity is along and north of Interstate 80, maybe a few very isolated sprinkles or so south of the Iowa City area, nothing more than that. Some strong cells moving through Tama County as well at the present time. Certainly producing some very, very heavy rains as they move through Tama and Sheridan right now. We are expecting again to see some very heavy rainfall reports, but do have nothing in the way to indicate any rotation in that storm, which is good news in the sense that we don't have that tornadic storm to worry about. But as it does move through, expect, as with any thunderstorm, some gusty winds could develop. So again, until 9 o'clock at least, we are with you as these storms continue to show some signs of rotation as they move just off to the west of Central City, move just off to the east of the Center Point area, likely passing somewhere between the Walker and Coggin area as that movement continues within the next hour or so.
Let me take a look at Max 2 real quick. Got that first lead area of rotation visible there, and you have to bear with me for a second, wait for a lightning strike. I've already changed the camera settings a bit to try to get a better picture. Well, every once in a while you can see right in the center of your picture that lowering. That is the wall cloud, the rotating wall cloud with this storm. Pretty significant rotation as Joe was showing you on Pinpoint Doppler.
That was impressive there.
Yep, and you can see on the very right-hand side of it where it gets a little bit lower. And so that's the area that's approaching Central City that we are concerned with for the potential that could develop a tornado out of that. It's pretty far north of Marion. If you're in Marion, you're not in this tornado warning. Just because we're showing the city cam from there doesn't mean that you're included, but it's got our best view, a pretty high perch there that gives us a really distant view there of that rotating updraft. Again, aided only by lightning at this point. Can't even turn the camera gain up high enough to get a shot of it otherwise, because again, sun has set at this point. So we're just dealing with the ability to get that ground truth. Like Jan was saying, sometimes you just have to rely on chance at this point, and that makes these situations a little extra dangerous, frankly, because again, we never advise that you wait until you can see something before you react to it, but we do want you to keep a close eye on these warnings, because that is the most dangerous part of the storm that we were looking at, and that's where a tornado warning has been issued for 9:45 for portions of Lynn. So again, north of Alburnett, center point to Central City, as well as Coggin, and that includes very southern portions of Delaware, just up toward the Ryan area. That's for this storm that, as Joe was pointing out, has 2 areas of rotation on it, and we'll take a close look at that again, just to highlight where those potential tornadic portions of the storm are. Just want to make sure that they aren't showing an actual detection. No, this is still radar detected. One tornado was located over Paris, moving northeast at 30 miles per hour. The second area of rotation to the west, located over Center Point, or just north of it rather, moving northeast at 30 miles per hour. So they're moving to the same speed. Also had the same report of that rotating wall cloud, which we saw very easily on our city cam. And let's take a look. I'm just going to loop it once here to see exactly which direction they're moving, and we will take a new storm track. So they're moving a bit north of east at this point. Central City, you're in line for that first area of rotation very, very soon. Coggin at 9:05. Areas to the northeast of there near Baker Park at 9:21. Same as Prairieburg. Hopkinton, you're looking at 9:56. Monticello, not in this warning, but if this storm maintains its strength, which we are thinking that it might at this point, at least for the near future, we would see that storm entering the Monticello area just after 10. Second area of rotation, back to the west, near the Center Point area. Let's put on the, let's switch over to velocity mode again and just look at that straight away. We'll put a storm track on that second area, basically tracking very similarly to the first area. So if you were basically in that area, don't get out of shelter after that first timeline passes, because Central City at 9:25, the second potential tornado will be in your area again. So you're already there now. And then as we go forward, Prairieburg 9:42 again, that's about 20 minutes later. So we have 2 areas of rotation that we're particularly concerned with, and they are moving through the northern portion of Lynn County. You can see them swirling there, and they've actually, frankly, strengthened a little bit over the last 5 to 10 minutes, even though we're losing that daytime heating, which we often talk about as a key to perhaps losing some of the punch to these storms. But there is enough energy that we built up during the day. This is still an undisturbed atmosphere mostly in this area, still getting that clean inflow of warm and humid air, as well as the wind in the lower and upper levels, just benefiting that twisting of that storm.
If we want to switch over to Max 3, I've got a video that came in from the Manchester area of the reported tornado up there. You can kind of see it kind of coming down from the cloud there just now, and eventually there we are touching down, and then kind of going through that field over there, and then that video kind of loops through for a little bit, showing that tornado as it kind of continues to track across that field in that area. So again, we have several areas of tornadoes that have been able to touch down, that have been able to do some pretty good damage across eastern Iowa for us here at this time. So I just wanted to show that. And again, as we lose that daylight, as we lose that visual confirmation, just kind of a reminder that we do still have storms that have been able to produce tornadoes, that have been consistently producing those tornadic touchdowns across all of eastern Iowa, as they've really tracked from the I-35 corridor all the way to where they are now. We've been seeing those funnel reports, those tornado reports throughout that entire time frame. So again, we're losing that ability as it gets dark to actually visually confirm those, but that's why we have radar. That's why we have that velocity scope that we continue to pull up here from time to time, and that is so that we can continue to keep you safe and give you that best warning as possible to let you know that there is rotation and that there is dangerous weather headed your way.
And I want to point out exactly where the severe thunderstorm warning is or the tornado warning is located across Lynn County. It does not include Cedar Rapids. As Corey's been mentioning, it does not include Marion. It is across northern Lynn County, where we do have indications that the sirens are sounding in northern Lynn County with that tornado warning that has been issued. It extends from Center Point, including Central City, as well as Coggan, goes up to Ryan as you head into southern areas of Delaware County. Now, again, we'll kind of pinpoint that area a little bit closer for you, and you'll see that right near Alburnett, kind of be on the watch that, Castle Grove, Cass, those are areas that we have to watch, and as Corey was mentioning, into areas of Jones County, Monticello, then you get into southern areas of Delaware with Hopkitten, eventually toward Cascade as well. If this rotation continues to hold its strength, those are the areas that would be next in line as this storm moves through. They have been fairly slow moving in nature. This one moving at
30 miles.
30, okay, yeah. 30 miles per hour with this storm. And again, there's two areas of rotation that we've been watching and continue to watch as they've developed back toward the Vinton area. Much stronger rotation right now showing up just off to the east of Center Point. Again, if it's moving at about 30 miles per hour, let's go ahead and put a little track on that, because that looks a bit stronger in nature. Could easily be putting something down. And we'll track it off, let's say for about the next 40 minutes or so. That would take it to Paris Access at 9:12. Central City, again, you may be seeing some of that rotation now. You're seeing more coming at 9:17. Baker Park at 9:27. Prairieburg at 9:28. Cass at 9:35. And Castle Grove, again, those outside the warning area, at 9:39. So something you really want to watch. We'll pinpoint that strongest area of rotation for you right now, as it has certainly tightened up since we joined you and we came on with this warning. Very near Alice, just off near North Center Point Road, right along Central City Road as it heads toward Rogers. Troy Mills Road as well, and then again heading towards Central City as well as Paris. Make sure you are in a safe area up toward Coggan Road. Troy Mills, it looks like maybe just south of you, and then heading toward Highway 13 with Central City and Coggan in the way as this storm continues to move through. So watch in those areas, Central City, Coggan, Alice. You should be in your safe area now. There's a bit of rotation near Paris Road and Highway 13, much stronger rotation showing up. Troy Mills down toward Alice, right along Central City Road. And again, this warning goes until 9:45.
Looking at the Marion City Cam again on Max 2. Trying to catch a view of that second area of rotation, as Joe said, which looks much stronger at this point. Needing to rely again on lightning strikes. We did get a report from a few minutes ago of a broadly rotating funnel that was in the Paris area. So that was that first area of rotation that we've been talking about. That was about halfway to the ground, according to the report, but did not reach the ground. If we pan over to the right a little bit again, we can see that first area of rotation again. It's being highlighted a little bit better by those lightning strikes in the area, but it doesn't look, well, there it is. It actually does look still pretty well defined. So we do have two threat areas in northern Lynn County at this hour. So if you're basically anywhere along Central City Road and points to the north in Lynn County, you'll want to be in shelter right about now, because there will be no indication of this storm coming to you because of the darkness, and both areas, frankly, have a pretty strong threat of producing a tornado. Perhaps particularly the second area at this point, just based on its radar presentation, but both areas still carry that threat.
Do want to let you know that we have some reports of damage in the Manchester area on the south side of town near the Casey's. We have crews from KMCH that are going to check that out for us, our radio partners in Manchester. We appreciate their partnership and appreciate their help in reporting that. That, again, some damage near the Casey's on the south side of Manchester. Also want to remind you that when you make sure you have multiple ways to get watches and warnings, make sure you have many ways to connect with us as well. There are many places you can find our streaming severe weather coverage. And we all joined you, Corey, Jan, and I, at about 4:30. We've been on the First Alert Weather app ever since, streaming that coverage. We've been on KCRG.com with streaming coverage, Facebook, as well as Twitter with some posts with some of the damage reports that have been out. Tune into our radio partners as well. We mentioned KMCH, other radio partners, KDTH, KXEL, as well as WMT. Make sure you tune into our radio partners as well for continuous severe weather coverage. We appreciate their partnership. We appreciate you choosing us as well for your severe weather coverage. Again, though, damage reported, and we're checking on that. We'll have some reports coming up on our newscast. Also want to remind you that NBA Finals are being broadcast live on KCRG 9.2. So again, those NBA Finals that you may have tuned in about an hour ago, the Bucks and Suns game, Game 4 of the championship round of the Finals, being broadcast live again on KCRG 9.2. Pretty impressive lightning within the storm. Do you want to maybe go to the weather wall, Corey, and kind of try to point something out based on when that lightning actually happens, so you can actually kind of maybe quickly show something?
Sure, if we can get to Max 2 again and perhaps power up the weather wall for a minute. And it's going to be, again, literally a split-second situation here where this area in the east, that is the first area of rotation. You can see the bottom of the storm there. Wait for a flash. You can kind of see the outline of it there. And then it extends to the higher level there. Then we're looking off to the northwest, where that second area of rotation, not seeing as much lightning associated with it, which is particularly interesting because it's producing this stronger rotation at this hour. But those two areas visible from our Marion City cam progressing off to the east-northeast. Again, you catch those flashes, and you can kind of see it right there. Yeah,
just when you need one.
Yep,
there you
exactly.
go. You can really see the one near your hand
sort
right
of a
now
scoop
when you see
little
it.
edge there, and that's kind of the portion of the storm that we would be concerned with. Not getting as great illumination on the further west area of rotation, but that's the one that, at least at this point, does show a bit stronger of a signature. But not to discount the one in the front either, because both are pretty strong at this hour. Our Marion City cam captures that pretty well.
And again, as you and Jan have pointed out, harder to see certainly at night. That's the trouble that spotters have as well that go out. We need the eyes out there. The spotters are out watching this, but they then again, as you are right now, have to use that lightning to be able to see what's happening in that storm and get that quick illumination of the base of the storm to see if anything happens to be out there. Those two areas of rotation certainly do continue in the storm. One near the Coggin area with that warning continuing until 9:45. The second west of Central City. Movement has been very, very slow at all. As the system has been moving in, we'll kind of pinpoint both areas for you. One just south of the Coggin area, right near Paris Road, Paris Axard, the Millard Preserve. As we see, that goes right along Highway 13 up to Coggin, nearing Prairieburg and Prairieburg Road. And then we go farther back off toward the west, near Alice and Central City Road, North Alburnett Road, Troy Mills Road. Again, in the far, far western portion of that warning box in northern areas of Lynn County. This does not include, again, City of Cedar Rapids, Robbins, Springville. It does include areas of southern Delaware County as that rotation may move just to the south of Ryan at the present time. New severe thunderstorm warning just been issued. This is a severe thunderstorm warning. No tornado possible. It's the first one of many that we've seen, which again could indicate kind of an evolving situation farther down toward the southern storms. This is for Benton and Iowa County. So that includes southern Benton, northern Iowa County, Williamsburg, Marengo, Belle Plaine, right up to Van Horn included. This is for 60-mile-per-hour winds, some heavy rain, some frequent lightning, but again, it's mainly for some 60-mile-per-hour winds. That storm off to the west continues to move through. Let's go ahead and put a storm track on it for you. We'll project about a 35-mile-per-hour movement. That would move it through Brooklyn about 9:09, Belle Plaine at 9:18, Victor at 9:30, Ledore at 9:44, Marengo at 9:56, the Amanas right about 9:10 through 10:10 to about 10:30 as that storm continues to evolve and move. Heavy rain, frequent lightning, some gusty winds possible as that storm moves across areas of Benton as well as Iowa County. That again, a severe thunderstorm warning. Just for the wind. They did not include a tornado possible tag, indicating that the rotation in that part of the storm, again, not strong enough to indicate anything as far as tornadic formation.
If we head over to Max 3, I can show you a couple new pictures that we're getting in from our TV9 viewers. This one sent in from the Shellsburg area by Jacob, and you can kind of see that supercell there, the entire storm off in the distance there, as well as that lightning strike. Both are certainly things here that we are now highlighting again, that supercell is the main area of that storm that's able to potentially produce that tornadic activity. And we're also talking about that frequent lightning becoming a concern for us here as well as that heavy rainfall concern. Another shot of the storm clouds coming in from Jared in the Vinton area. You can see that lowering there just to the right of those power poles. And that is obviously that area that we would be looking at for that rotation and that potential for a tornado to reach to the ground. I did show this picture earlier, but I want to show it one more time because this is what we're headed toward here now, is that heavy rain event. So this one sent in from Jody in the Wadena area there at the River Valley Campground. Now as we start to see those areas of rain continuing to move over the same areas, especially there kind of just along and north of I-80. That's an area I think that we've seen a little bit of rain kind of in the same area for some time. Those are the areas that we're looking at for that concern for some flash flooding. In fact, we do have a flash flood warning there just off to the west that is just kind of to the south of the Ames area and covering parts of Jasper and Polk, Story, and Marshall counties at this point. So again, as this system kind of evolves, we're looking at things starting to wind down a little bit in terms of that tornadic activity, but still dealing with that wind threat, still dealing with that heavy rain and that frequent lightning as we continue through the overnight hours.
And we just got an update from the National Weather Service in the Quad Cities for that northern Lynn County warning in the Paris area. It looks like the public did report a brief tornado touchdown, and that storm moving to the east still at 30 miles per hour. Take a look at Max 2, please. We've got that storm pinpointed there, another area of rotation near Coggin as well. So there just have been occasional reports from spotters and the public, according to the National Weather Service, of a tornado in that region. Thanks, Jim.
Can we take Max 2?
There we go. So it's that area still near Paris where we're watching the rotation highlighted here just northwest of Central City, where that latest report came in. This area right here that is continuing to move off to the east at 30 miles per hour. Been pretty consistent over the last little while. So let's put a storm track, pull the velocity back up. There's your storm track. Off to the east or so. It's been a little bit north of east too. So we'll go over the next hour or so. Get you through Coggin at about 9:17, Central City at 9:19. Prairieburg, you've been mentioned a couple times tonight at the 9:35 mark. And then Cass, I believe you are outside of the warning at 9:49, certainly past the expiration time of this warning. But don't be shocked if that gets extended, if this storm continues to hold its strength, which it has. It's been going through a couple of different cycles, and we can see maybe that leading edge area of rotation that's just east of Coggin, just near Monticello Road and Highway 13. That is an area that appears like it may be strengthening up a little bit again. So this storm still could produce a tornado in that area. So if you're in Coggin, seek shelter. Paris area, again, Paris access, which we mentioned a couple of times. North of Central City, folks in Central City, still a good idea to seek shelter at this point as that storm progresses off to the east. Yeah, still the Weather Service confirming kind of what we're seeing. It's just that the environment for now still supportive of the potential for tornadoes. Now, eventually we will get past that point tonight where we will stabilize the lowest levels of the atmosphere where tornadoes take place, and that threat will pass. But for now, that threat is still very present in northern Lynn County and including southern Delaware County. Don't forget that, south of the Ryan area in that Iowa Highway 13 region near that rotation just east of Coggin as this storm progresses off to the east.
Again, that line of storms and stuff is going to continue to move off toward the east. You're looking at our Marion City Cam right now, showing some of that lightning certainly in the distance. We are continuing to watch that storm as it moves out. Corey pointed to some of the lowering with that storm as it's moved off, again, slowly toward the east. They've been moving at about 30 miles per hour or so as those storms have moved east. So again, that will also indicate the potential for some heavy rains in some of the storms. We do have more, and we'll kind of give you a little radar tour as we move through southern Clayton County. It's kind of an isolated area right now. Northwest zone, you've dried out. You're going to watch some areas of northerly winds start to move your way as the cold front continues to approach. From Elkport over to Cassville and Colesburg, there are some moderate areas of rain as we move across Dubuque County right now. Dubuque, you haven't seen a lot. There's been some rain in the area, but The heavier rains certainly are back off toward your west, as you can see across Delaware and just exiting areas of Dubuque County. Let's put radar back on there and remove the warning for the present time. Colesburg to Manchester over to Dundee, just east of Independence near Rowley down to Ryan. That's where we find some areas of heavy rain. And again, we're looking at some showers and storms producing that rotation. We'll take a look at it in a second across areas of northern Lynn County. That stretching from Coggin back towards Center Point, Coggin, Central City, some of those areas really involved in that. Then we move farther toward the west and south. Vincent saw some storms move through earlier with rotation. We go down toward Belle Plaine. You do have a severe thunderstorm warning that continues near Van Horn all the way down toward Marengo into Williamsburg, northern areas of Iowa County as that whole complex moves through. Now that's moving over the same area and continuing to develop farther back toward the west. That could eventually be an area that sees more flash flooding. There's a flash flood warning in effect for areas of Marshall County and points back off toward the west. Notice the severe thunderstorm warnings now across areas of southern Tama, northern Poweshiek, northern Iowa, as well as areas of southern Benton County. That's in effect until 10 o'clock tonight, mainly for some gusty winds in the storm, but also don't forget, very areas of heavy rain are possible. Now, as far as the tornado warning, yep, there you see Central City over to Ryan, including Coggin. That's where the warning is in effect. That's where you need to still continue to be in your safe area. And we kind of pinpoint that area for you as well, give you a better indication of where that rotation is. And we still see two areas of rotation. One of those areas, as we can see now, just off to the east of Coggin along Monticello Road, maybe where it connects with Highway 13. That's where we're finding some rotation in this storm, again rotating around with the potential that we could see some of that activity once again move toward areas of Monticello Road and then up toward Ryan into southern areas of Delaware County. Then that second area of rotation we've been watching as well, that near Paris Road and Highway 13 heading again toward the Coggin area. All of these certainly have that potential to produce tornado just based on that strength of the rotation. Do have a spotter report near Paris, which we talked about earlier as well, of a funnel cloud that was close to the ground along Paris Road. Darkness making it difficult to see if it's reaching the ground. Of course, we've been talking about that as well, as it's very difficult to see storms touching the ground if they are, again, in the darkness. That's why you really have to rely on radar. The radar kind of echoes that we're looking at, the potential with the wind in that storm, how it's moving. That's kind of what you can determine to say, hey, there may be a tornado there. And because of the strength of the storm and the history of the storms as well, I want to remind you that these storms have produced numerous funnel clouds, as well as areas that have had some tornadic touchdowns, some damage reports as well. Thankfully, so far, and I hope this continues, some minor areas of damage in most areas. There have been some more major damage. We've heard of a house destroyed up toward Bremer County, but many areas have reported some minor damage. We hope that we don't see many reports of major damage as these storms continue to evolve and move. Still showing strongest cells as we kind of look at lightning to see how strong those cells are moving in that area where we do have that rotation in place. Let's go ahead and put the lightning layer on. And there you see that's still a pretty strong and extensive cell that extends across northern areas of Lynn County, now into southern areas of Delaware County. The lightning really holding together, the energy within that system holding together as well. So that's what we expect to see when we have storms with some stronger rotation in them. Farther back toward the west, you have plenty of lightning in those storms as well as they move across areas. Now into areas of Benton County, just beginning to move to the Belle Plaine area. So again, those two warned areas still have some pretty strong storms in place. As far as what we've seen for rainfall totals, generally we've seen rainfall across the area anywhere from not much at all as you head farther to the south to as much as 4 inches as you head south of Marshalltown. So some pretty different rainfall amounts across the area, but some very heavy amounts. That's why the one flash flood warning has been put out for areas of Marshall County and points to the west, just staying just out of the TV9 viewing area.
If we head over to Max 3, I can talk a little bit about all that rain that we have been seeing here. That area that has that flash flood warning in effect there just off into Marshall County. We'll zoom in there and show you what exactly we've been seeing in that area. So this kind of purple bullseye there, radar estimates of almost 6 inches of rain, very locally again, obviously, but other areas a little more widespread, up to 3 or even 4 inches of rainfall in that kind of orangey color. So certainly some very heavy rainfall coming in to that area. And again, this is going to be our concern here moving forward, is that we have that potential for a little bit more of that flash flooding across parts of the rest of eastern Iowa there into, again, the Waterloo area and between Manchester as well. We're still seeing reports 2.5, 3.5, 4 inches of rainfall coming in to those areas. So certainly that ground now very saturated, and we're going to continue to see that rain here as these storms are kind of slow moving and continuing to push pretty well due east for us still. We continue to see that rain falling over those same areas, and that will continue to lead to that flash flooding concern as we head through the overnight hours here.
Let's take a look at what our model is expecting to happen as this storm continues to move down. We haven't looked at the future for a while as we've been on since 4:30, but let's just kind of move ahead in time. By 10 o'clock, as we can see, those storms still moving through the area, producing some heavy rain, potential for some severe weather as well. As we head toward 11:30, 12 o'clock, some scattered areas of showers and storms in the south, and it looks like in the south is the best chance to see more activity really redevelop overnight with some potential for some heavy rains. That would be along and south of Interstate 80. That takes us right into the morning hours of our Thursday, when we do find that rain still falling, and we'll see scattered thunderstorms as a possibility as we head through our Thursday, finally drying out. And as we head into Friday, we are going to see some quieter weather. In fact, as we take a look, once we get through tonight, our weather pattern really quiets down very nicely. There's a ridge of high pressure that's going to build into the area. As that ridge builds, we'll look at some drier conditions moving in for Friday, and then eventually as we head through the end of the weekend, we'll get to and jump above normal temperature-wise. But good news is it's going to stay very, very quiet, as we'll see some middle 80s across the area. Quiet in the sense of no severe weather. I know there are plenty of areas that still need precipitation because of the dry conditions that have been going on, but no severe weather as we head through next week, with the ridge of high pressure in place and pretty consistent readings, making it very July-like across all of eastern Iowa. Again, the reason we have been on the air is because of tornado warnings that started at 4:30 this afternoon, and those warnings still continue across the area. As you can see, we have some areas of showers and storms, and we'll give you a little wider view of this, give you a full look across the upper Midwest as to what we're seeing, so you know who's seeing the storms and who's not. We have some areas of storms that have also been strong across Wisconsin, now stretching from Green Bay all the way back down, as we can see, north of Madison. One tornado warning in effect for Columbia and Marquette County, that back near Lake Delton in the Wisconsin Dells area, in areas of Wisconsin. Then we head over toward Dubuque, northern Dubuque County, starting to see some heavier rains, a bit of rain showing up in Dubuque right now. Lighter rain, more heavier rain moving in, as we can see as we look farther back to the west across Delaware County. That activity eventually will move through. That tornado warning as mentioned. And then you see more of the heavier rains and the potential for some stronger winds as that storm moves back through areas of Benton as well as Iowa County. By 10 o'clock tonight, that storm probably moving and exiting, heading toward areas of southern Lynn and northern Johnson County, some of the areas that have been virtually untouched of the storms as we've moved through this area in this severe weather outbreak across portions of eastern Iowa. Again, reason we're on the air, tornado warning still in effect. Let's go ahead and pinpoint and take a look at where that rotation has moved now. See if it's remained as strong as it has. That would be an indication of what the Weather Service will do once this warning or this rotation itself moves out of the area. Still have two areas of rotation. One still significant. We still have some rotation as well to the north, so let's kind of pinpoint those areas for you. One looks like it's just off to the east of Coggin right now, north of Monticello Road, just to the near Highway 13, heading off into southern areas of Delaware County. So that's the one that could take it up toward the Ryan area. Farther to the south, the second area of rotation just off to the west of Prairieburg, just off from Highway 13 and Paris Road, and just north of Central City. That's kind of the area of the second area of rotation. Not quite as strong as it was before, but still strong enough to keep those warnings in place. So those two areas of rotation kind of holding themselves as those storms slowly move off to the east into areas of through northern Lynn toward Jones County, as well as into southern areas of Delaware County.
For a long time, we've kind of been talking about all of that activity staying along and north of I-80, and that does still appear to be the case for us. But as we check out Max 3, we can see that that radar picture showing us that warning there in Benton and Iowa counties. Again, obviously, the most active weather still on the western portion of that warning, but as it does continue to move off to the east, it will head towards the eastern airport and areas that, as Joe kind of mentioned, kind of virtually untouched so far by what we've seen today, at least. So North Liberty, Iowa City, you're going to start to see that rain activity moving into your area. Looking like this part of the storm moving east about 40 miles per hour, currently about 10 miles to the west of Marengo and near the Belle Plaine area at this time. So again, this a severe thunderstorm warning. We do not have that tornado possible tag on this, but still want to highlight that since we are starting to see areas that haven't been seeing that activity just yet getting into that more active weather. We also, obviously, again, still want to be highlighting that tornado warning for the north and eastern parts of Lynn County, as well as southern parts of Delaware County. That is going to be in effect for another 20 minutes or so, at least at this point, unless we get any further updates on that storm. Again, continuing to keep our eyes on that tornado warning now to the north of the Central City area, but moving to the north and east at about 30 miles per hour. Nothing observed here on this one in the recent past, but again, we have been losing that daylight, and we've had quite a few confirmed reports in the last couple of hours, at least, throughout these storms. So still want to make sure that everyone remains aware that we have that possibility, at least, of some rotation in the Prairie Bird and Coggin areas overall. We'll turn that velocity on for you here one more time. I know Joe just highlighted this, but I do want to reiterate that since, again, we're starting to wind down just a little bit, a few less warnings, but still obviously dealing with some pretty dangerous weather, now moving really pretty well into the Prairie Bird area for us. Again, though, this storm moving to the north and to the east, so hopefully skirting by that area and not actually impacting the town there. As we zoom back out, though, we'll show you one more time that wide view, and those are really the only couple warnings we have right now. We have that one tornado warning and those a few severe thunderstorm warnings that we kind of started with, but otherwise, most of these storms kind of turning a little more non-severe for us here at this point.
Keeping an eye on the city cams off the air here. We can go to Max 2, please. And Marion, same sort of view that we had before, where it's going to be dependent on lightning, but you can see that broad area of a lowering and rotation, the edge of it there. There, you got a good shot of it there with some lightning. That's the area of the storm that the National Weather Service is keeping an eye on. We're looking north, pretty much due north now out of Marion, and it's pretty far away from Marion. Again, Marion not included in this tornado warning. It's more up toward Prairie Bird, where we're seeing the most concerning portion of the storm right now, which is maintaining its rotation. We're also keeping an eye off the air, and I'll pull it up here real quick just to sort of illustrate the Marengo City Cam, where they have an area of strong winds potentially moving in right now. Not quite there, but that's that severe thunderstorm warning that Jan was highlighting. And another scene where it's very dark, of course, but you see those trees in the foreground holding their own and not blowing that hard, which is good. If we can keep those winds light, even though the radar does indicate that there are some potentially pretty strong winds with that secondary line that is moving through areas between about Interstate 80 and Highway 30 in Iowa County. That would be great if we could keep that damage down. We've had enough damage tonight. Let's not add to it, but we'll be keeping a close eye on that, as well as this Marion view, as well as pinpoint Doppler radar.
I did hear from our news partners at KMCH up in Manchester. They did report that the Delaware County Fairs we've been talking about did have to evacuate as the storms moved through, but everyone perfectly safe and fine. So they got through that, and they can continue tomorrow with a much more quiet weather pattern as the Delaware County Fair continues right into the weekend. Thanks again to KMCH, our radio partners, for that update for us. Also want to update you on some power outages. Have a report that we do have. Mid-American reporting about 3,000 customers in eastern Iowa without power, and Alliant Energy reporting about 2,000 customers without power as well. So again, power losses not uncommon as storms move through. Well, you said we'd be watching to see what would happen, and because that rotation remains strong, an extension of the tornado warning has been issued. Now, this is a tornado warning for portions of Delaware and Jones County. It's in effect until 10:15. So again, this goes until 10:15. Let's go ahead and kind of pinpoint the area under the warning first. It's that red box you see stretching from Worthington over to Scotch Grove, back to Castle Grove, and then as we head to the west of Hopkitten. Again, that's a new tornado warning that has been extended from that rotation we've been watching in Lynn County. This is now in effect until 10:15. So that would take us for the next 45 minutes. We're passing now our 5th hour of severe storm coverage here at TV9. Thank you for choosing us. We appreciate that. But there's what you see as far as the new tornado warning that has just been issued. Now again, we haven't had any confirmed tornado touchdown with this. We did have a funnel cloud report earlier. This has all been radar indicated rotation, and indeed, the radar indicated rotation has not yet moved into, but will soon move into that new area where that tornado warning is issued. Kind of pinpointed for you right now, the rotation that they're watching that prompted that next tornado warning near Prairieburg, near Monticello Road and Prairie Hills Road. That's really the area right now. The rotation farther to the north really becoming very weak or widespread in nature. It's the tighter rotation near the Prairieburg area that has prompted that warning. So again, until 10:15, new tornado warning has just been issued, and that again extends across areas of southern Delaware County, from Worthington through Hopkitten, all the way down through northern areas of Jones County, including Monticello, Scotch Grove, as well as Castle Grove. That's in effect until 10:15.
Trying to pull in a couple of pictures here still, so gonna hopefully keep working on that for us. But we continue to get damage reports from the Manchester area, as well as photographic confirmation of that again. So,
what type of damage reports have we gotten?
Looking like there's a picture here that I'm trying to get in of the sale barn on the southwest side of Manchester that it looks completely destroyed for us here. So. Yeah, again, we continue to get some pretty reasonable damage reports coming in for us at this point. So as that tornado warning continues, again, we're not able to get that visual confirmation as easily as it's dark. So we just want to make sure that people know that these storms are very much capable of damage, and that we could still continue to see that even as we head through the overnight hours, even as we head through the dark time here, that we can't necessarily see that confirmation of that tornado. They are still there, and they are still producing damage.
Nope, very good point. You want to make sure you're in your safe area, which is, of course, the lowest level you can get to safely. Make sure if you are in the newest tornado warning area or the one near the Prairieburg area right now, you should be in your safe area as well, because that's really where that storm is at the present time. Something sturdy is what you want to get under, just to protect yourself. And again, not many of these storms pass through and produce no damage. That's what we want, right? We don't want damage. But if it does produce damage, we want you to be safe. And there's the safest places for you to be. Blankets, pillows, towels, always remember that. Keep that in your storm area, wherever your safe place is, in your home or apartment complex or whatever structure you're in. Avoid windows, doors, and outside walls, and make sure you go to that small interior room. If you don't have a basement available, put as many walls between yourself and the storm as possible. Multiple ways to receive weather information. You need that with TV9. Make sure we are all over with our weather apps, streaming our live coverage on kcrg.com. Also tune into our radio partners, making sure they also cover our streaming coverage. We want to thank all of our radio partners for, again, allowing that to take place so everyone can have that information that they need when storms move through your area. This has been, again, a very in nature, very isolated activity that's moved through various areas, but it's covered a large swath of eastern Iowa, and now that line of thunderstorms still continues to move toward the east and has enough energy still in the atmosphere that storm system that's moving out of northern Lynn County heading toward northern Jones and eventually southern areas of Delaware County has enough again that we could potentially see the rotation continuing that could produce another tornado. And again, we have had several reports of tornadoes across eastern Iowa with some damage, as Jan mentioned. One other damage I know from the Manchester area from KMCH is that the Casey's, or near the Casey's in the south side, has experienced some damage as well. So again, we're continuing to watch, and we'll continue to follow this storm as we have for all of our viewers, north to south, east to west. Everyone is important to us, and we will certainly cover severe weather wherever it happens to be. We thank you for choosing us to give us your severe weather coverage.
If we could take a look at the Marengo City Cam real quick. That's where a severe thunderstorm is moving through the area right now. We've seen rain pick up, winds picked up at times. It's been gusty, so it hasn't been very consistent, but there has been strength to it at various points, which is why we tell you to treat a severe thunderstorm warning seriously. Don't just think, it's just a severe thunderstorm warning, don't need to worry about it. But that heading toward the Marengo area, heading toward the Amanas, Shortly after that, that warning continues in portions of southern Benton and most of Iowa County until 10 o'clock. I don't see that storm weakening particularly at this point either, so I believe that warning will probably be extended further east. That could clip the southern portions of the Cedar Rapids metro, more in line for North Liberty, Coralville, Iowa City. Looking ahead, it's going to be a little while before it gets there, but probably before midnight still at this pace. And we'll be keeping a close eye on it. If we could go to pinpoint Doppler radar real quick, we've got that area of rotation in northern Linn County, but we do have a secondary area of rotation that could be developing that we'll have to keep an eye on. We'll zoom in a little bit closer here. You see the original area of rotation is up there, right where that arrow is pointing on your screen, basically. Just northeast of Prairieburg, approaching the Castle Grove area. But as we've seen multiple times tonight, these storms have had a dominant area of rotation, and then that's kind of weakened. It's moved off. It's done something we call cycled, and then a more dominant area of rotation develops on the south. And we might be watching that happening right now. There were some indications of it occurring at the mid and upper levels of the storm as the Doppler radar does scan it in 3 dimensions. But we're just starting to see that as a reflection near the surface. So this could actually be the portion of the storm that becomes dominant again in terms of its ability to produce a tornado, closer to the edge of it, closer to that unstable air that it's been feeding on this whole time. And so that's something we're going to have to keep a close eye on. I'm sure the National Weather Service is as well.
If we want to take a look, just want to refresh people on where that tornado watch stands at this point. So obviously, again, the Cedar Rapids and Iowa City areas, as well as the Dubuque area, you guys are all still dealing with that weather, or maybe it is just now moving into the area for like those areas further to the south. But Waterloo, so Black Hawk County, Fayette County, Buchanan County, all of those areas there that don't have that yellow highlight anymore to the north and to the west, you guys are pretty well in the clear at this point as those storms continue to move off to the east of your area. So just wanted to re-highlight again where that stands. The areas that are highlighted in yellow, that tornado watch is in a place until either 11 p.m. or midnight, that midnight time frame there further to the east. But again, all of these areas want to make sure that maybe if you're headed to bed here within the next few minutes, that you are making sure that you have those ways to receive that severe weather information, as this threat will still continue for another couple of hours, at least for us here. So again, make sure you have that First Alert weather app that will help alert you to your specific location. Also that NOAA Weather Radio, another great source and another great tool to make sure that you are alerted and that you are awoken if need be here as you, again, as we head through those later hours of the night.
Take a look at our rainfall totals as estimated, because that's also a concern with some heavier rains that are moving out of the storms. This is your estimated rainfall across eastern Iowa for the past 6 hours. So again, we've been with you for about 5 hours, so this covers the entire event that we've been with you. There was not much out there before, and then suddenly as it blossomed, we watched plenty of showers and storms move through. Any place you see the orange into the yellow areas, you're looking at anywhere from about maybe 1.5 inches to about 3 inches of rain. Some of the heavier rains have fallen in some of those storms, so we can see across areas of Delaware County, maybe 1 inch, 2 inches, very common, almost 4 inches in portions of Delaware, rather back toward Buchanan County, almost 2 inches of rain. You head down towards Cedar Rapids, and right now radar estimates maybe 3/10 to the north, farther south through downtown, not much at all. Iowa City as well. You head over toward far southwestern areas of Marshall County. It's an area that picked up over 4 inches of rain. That's the one area we do have a flash flood warning in effect. Other areas, again, as you can see, kind of some scattered amounts, but as a general rule, where you've seen rain could be 1/2 inch up to as much as 2 to 3 inches in some of those isolated locations, some of those pockets where that storm maybe developed and kind of sat there for a longer period of time. We still have more rain that will be moving through. Eventually, it will move down across southern areas of Iowa as well. The majority of it has stayed along and just north of Highway 30. It's now beginning to approach Interstate 80 with that activity farther back off toward the west, moving through the Belle Plaine area right now. And we are seeing that potential for some gusty winds with those storms back, with the storms moving across areas of southern areas of Benton, northern areas of Iowa County. That activity continues to push off toward the east. And again, some heavy rain certainly possible in those storms. We're still watching that one tornado warning that's left that Corey was pinpointing earlier, with that additional area of rotation kind of taking place as a couple fade, one more kind of taking over for the storm itself. Let's go ahead and take a look and see how that has evolved since the last time we looked to see that tornado warning that is in effect and see where that rotation would be. Notice the rest of the area, you're seeing just kind of some plain colors where they come close together, and there you go. On the backside of the storm, just beginning to enter kind of that warning area is where we're seeing that additional rotation, and that's why that warning continues to be near the Cass area right now. One area you certainly want to watch as it moves off toward the east. This could affect Monticello as well. May move very near the Scotch Grove area as well if it continues a little more southeast slide, but more of an eastern or northeastern trek takes it up toward Hopkitten as well. Castle Grove, that's one area. Back toward Prairieburg, that's the area that we're watching the rotation right now, just beginning to move into that second tornado warning area for areas of Delaware and Jones County. We'll see how it evolves itself, and then it is in effect until 10:15. But as long as that rotation is there and it's strong enough, the potential would be there that you could end up seeing a tornado develop. Most of them have been very quick when they have touched down. We do have some reports of damage. We'll certainly be having a complete report on all of our damage reports and this storm itself on the TV9 News, which happens after the NBA Finals, which again will be broadcast live on KCRG 9.2. Here on TV9, we would continue to follow this storm as long as that tornado warning is in effect and continue to bring you coverage of the storms as they move off toward the east.
A little bit of housekeeping here. Our weather service in Davenport canceled the severe thunderstorm warning for Benton and Iowa counties. We were showing that on our Marengo City Cam earlier, and we weren't seeing very strong winds, and that's still the case as we take a look at our live Marengo City Cam, where plenty of heavy rain, plenty of lightning, but the potential for strong winds just wasn't realized. And storm spotters in the area estimated winds at about 40 miles per hour. Sure, that can take down a couple small branches generally, but in most cases that's not going to do a lot of damage, which is why the threshold for a severe thunderstorm is set higher at 60 miles per hour. Looking off to the northeast from Marion, still seeing plenty of lightning, a little bit of light rain falling in the Marion area right now, but we're sort of losing the sight of that storm that is for northern Delaware northeastern Lynn County, as well as northwestern Jones and southern Delaware County. Yeah, excuse me, I got a little tongue-tied there. That storm that continues for Delaware and Jones. It looks like the warning for Lynn will be allowed to expire at 9:45 as expected. It's about ready to move out of the area, and so for that reason, that's why the Weather Service is going to let that go. But for areas to the northeast still, near Castle Grove, west of Monticello, that's where the most significant rotation with this storm is. It looks like it's moving to the east at 25 miles per hour at this point. And yeah, that does put the areas near Monticello a little bit more into the line of this storm than it did before, with that cycling that we saw, the regeneration of that rotation on the southern edge of the storm. So Monticello, you're in line for the storm to enter your area at 10:01, Spring Hole at 10:19, and then we head further east from there, Dales Ford 10:25. Yeah, lots of areas in Jones County that are under direct threat for this area of rotation. Area of rotation to the north really has weakened a little bit, but still I would consider areas in southern Delaware, very far northern Jones, Castle Grove area, still some threat there of some tightening of that rotation. But the big story right now is going to be this southern area that we're watching just northeast of Cass, just west of Monticello, and it's moving to the east here as it does at 25 miles per hour. So it is moving slowly, but it is definitely still a threat at this hour for that potential for a tornado.
Do want to pass along that when you do join us for our news after the game tonight, we are going to be having reports from Dysart, from Waverly, from Oline, from Manchester, as well as Central Iowa from Lake City, all areas that have reported some damage from the storms that have moved through tonight. So again, join us. Complete First Alert Storm Team coverage with our entire news team giving you coverage across eastern Iowa, and also a report from Central Iowa from Lake City. So there have been numerous areas areas that have received damage of some sort. Again, we'll see just how extensive it is, especially by morning's light tomorrow. That's when we'll see the final. And then what's going to happen is National Weather Service is going to go out and investigate some of these storms and determine exactly what caused that damage. How strong was that tornado, if it was a tornado that moved through and caused the damage? How strong were the winds? How long did it last? That's the type of activity that we are going to see happen tomorrow across eastern Iowa, with some scattered areas of showers and storms not expected to turn severe across most of the TV9 viewing area.
That area of rotation, I'm sorry, Jan.
You're all good.
Yeah,
You can talk.
Real quick. Our County Road E16 is the area just east of County Road. Castle Grove is covering up. X31, excuse me for having to shift things around there. That's where the rotation is located right now, and it is moving to the east along County Road E16. It'll be in the Monticello area. We'll put a very short-term storm track here, so just so we can get a picture of when that might be arriving. Monticello, 10 o'clock or just after in the Monticello region. And of course, the airport looks like it's on the eastern side of town, so a little bit later than that. So the downtown area of Monticello, just around 10 as that storm moves in. Jan.
Yeah, we do have actually one new picture that I can show you from the Manchester area that Joe was just mentioning. You know, we don't know how extensive that damage is, and we don't have a lot of reports here at this time, but we do have a couple, and here's one that we got a picture with. This is the sale barn on the southwest side of Manchester, so obviously you can see some very extensive damage in that area, and I know Joe had mentioned also our radio partners at KMCH mentioning some other damage on the south side of town near the Casey's area. So certainly we have seen some pretty extensive damage coming in from these storms. Again, this near Manchester, also some other reports closer to the Shell Rock area. So again, a lot of damage reports really have been coming in from power lines down to limbs down to a couple of buildings that have been completely destroyed, it would appear.
And again, we're continuing with you with the tornado warning that's in effect for portions of Delaware and Jones County now. Is that rotation really staying out of Delaware County? It's farther down to the south, as Corey and Jan had mentioned earlier. Kind of pinpointing it for you. It's south of Castle Grove, and guess what? They have changed the tornado warning because the rotation is in that area. Delaware County, you are totally clear of that warning. We are looking at just Jones County. Now, this does include Monticello. It includes Langworthy, 151 as it progresses up toward Cascade and Dubuque County. So from Castle Grove through Monticello and Langworthy, that's the area they are watching for this rotation to move through that potentially could touch down and bring some damage to the area. Corey mentioned it earlier, County Road E16, as well as County Road X31. That's really kind of the area right now, south of County Highway 62, just near the Langworthy area as it moves toward Monticello. So again, just northern areas of Jones County, a small portion. Anamosa, you're not included in this. As you head farther south, Olin, you're not included in this. Wyoming is just the far northern reaches of Jones County right now, stretching from Castle Grove and Cass over to Monticello and Scotch Grove, that we do see this severe thunder or this tornado warning in effect, still in effect at this point until 10:15.
It's really that southern area of rotation that's most concerning, again, like Joe was saying, which is why they trimmed that warning back. Still expecting it to move into the Monticello area in the next 15 minutes, which would still put it just at about 10 o'clock. Jacobs Park, which is a local landmark in the Monticello area, about 10 o'clock. So that's the northwestern side of town as that area of rotation, which may be showing a little bit of a sign of, like we've seen a couple of times tonight, having a couple of more distinct areas of rotation. But I would say the area toward Langworthy, that's just west of Langworthy, would be the area that we are most concerned about right now.
I want to take a wider picture here, since we've been zoomed in for a little while on this tornado warning, just to kind of address the rest of the area. So if we can take a look at Max 3, here is where things stand across all of eastern Iowa at this point. So again, that line of storms continues to move through, stretching all the way up from Madison through the Dubuque area and through the Cedar Rapids area, and then kind of curving right along of I-80 and kind of stretching back towards the Des Moines area for us here at this point. The only warning that we have in effect in eastern Iowa, though, at this point is that tornado warning that we have been addressing there that encompasses the Monticello area. There is also a flash flood warning off towards Marshall, Polk, and Story counties. But again, as far as active warnings in the TV9 viewing area, that tornado warning is the only one that we are dealing with right now. So there's certainly a lot of active weather, a lot of rain, and probably some pretty frequent lightning. We'll turn that lightning layer on for you here and show you that. So again, certainly some very energetic storms in terms of that lightning, but looking like there is kind of a bit of that break moving across the Cedar Rapids area for us. So not quite as active in this area, but more of that starting to kind of knock on the door of Johnson County. So starting to see some more of those stronger storms and that heavier rain pushing into that area as well. Overall, though, again, that wider picture to areas in our northwestern zone, for the most part, kind of out of that threat. We'll take one more check of that watch and show you, again, areas of Decorah, Fayette, Waterloo, so Black Hawk and Buchanan County, Fayette County, Clayton County, Bremer County. You guys are all in the clear for the most part as these storms continue to push off to the east. Looking like that tornado watch, though, is going to remain in effect for at least another hour, if not 2 hours, depending on where exactly you lie in this area. Areas to the west looking like that watch should expire for us at 11. Areas to the east that staying in effect until midnight for us. But again, we're going to keep tracking these storms. We're going to see where things continue to evolve and if we need to continue on anything here at this point.
One thing we definitely need to keep an eye on is that storm near Monticello, which is producing rotation, which could produce a tornado. Radar indicated still at this point till 10:15, a tornado warning for that area. If we could take Max 2 real quick. Got a storm that's moving toward Monticello, again, about east at 30 miles per hour. So if you're in Monticello and watching us, you should be in your safe place, which involves being in the basement or your lowest level of your home. Going east from there, areas near pictured Rocks County Park is at 10:12, Spring Hole again at 10:14, and then we head toward Dales Ford at 10:19. And then Eby's Mill at 10:22. This area of rotation, again, sort of taking a look of sort of two areas that we're focusing on, but it's both that would be affecting the Monticello area. We're looking just near County Road D62, between that and County Road E16, and then just south of County Road E16. Both of these areas have the potential to produce a tornado, and that's why this tornado warning continues. Again, radar indicated at this point. But the risk is very real for the folks in Monticello and near Langworthy as well. So if you're in those areas, you really do need to seek shelter. And if you are seeking shelter, what should you do, Joe?
You want to get to the lowest level you can get to safely, and we like to cover this with each tornado warning that comes out. Haven't had a lot of severe weather to talk about this year, so this is one of the first times, certainly the first time we've done any extensive coverage. Now passing just about 5.5 hours of severe weather coverage with you here on TV9. Get to the lowest level you can get to safely. If you can get to a basement, that's the best place to be. Then the next thing you want to do is get under something sturdy with your bike helmet on. That keeps you the safest you can be. Keeps debris off of you if there happens to be some areas of debris that would be in your area. Blankets, pillows, towels also help keep you away from any of the debris that's out there. Avoid windows, doors, and outside walls. That means don't be standing outside to take a look to see when the storm will move in, what it's looking like. Go ahead and get to that safe area right away so that you know you are going to be protected. Cameras provide no protection from severe weather. Don't be out trying to get pictures of the storm. No basement. Small interior room is the best place to be, of course. If you can't get to a basement, put as many walls between yourself and the storm as possible and wait for that storm to pass. The tornado watch that Jan had mentioned continues until midnight officially. Probably could trim some of those western counties back, but right now still keeping all of those in effect. Some of the northwestern counties and some of our northeast zone have been taken out of that watch, but the potential still exists with some of those storms, again, that we could see some severe weather. As far as ways to connect with us, we always say multiple ways to receive severe weather information. Also remember, our severe weather information that we're broadcasting is available in multiple ways as well. First Alert Weather app, KCRG.com, Facebook for streaming. Also our radio partners helping us out as well, getting that out to you on your battery-operated radios, which can be a savior if the power goes out and you have that battery-operated radio with you. We did have reports earlier of about 3,000 Mid-American customers customers without power and about 2,000 Alliant customers without power. And also wanted to let you know that the Delaware County Fair, everyone there was safe. They didn't have to evacuate as the storm moved in, but they were taken care of well. And then they are all safe. Delaware County Fair can resume tomorrow on a much quieter weather note. There's a look at Pinpoint Doppler radar. Looks like just a good line of showers and storms across the area, but we have one warning that still, again, is in areas of Jones County. It's very isolated, as we can see, across far northwestern areas of Jones County, but it does include the city of Monticello. This is the area that has been seeing the strongest bits of rotation that Corey was pointing out just a little while ago. Seeing some very heavy rain, also some frequent lightning. We've been seeing that from our city cams all night long as these storms have moved through, and it's because that rotation is there, and now they again have kind of shrunk that box down even a little bit more as those areas of rotation are still present, as we can see, near the Monticello and Langworthy area, two spots that they're watching. So you should certainly be in your safe area by now, as this warning has been out for quite a period of time. But as Corey mentioned, it'd be right around 10 o'clock when that rotation was in the Monticello area, and indeed that is the case. This warning officially goes until 10:15. Again, it is a tornado warning. Kind of give you a little better indication of where some of that rotation is. And Corey was watching two areas right along County Highway D62 near Monticello, and then just to the south near Langworthy and Amber Road X44. Those are two of the areas watching very carefully as that storm moves through. Now, as far as some updates for you that we've gotten from the National Weather Service, still looking at that storm with some radar indicated rotation in it. About 8 miles north of Anamosa and 9 miles northeast of Anamosa. Those are two areas of rotation that Corey was talking about, moving to the east at about 30 miles per hour. So again, continuing that as that rotation continues across portions of eastern Iowa. We'll continue to watch that as it moves through. So far, no indications of damage as the storm has moved through areas of Jones County, but we'll keep our fingers crossed that that is the case.
The good news is that it does look like that rotation has broadened a bit, but we said that earlier tonight too with the signature near Manchester, and that storm still produced a tornado.
True.
So that's why we need to take that area seriously still, even though to the trained eye, us here in the TV9 Weather Lab, doesn't look quite as dangerous as it did just moments ago.
Right.
But we also saw some of that same sort of situation in Manchester, and there was enough there to create some damage. It looks like we're going to keep that warning continuing in that area. Like Joe was saying, the Weather Service still seeing enough there to think that it still could produce a tornado. Of course, they'll have to make a decision here pretty soon about what to do with it going forward. This is our only warning. So if this one gets dropped, then we move on temporarily.
We do.
The TV9 News at 10.
Correct. Or we would be here obviously watching, and if there would be additional warnings, we would certainly be on with those as well. At this point, though, the one warning we continue to watch is that tornado warning, as Corey mentioned. It does include a small portion of Jones County. Monticello, you're included in that. Heads over towards Springhole, Scotch Grove, just off to the west and south, again until 10:15, which would be if it continues for about the next 18 minutes or so.
And that's the one thing that we're tracking. We're down to just one at this point. A very busy evening. Many areas of eastern Iowa being affected. We talked about the threat going through the day. We had that first round, which turned out to not be that strong, which was good.
Yep.
That's always great news. Unfortunately, that did leave more energy for the second round to take advantage of, and it did seem to fully take advantage of it this evening.
Yep, and after the game tonight, we will have live reports coming in from Waverly, Oline, Dysart,
yep.
Also from Manchester, also from Lake City over in central areas of the state where they kind of experienced these storms first as they developed and immediately started to rotate as well. So it was a very quick developing system as we expect. There was nothing to hold it back. Once it went, it was all going to go, and that's indeed what's happened. I'm thankful that we haven't heard of a lot of damage, but sorry to also hear about any damage that occurs across the area. And as I mentioned, about 5,000 energy customers right now between Mid-American and Alliant without power at the present time.
As you guys are kind of highlighting the areas of damage that we've seen here earlier today. No new pictures and no new reports of damage here at this point, which certainly is some very good news. But I can go recap a couple of those pictures that we've seen sent into the TV9 newsroom here from our wonderful viewers. This one coming in from Jerry, the sale barn in southwestern Manchester. Really looks pretty well completely destroyed, unfortunately. From either that reported tornado or some strong winds that moved through that area. Again, the National Weather Service will be out over the next couple of days kind of doing surveys in these areas. And it probably will take a little bit of time because there has been such a wide swath of eastern Iowa impacted by this event. We also had this one sent in from Jacob of the supercell and also that lightning strike there on the right side, this one near the Shellsburg area. Clouds in the Vinton area sent in from Jared. You can see that lowering. That's the area that we would typically see that tornado produced. And obviously, again, we've had the reports of those funnel clouds and the tornadoes in this area as well. This one coming in from Jody in the Wadena area, the River Valley Campground. And we were seeing a little bit of flooding in that area, so certainly ponding and local minor areas of flooding certainly possible as these storms have been producing some pretty heavy rainfall here this evening. Reported tornado in the Manchester area coming in from Keegan. And one last picture here from the Oldwine area, another place that saw some extensive damage this near their football stadium. You can see either some metal paneling, maybe from an outbuilding, or maybe even those metal shingles from a roof. Not sure exactly what it is there, but lots and lots of damage, either again from that wind or from those possible tornadoes coming in from all across the area. Nothing that we ever really want to see, and we want to make sure if you are hoping to send us your pictures, make sure that you are safe in doing that and that you are in the clear before you try to do that.
If we could take a look at Max 2 real quick. Thanks, Jan. Those pictures really illustrate what we're talking about, by the way. This area of rotation still right on top of Monticello, pretty close to the Monticello Regional Airport. And it's moving to the east, about to exit this tornado warning area. We're getting close to the edge of it and close to its expiration. The National Weather Service looking for whether the storm loses a bit more punch, which it seemed to be doing for a little bit. And now the latest scan here does show on the very southern edge again a little bit of a redevelopment of circulation south of the airport there in Monticello, just about to cross Iowa Highway 38 in that area. Pretty dangerous looking portion of that storm, at least for this scan. That could change quickly, of course, but if you're in the Spring Hole area, just east of Monticello, they're just outside of the warning, but that area would be next in line for this activity, that area of rotation moving off to the east at a pretty decent clip of about 25 to 30 miles per hour. It's been averaging 30 miles per hour lately, so it's been pretty consistent as opposed to earlier tonight where we saw some variation at times. Over the next half hour or so, that would take it to Pictured Rocks County Park. If you live in that vicinity, in a rural area outside of Monticello, that's where you're going to have that potential for that rotation to move through. Just a quick update, they did extend that tornado warning. It goes until 10:45 now, includes northern portions of Jones County. As we were showing you just immediately before that happened, that area of rotation has ramped up again a little bit, even though it is seeing some interference. We talked about that earlier tonight. I mean, look at all this stuff in terms of new shower and storm development on the southern end. Oh, I totally lost my control here. Let's bring it back up here. Pinpoint Doppler radar. Zooming in and pinpointing in northern Jones County, rather, is where that new warning is. But there's so much rain developing just south of this storm. And I think in time that will lead to the storm weakening. For now, though, is maintaining its strength and the potential for producing a tornado. Same shape. It's embedded in other rain, but it still does have a bit of a hook shape to it. And if we pull up the velocity view, giving us a view of the winds inside this storm, still showing that same area of rotation. If you take the winds moving away from the radar, we're looking from Davenport at this point, so it's to the south and east, and coming toward the radar, that's that counterclockwise rotation just east of Monticello and just passing over the airport and just about to approach the Spring Hole area. So we'll put a storm track again before that new warning got issued. We're about to do that, and we'll do that again. Next 45 minutes or so, which takes us through the warning. That goes through Scotch Grove at 10:05 today, Eby's Mill at 10:10, Ozark 10:41, not that one, but the one in Iowa, That comes up here toward the end of that warning. That's actually technically outside of the warning. I believe that's moving into Clinton County at that point, I believe, but we'll keep a close eye on it. That area of damage or potential for damage with a potential tornado, again, moving just east of the Monticello area at this hour. With that new tornado warning, goes till 10:45. National Weather Service still thinking, and I agree, that there's still enough rotation there that a tornado could be produced.
I want to check with our news department real quick. With those storms that have been moving through areas of Jones County, farther back, have we had any reports of damage in that area? Nothing yet. News crew has been checking, and we're kind of curious as that storm has moved through because we have had damage reports elsewhere. Jan's been doing a great job cataloging some of the damage that we've seen with the photos that we've had. Have had reports of damage in the Manchester area, I know up toward Dysart, as well as over toward areas of Bremer County near Waverly, up in Oline as well. So there have been damage reports with these storms, and that's why, as long as that tornado warning is in effect, we stay on the air and give you coverage across all of eastern Iowa. Each and every one of our viewers just as important to us, so that's why we want to watch these storms as they progress throughout eastern Iowa. Scotch Grove, or just north of Scotch Grove right now, that's one area that's seeing the rotation itself. It'd be just off to the west of Highway 136. South of Cascade, if the rotation continues to move just to the east, it will pass just to the south of Cascade. And then it will continue to move toward the east, finally moving toward areas as we head into extreme southern areas of Dubuque County or heading into Jackson County as well, if it goes in a straight eastward movement. And we can be back on Max 1. That would be great. That's where we're talking about the radar on Max 1. You can see that rotation is still back toward Monticello, very slow moving. In fact, as we kind of put that into motion for you, you see it's kind of there and just staying. Not incredibly strong by any means, but enough that we are seeing that potential that we could still see tornado touchdown from this storm. And because of the history of the storms as well, I think that's why the Weather Service also keeping that warning in effect, because we do need to once again make sure that that storm passes through and you stay in a safe area. So if you are in the Monticello area, it's just about out of your area, just about moving off toward the west. If we're heading toward the east, those in Springhole, it's right, the rotation is right near you. Heading toward Temple Hill, it'll cross just north of County Road E17, eventually making it to Clay Mills and County Road D6 as that movement off toward the east continues. Again, about 30 miles per hour. Corey was pinpointing that earlier. I want to give you kind of a little indication of where the rest of the storms are. And again, this is a very isolated, severe storm across the area. We do have some showers and storms that do continue from basically Dubuque County all the way back down, as we can see, in eastern Iowa toward areas of Poweshiek and Iowa County, a little farther off to the south and west as well. As that activity moves through the Iowa City area right now, we're going to experience some heavy rain, probably seeing some pretty good lightning within that storm as well. Winds probably not greater than about 40 miles per hour have been seen so far with those storms down to the south, but notice those storms along 80 kind of moving in that same path. That continues. That could cause some additional areas of heavy rain, as well as that potential for some flash flooding in some spots. Certainly, Kai will be in tomorrow morning, be able to update you on all that activity for your morning drive as well, if it is going to affect your morning commute. Here's once again a look at what we're seeing as far as the rotation in that storm. It is moving again into that second area near Springhole. That's right where it is right now, heading toward Temple Hill as that eastward movement continues at about 30 miles per hour. I wonder, Jan, at some point if you can run through those damaged photos once again.
Yeah, I can definitely do that.
Do you mind if I jump in real
Go
quick,
for it,
Jan?
Corey.
I'm sorry.
You're okay.
The National Weather Service pointing out in the chat that we share with them and other media members that the radar now is indicating that there likely was a tornado that took place. It was near Monticello, probably points just to the east that Joe has been pinpointing. If we can take a look at Max 2, show you what we're talking about here. It's called the ability to detect debris. And it's this area of a weaker signature right here. Those lighter colors, not that dark purple, but that yellow usually indicates that it could be an area where a tornado took place, because it wasn't there and now it is. And that's in the area where the rotation is located. So if we pop that up, it's going to be right next to where that was. So for that reason, they've changed the wording on that tornado warning for Jones County to a confirmed tornado, using the radar as the tool instead of spotter reports at this point. So there's potential that a tornado touched down there and also caused a little bit of damage.
I'm really glad you pointed that out, Corey. And that just shows kind of the power of the tools that we have now, that we can see that stuff, just by looking at the radar, and we can indicate, the debris signature from that tornado. Do want to highlight that tornado watch has now been dropped for a few more counties. Canceled out for Marshall and Tama counties to the west, but continuing on now still for all of those counties highlighted in that yellow color. But again, if you are not highlighted in that yellow color, if you're to the north and to the west of that, the threat has pretty well pushed past you here for this at this time at least. We can go look at those damage pictures here. Again, that sale barn in the Manchester area, that's one of the areas we've seen the most extensive damage coming in. Also in the Shell Rock area, hearing of some pretty extensive damage. Hopefully we'll have some further reports coming up here on the TV9 News at 10. And then we also have the supercell, the lightning with that coming in from the Shellsburg area, that one coming in from Jacob. Near Vinton, Jared sending us this picture. That lowering in the clouds is where we would typically see that rotation and that tornadic activity, which again we've seen reports of here through the evening hours. Rainfall leading to some ponding and localized areas of flash flooding. We do have one flash flood warning in effect further off to the west for us here, but not much for that reported in the TV9 viewing area at this point. A reported tornado coming in from Keegan in the Manchester area, and also damage coming in from the Olwine Community Schools near the football stadium. Some pretty extensive damage again in that area, as well as up towards Manchester and Shellrock. That seems to be where we've seen the most extensive damage coming in at this time.
That's a great illustration. Unfortunate, of course, that these scenes took place in eastern Iowa. Luckily, as we've seen time and time again, folks in eastern Iowa help each other out. Always great at picking up the pieces after these types of events.
No, absolutely.
And recovering.
And we'll see that, and we'll see people helping each other out, getting cleaned up, as we have, again, numerous areas that have reported some damage across eastern Iowa. We'll see how extensive it is, and we can get to that newscast after the game. We'll find out what our crews have found, and again, heading up toward and finding out from Jones County right now if there was some damage near the Monticello area with that tornado that moved through areas of Jones County. So again, we'll continue to be with you, but damage has been reported with these storms. We've been on with you since 4:30 this afternoon, following them across eastern Iowa because they were extensive as far as tornadic development. Probably one of the most areas that we've seen many tornadoes develop and move across the area for a longer period of time. It's not a line that just kind of flew through very quickly. It's taken its time moving through down to the south. That could also lead eventually to more in the way of some heavy rains right along Interstate 80. Right now it looks like some of that rotation certainly very close to the Spring Hole area. That'd be just north of Eby's Mills, just off to the west of Temple Hill and Highway 136. This warning does go until 10:45, which would take that rotation somewhere near areas of Jackson County, possibly towards southern areas of Dubuque County, depending on how that moves. Could affect the Clay Mills area as well. If you're in this area, certainly be in a safe shelter as that storm continues to move through, because that potential is there that we could see another tornado develop out of the storm system itself. As far as lightning and the rest of the cells that have been moving through the area, we'll go ahead and take a look at our lightning tracker. And once again, there's plenty of lightning within this line of storms that extends from Wisconsin all the way back into central areas of Iowa. Very concentrated on eastern Iowa right now, as you can see, from southern areas of Dubuque County, northern Jones with that strong storm, into northern Johnson, as well as areas along Interstate 80 south of Des Moines. We're going to take a look, see if I can get the Coralville City Cam, see what that's looking like right now with some of the rain that is pushing through the area, and see how it looks. There certainly is some lightning in the area with the Coralville City Cam, some heavy areas of rain. You can see certainly the rain falling as we look in the distance. Temperatures in Iowa City with that untouched atmosphere at 81 degrees yet. It'll cool down now with that rain in the area. 73 in Waterloo, still 71 in Cedar Rapids. So certainly Very, very muggy conditions out there. We've seen that throughout the entire day today, and that's what kind of fed into these storms and is now helping that rain continue. Heavy at times as we see live right now as we take a look at our Coralville City Cam. The tornado watch still continues as well. More counties eventually start to be taken out as those storms move through. We do still have areas from Delaware and Dubuque County back through Lynn and Johnson County under that watch, along Interstate 80 as well. Looks like along Interstate 80 that would be more thunderstorm and heavy rain activity. Still have that potential for maybe an isolated strong cell moving out of Jones into southern Dubuque or northern Jackson County, and we'll continue to watch that as well as that movement continues, as that continues to evolve for the next 45 minutes or so as we move through our evening hours. There's an additional severe thunderstorm warning just issued. This again for 60-mile-per-hour winds. This will not include Cedar Rapids, but will include extreme southeastern areas of Lynn, areas near Iowa City up towards Solon and Johnson County, across most of Cedar, including Tipton and Clarence, and up toward Wyoming and southern areas of Jones County. Again, severe thunderstorm warning. That's in effect until... Let's move this out so we can get that warning to come up. That's in effect until 11 o'clock tonight. So again, heavy rain, 60-mile-an-hour winds, frequent lightning as that thunderstorm complex continues to move through.
If we go to Max 2 real quick, just take a quick look at what we were trying to highlight earlier, that potential to detect debris using radar. If we go step back a few more minutes, so 10:05, 10:06 is when that signature starts near Spring Hole. It's in that area that's circled right on your screen, and it moves to the northeast. So as the potential with that, where that tornado took place. And the reason why, you may say, okay, outside of that circle, there's other little yellow specks there north of Temple Hill. Well, it's where it's co-located at the same spot as that velocity. So it's right where that velocity signature we've been talking about to look out for all night is. And so that's why that gives us more confidence that that's where some potential tornado damage took place. And so that's why this warning continues. They're still saying that due to radar confirmation that a tornado was near Cascade and moving east at about 25 miles per hour. So it's moving east a little bit slower now. It's actually slowed down just a touch. So we'll add a storm track here and go off to the east. And they've been moving, frankly, a little bit north of east. So Temple Hill, you're going to be very close to this area, and that will mean that you should be seeking shelter for now. McGargles Ford at 10:36 in the far eastern portion of Jones County. And then Gary Owen, which I know is not in Jones County, that's outside the warning box. But if this storm continues and holds its strength, it'd be more toward you at 10:55. So the warning does continue. And frankly, that signature on velocity that's circled on your screen still does carry with it a tornado threat if it's not currently producing one. And based on some other data, it looks like it may be, in fact.
If we bounce back down to that severe thunderstorm warning that was just issued for Cedar County, as well as northeastern Johnson, southern Jones, and southeastern Lynn County, looks like the Eastern Iowa Airport reported a 53-mile-per-hour gust here a short time ago. So that area obviously just off to the west of that warning. So that area is seeing that severe thunderstorm warning, just a short, or that wind gusts up to 53 miles per hour just a short time ago. So areas here now kind of on this leading edge of this storm could see some gusty winds. Do want to make sure that you are aware of that. Now past the Solon area, but headed towards the Lisbon area, Newport, Mechanicsville, and eventually into the Tipton area. Those are all areas that may see some brief gusty winds as that moves through here.
That area is actually moving a little bit quicker than the tornado warned storm, about 40 miles per hour, lending a little credibility that we could be seeing those winds picking up too. It's surging outward a little bit, picking up some steam. So a great observation there, Jan.
And that could be also down in northern areas of Washington County as it moves just out of the TV9 viewing area. So kind of keep that in mind. Let's go ahead and, you said 40 now those are moving at down to the south. Let's go ahead and put a storm track on there as well and get an idea of when that stronger or gusty wind may approach, because it'll be on the front side of that storm as it moves in. We'll project it down even into extreme northern areas of Washington County. for about the next 10 minutes or so. We're going to find it moving through Lisbon. West Branch about 10:41, Stanwood at 10:57, Tipton about 11 o'clock, Atalissa 11:26, Moscow at about 11:38, and then that takes it farther off toward the east out of the TV9 viewing area as we move past about 11:30. So again, that's those strong gusty winds that Jan and Corey were pointing out with those storms that will move back farther to the south. Riverside may get some gusty winds as well, just outside of that warning area. Certainly, southern areas of Johnson County wouldn't rule that out at all. Still following that tornado warning. The reason we've been on the air since 4:30 is because we've had tornado warnings since 4:30 this afternoon. Very long area of tornado warnings. Notice from Cascade south along Highway 136. That's where right now, including Temple Hill as well as Spring Hole, that tornado warning box is in effect. The last check, though, near the Spring Hole area, the rotation itself had moved off toward the east. It is approaching the Temple Hill area right now, moving toward and south of Cascade, so kind of keep that in mind. Some of those stronger areas of rotation right now. Right in this area, as you can see, moving toward Temple Hill. We'll watch it move toward County Road D6, certainly making that watch box even smaller right now as it's not moving toward the Cascade area. Again, right within that box toward the western side of our tornado warning that goes officially until 10:45. That's where the rotation is that has prompted the tornado warning to be issued and extended farther off toward the east.
Another picture that we just got in that we can show you of some tree damage. Becky Phelps has been in a couple different places across northeastern Iowa. I'm not sure exactly where she took this picture, but you can just see all of the trees that are down and either kind of snapped in half or knocked over, or some limbs down, and then that one there on the left side fully uprooted. So again, continuing to slowly get in these damage reports of and pictures as well across the area, which is why we continue to stay on the air, even with just that those two warnings in effect for us. We have been seeing some extensive damage across the area. We want to make sure everyone is staying safe. Safety comes first here for all of our viewers, and that's why we're going to continue to stay on until we have that threat that has passed.
Corey, you're looking at the North Liberty City Cam at some of the rain on Max 2 right now.
Yeah, that area that's, let's see, are they officially? No, they're not officially in that severe thunderstorm warning, but it's the rear end of that storm that is severe warned, and so we're seeing some gusty winds there for sure. That flag blowing and seeing some sheets of rain as well. But if we take a pan down a little bit further south in Iowa City, not really seeing the same kind of wind there. Lots of rain, lots of lightning at times too, but notice those trees in the foreground staying fairly still. So it's just sort of varies, and that's why they had that warning earlier for Iowa and Benton County, and then they didn't really get the reports. And then we got that report from the Eastern Iowa Airport of some fairly strong winds, and maybe it's very isolated, and that would be good news, of course, for the folks in line for this. But that warning still continues for southeastern Lynn County, including Mount Vernon, northeastern Johnson County, including Solon, most of Cedar County, almost all of it, and of course that includes all the towns and cities in there, and southern Jones County, including Olin and points surrounding there. The good news is in our storm that's a little bit further to the north where we have that tornado warning, we may, and I hesitate to say because we've seen this routine a couple of times tonight, but we are seeing less in the way of rotation at this hour, and it may be finally getting interfered with those storms to the south. The rain, heavy rain falling south of this area, but notice how broad that is now, just around Highway 136 there, near and north of Temple Hill. But that area has turned fairly broad. And the area that we saw earlier, indicating that there was some debris in the air from a tornado, no longer there. So the National Weather Service no longer calling this a confirmed tornado. It's just a radar indicated potential. And the good news is that we've seen that area of rotation broaden. Now the tornado warning continues for now until 10:45 officially, and we'll be keeping a close eye on it. For now, though, it does look promising for that area And that is the last area, at least at this moment, showing some indications that it could potentially produce a tornado.
Another thing that looks promising across much of the areas that the tornado watch has continued to be trimmed back. They will be trimming back many more counties, I think, as we head through the next half hour. If we go to Max 1, we'll be able to take a look at that watch as well. Along Interstate 80, officially still that tornado watch all the way up across areas of Dubuque and Delaware County. I think you're probably going to take that down to about 4 or 5 counties and then move it out as we head through the next half hour or so. But again, that far northwestern areas where we were watching earlier, that potential for some storms. That has now been trimmed back. Again, there have been reports, certainly. Let's go ahead and take a look at some of the reports that we've seen. This is the reports we've seen over the past 3 hours as these storms have been moving through. And again, they've been really concentrated as far as areas of Lynn, Jones, as well as Delaware County. But that's been kind of the storm system itself. It's been just slowly watching these storms move through. Scattered areas of tornado reports across Lynn as well as Benton County, up toward the Manchester area where we did have some damage reported. The Monticello's not reporting yet. That'll be coming in as we watch those storms report. So again, very isolated in nature as these cells have slowly progressed. We've seen the same type reports moving across portions of eastern Iowa. Now, as we take a look at a wide view of radar right now, you'll notice that there's plenty of rain moving from areas of Dubuque County now. Dubuque seeing some heavy rain along with northern areas of Jones County. That severe thunderstorm warning still continuing across areas, as Corey had mentioned, from Johnson County across areas of Cedar, Jones, and southern areas of Lynn County. And then look at this area right along Interstate 80. Let's just go ahead and put that into motion. That's moving along the same area straight through, bringing lots of heavy rain. There could be additional flash flooding along Interstate 80 as that system continues to move off toward the east as we move through the overnight and morning hours. Something we'll certainly watch. A little more development down toward Ottumwa. Have to watch to see what that does as it moves toward areas near Washington.
I wouldn't want to be driving on Interstate 80.
I would not at all. No. All the way between Iowa City and Des Moines right now, it's almost steady rain.
Yeah, and steady.
Heavy rain.
Yeah, I was going to say, steady
right.
might be underselling it.
Yeah, exactly.
Blinding rain at this point. Very, very heavy rain falling along there. So if you were thinking about leaving on a late night trip to the west out of Iowa City, perhaps postpone.
Probably better off to wait.
We're looking at Max 2 real quick, and that's the area of rotation across northeastern Jones County between Temple Hill and Cascade. Cascade not in the morning at this point. Iowa Highway 136 is the center point of exactly right where that rotation is. We are continuing with that warning until 10:45. Looks like we had some wind gusts in the Iowa City area of about 40 miles per hour, one in University Heights and one just southeast of downtown in Iowa City. So again, that sort of reiterates that what we saw in the city cam picture there in Iowa City, not extremely strong winds with that southern line, which is great news. If this area of rotation has tornado potential, it will be moving toward areas like McGargles Ford at 10:33 and then moving out of that warning box and into another county. I believe that is Clinton County. Let me make sure here. No, Jackson County, excuse me. Gary Owen and then apparently South Gary Owen as well beyond that. But at this point, I personally, my personal opinion, would be shocked if they extended that warning from a tornado perspective going forward, at least for the time being. Now,
I was going to say, with that picture right there, I would totally agree with you, but one scan later, if there's, now there's another one that's kind of holding that same broad area. Much more reminiscent of what we'd see when we're looking at just some gusty winds moving through the storm itself.
Now, if we want to talk about the trend we've seen all night of the southern flank developing some more rotation, we could be talking about that west and southwest of Clay Mills here. Still right along Highway 136, but much further south, outside of that warning box. Something to keep an eye on, as we've seen that a couple of times tonight. But right now, the area in the warning, yeah, I would say looking at some stuff off the air here, the upper levels might be supportive of that area starting to show some signs that it would be the next area to watch, but that's because it also is closer to those clean inflow. Oh, yeah, you can also see the shape of that storm there too. So I would say areas just south of this warning, so you can see a bit of a hook there. That would be indicative of a storm that is potentially starting to rotate at that end. At the very south end there, and like we've been talking about earlier, has access to that unstable air where the points to the north starting to get blocked by those southern storms.
That severe thunderstorm warning, that excuse me, that we have to the south in Cedar, Johnson, Jones, and Lynn counties, kind of forming a bit of a bow-echo for us. If we want to head over to Max 3, we can see the gusty winds with that one on Max 3. There we are. So we have had a 40-mile-per-hour wind gust reported at University Heights in Johnson County, Iowa City, 2 miles just to the south and east of the central parts of Iowa City, also reporting a gust of about 43 miles per hour. So some strong winds moving through that area here just about 10 minutes ago. And again, anywhere that we're seeing kind of that bowing line out in front, now headed into the Tipton area and the Clarence area, that's another area that we are still watching for the potential of some 60-mile-per-hour winds. While talking about those strong winds, we also have a couple new pictures coming in from the Manchester area. Again, this is one of the areas that had those reported tornadoes. Here we are looking at the NFO Livestock Building in the southwest parts of Manchester. These coming in from our radio partners, KMCH. We can see, again, some pretty extensive damage to that area. And a second picture of the same place, that NFO Livestock Building, again, in southwestern Manchester, seeing some pretty extensive damage in that area here from earlier on this evening. So again, tornado threat still very real. That's why we continue to highlight that tornado warning, and that's why we will continue to stay on and be talking about this tornado warning here until it is hopefully allowed to expire. As we've kind of been talking about, we're kind of looking at that potential, hopefully starting to come our way.
Heavy rain potential is with us as well as the storms move through. We've had reports anywhere from about a ½ inch in some spots to more than 4 inches in some areas. But the farther south you go, now toward areas of Washington County, Keokuk County, those are the areas, if we can go to Max 1, that we have indeed once again seen nothing in the way of precipitation. But farther north, and especially as we were watching Interstate 80, there's a lot of rain falling right along 80 right now. That could lead to some flash flooding. Earlier, some flash flooding reports across areas of far southeastern areas of Marshall County as that storm continued to move off to the east. It did prompt some severe thunderstorm warnings, and that's the complex right now that's moving into Cedar County, producing some strong winds, potentially up to 60 miles per hour as those storms move through. They did produce winds close to 57 miles per hour earlier, and we still do have that tornado warning in effect until 10:45 for portions of Jones County. Again, rotation in that storm really not looking great at this point as far as any tornadic formation, which is good news. That's what we like to see. That warning, though, still has not been officially canceled by the National Weather Service, is allowed to expire as there is rotation in that storm. Corey mentioned farther south, watching some rotation just off to the northeast of Onslow. It's there as well. We'll see how that evolves as we head through the next 10 to 15 minutes to see if that coverage will continue until that storm moves into areas of Jackson County. But again, right now, still on the air as we have been since 4:30. We've passed the 6-hour mark as of right now with our severe weather coverage since 4:30 with the tornado warning that started off far off to the north and west and now has moved into areas of Jones County, areas that did see some damage. I know we have some damage reports from near Waverly, from Manchester, from Oline. Jan's been showing us some pictures of that. Also in the Dysart area, also back towards central Iowa out of the TV9 viewing area. We also do continue to see some areas of damage. Now that box getting smaller and smaller and smaller, but just really pinpointing that rotation with that tornado warning that still is in effect. So this would include Highway 136 just north of Temple Hill, McGargles Ford in the southern portion of the warning box, up to County Road D61. That's the area that still is under that tornado warning until officially 10:45. There is some rotation still in that. Not particularly strong, but maybe a little bit more pronounced than it was a couple of scans ago. Have had no reports of anything since that storm passed the Monticello area. There potentially is some damage near the Monticello area, somewhere in northern Jones County, with a possible tornado that had moved through there with this rotation, and that's why we have been on the air with this storm as well as it continues to move off toward the east.
Got kind of a unique view on our Max 2 box right now. This is an Iowa DOT camera from west of Marengo. We were talking about that heavy rain that was being experienced on Interstate 80. And you can just see cars with flashers on. Fortunately, nobody's stopping along the road, which would be particularly risky at night, but certainly people taking it slow. You would see traffic moving much faster this time of night normally. But if you are driving and get caught out in one of these storms, listening to one of us on one of our radio partners, yeah, please use caution. Easy to hydroplane with this much heavy rain, easy to just sort of lose sight of where you're at. And that's one thing to keep in mind if you're out and about.
Go ahead, Jan.
Yeah, seeing some reports near the Tipton area of estimated wind gusts of about 50 or 60 miles per hour. So again, still talking about that potential for some strong wind with this severe thunderstorm warning here to the south. And again, that's that exact area, if we head over to Max 3, where we were talking about that kind of bowing line out in front. So again, headed into the Tipton area here at this point, that kind of front edge of that storm. I see, Corey, you have the Tipton. I see you have the city cam up. I'm not really seeing much though on it, unfortunately.
Can we go to Max 3, please?
Yeah, so we have that that bowing line of storms on Max 3 that we can see again.
I'll pull it up for you here, Jen.
Thank you.
There
we are.
Okay,
that report coming in of about 50 or 60 mile per hour gusts in that area. So we'll zoom in again to that Tipton area. It's that kind of leading edge right there where those greens meet those yellows and those oranges. That's where we're looking at those really strong winds, that gust front as we would call it. And that's where we're seeing some pretty strong readings with this storm to the south of the Cedar Rapids area and or to the east of the Cedar Rapids area now in southern Lynn County, moving out of Lynn County now. Cedar, Johnson, Jones County, you guys are all under this warning. And again, we have been seeing several reports of some gusty winds with that storm.
Looks like we have a new tornado warning. This one goes until, yep, pulled it up there, along the leading edge of that squall line.
Yeah, so this looks like it's still 11 p.m. now for us, moving east at about 40 miles per hour. This for Cedar County, southern Cedar County. Again, that severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located near the Rochester area or near West Branch. Again, moving east at about 40 miles per hour. We're seeing some radar indicated rotation with this storm. Here's what we're looking at here. So if we zoom in, you can see, again, those really bright reflectivity or velocity colors there in that kind of almost blue and kind of white color to the south of Cedar Valley to the west of the Rochester area. That's what we're looking at with this storm. So again, some possible rotation on that one as well as the storm off to the north that we're dealing with. So now 2 tornado warnings in effect for us here in eastern Iowa.
So that means our severe weather coverage will continue as we do continue to see that tornado warning in effect. As we've been with you since 4:30 this afternoon, various areas have seen tornado warnings, and indeed now our latest tornado warning, as Jan just mentioned, issued for southern areas of Cedar County. That'll be in effect until 11 o'clock, just off to the west of Rochester, just off to the east of West Branch. That's where this is located right now. Movement on that continues to be off toward the east at about 40 miles per hour. So again, that will take it across southern Cedar County, probably going just south of the city of Tipton. You're not officially within that warning. Bennett, though, is one spot you'll want to watch as that storm evolves and continues to move your way. It's going to move very near just north of Rochester across Highway 38. As that movement continues, it'll eventually move just south of Cedar Valley Road. So that's kind of the area we're watching right now, and we'll continue to watch as we head through the next 24 minutes or so as that warning remains in effect. We still also have, officially not canceled, the warning up toward the north. Let's go ahead and take a look at the rotation within that small area of Jones County. This is extreme northeastern areas of Jones County. It looks like most of that rotation just beginning to cross into areas of Jackson County, so would expect that they will expire that tornado warning. And indeed, that tornado warning for Jones County has been allowed to expire. So that will expire at 10:45 officially as that storm moves through. Again, kind of some wide rotation in the area. Still do have, and we'll switch this over to reflectivity, so we can take a look at the severe thunderstorm warning that's out as well. This was for some strong winds that moved through southern areas of Lynn County earlier, now extending from Tipton all the way back just off to the west of Clarence, up toward Morley, just off to the west of Wyoming. That's a severe thunderstorm warning that continues until 10:45. That'll be in effect as that storm continues to move to the east, with the potential for some gusty winds of about 60 miles per hour. And then again, with some rotation in that storm farther down to the south near the Rochester area, tornado warning was issued. That goes until 11 o'clock. Kind of a wide view for you. And there you see the storms that have been progressing across eastern Iowa. Let's go back even a little farther. Let's go back, let's say the last 6 hours. How about that? That's about as long as we've been on the air with you so far. We'll take a look. There's where the storms developed and moved through. They developed near the Waterloo area, continued down toward the south and east, and now continue to progress slowly down toward the southeast as that cold front makes its way across the state very, very slowly. Lots of heavy rain along Interstate 80 right now, as Corey mentioned earlier, some blinding rains, and showed a great picture of Interstate 80 with some very, very slow traffic right now. There have been numerous areas that have seen some warnings with these storms. There have been areas of damage as well. We have news crews across portions of eastern Iowa ready to report that damage if we can get these storms to move out and calm down across eastern Iowa. But again, remaining on the air right now, we have that severe tornado warning rather in effect for southern areas of Cedar County.
It's that area that we're watching for an area of rotation. If we take Max 2 real quick, that is going to pass very near Rochester here very, very soon. The next couple of minutes, that's what's in line there. And then it moves east from there. It's going to the storm track doesn't officially include the Bennett area, but if you are in Bennett, I would say it'd be a good idea to seek shelter because that line could curve a little bit up to the northeast from what that storm track takes it to. Tipton, you're just on the very edge of this warning. Looks like the most dangerous portion of the storm is going to pass off to your south. Let's clear the storm track, take a look inside the storm once again and see what we're seeing and see if that signature for the potential for tornadic development holds, and it looks like it does. And that's the area just north of Rochester where you see I lost my radar picture again, excuse me. Let's pinpoint again. We'll start over, it's fine. We have that area in Cedar County. We'll put on the velocity scan again. We'll just do it full screen here. And it's that area. We'll get very close in here, just south of Tipton, about to cross Highway 38 near Rochester, near north in Rochester. Just got a new scan from the radar. And we see that area moving to the east. It's this area as I keep losing it. Why don't we go to Max 1 real quick?
We can pull it up for you, and you can do it right here. How's that sound?
I have it pulled up on Max 3 right now.
Go ahead, go to Max 3. That'd be great.
Oh, there's Marengo.
We have Max 3, please. There we go. All yours, Jan.
All right, so yeah, we're tracking that area of rotation, again, right now just to the north of Rochester. As Corey said, headed kind of right across Highway 38 here in just a short amount of time. So again, this is down in Cedar County, north of Rochester, to the south and to the east of Cedar Valley, and well to the east of the West Branch area there. We can zoom out and show you West Branch to just kind of help you get your bearings again a little bit. So as we zoom back in, again, this storm continues to track to the east, about 40 miles per hour for us at this time. And that area of those kind of really bright, almost white to blue colors, that's where we're looking at the strongest rotation for us at this time. As we kind of backtrack here, it was a little bit stronger, a little bit tighter together. So it's becoming a little more broad as it's moving through Cedar County. So hopefully, this is kind of weakening a little bit for us. But again, that tornado warning staying in effect for us until 11 p.m. at this point. And we'll continue to track this and keep you updated with everything that's going on with this storm here as we are kind of continuing to track it. Haven't seen anything in terms of debris signatures or anything here at this point. So far, just that radar indicated rotation coming in. But again, we're not really expecting to get a whole lot more in terms of any confirmation on any observations. We'll head off to Jones County, off to the north there, show you this new severe thunderstorm warning that has just come in. This does have a, let's see, yeah, a tornado possible on it. So that is that tornado warning off there just to the west that is still certainly possible for us, but not looking like we're going to continue that. Here we are, Jackson County until 11:30 p.m. So 60-mile-per-hour winds possible, as well as that possible tornado, small hail as well possible with this storm. If we turn on the velocity for this one, we haven't looked at this one for a little bit, so we'll show you. We do have that potential, obviously coming out of that tornado warned area. We've seen some tighter areas of rotation, but now a little bit more broad for us here to the south and to the east of Otter Creek at this time. Overall, though, looking like we are still continuing to see that threat, that wind threat, and that small hail threat, as well as still monitoring that area for potential rotation.
Got our Tipton City Cam up on Max 2. Looking very heavy rain in the Tipton area. We are looking off to the south here. If we get Max 2 pulled up, there we go. See some strong winds in the area too. Very heavy rain falling in the Tipton area, frequent lightning as well, as we've seen in many locations. This is looking off to the south. Of course, it's going to be extremely difficult at this point of the night to be able to see much of anything, whether you're using a camera, if you're on the ground. Night vision goggles might get the job done, I guess, at this point. But
infrared.
yeah, that's about all you could hope for, because it is very dark at this hour, and we're just seeing a very stormy scene. In Tipton, where a severe thunderstorm warning is officially in effect, but a tornado warning at this point is just to the south of town. We'll pinpoint here in Cedar County again, where that warning continues from the National Weather Service until 11 o'clock tonight. Pull up the velocity view again. That's kind of our best look. I'm actually going to change it to a slightly different look. So there's a different mode on the radar that factors in the motion of the storm, and that highlights that area of rotation pretty well here. You can sort of see it just crossing Highway 38 there, really getting close to the Bennett area. So let's put a storm track on that and go here and just a bit north of east, because really that's how these have been moving most of the night. Bennett, you're going to be pretty close to 1057 with the forward motion of 40 miles per hour here. New Liberty, you are just outside of this warning, but 1109 would be next in line there. So it's that area of rotation that we're watching at this hour. Our lone tornado warning at this hour, but we do have those two other severe thunderstorm warnings that Jan highlighted just moments ago. You can see that area of rotation. Shifting off to the northeast, just past Highway 38, just approaching the Bennett area right now at this hour. No reports there officially of a tornado, but the potential is there. And even outside of that risk, the area with the strongest rotation, which you can kind of see there, I'll highlight that with a line there too. This little curl in the line there, that's where we're watching for that threat of a tornado embedded within this line of storms, which is why you see that tornado warning box within a larger severe thunderstorm watch or severe thunderstorm warning area, because that potential is there within that line of storms.
Let's go ahead and take a look right now at our radar loop, and you can see that movement is a little bit faster with these storms farther down to the south. The storms that we've been watching very carefully move across northern Iowa, moving at 20 miles per hour at times. These have been moving a bit faster, up to about 40 miles per hour. So this rotation in the system that we're watching down in southern Cedar County could very well move out before that 11 o'clock time frame. We're looking at now 10:46 right now. 10:46 is what our current time, and we'll continue to watch that move through. Once it does cross into areas of Muscatine County, again, we could possibly rejoin our newscast for a short period of time as it moves off and out of the TV9 viewing area. But as long as it's in Cedar County, we'll continue to watch it move through. Bennett, you're next in line, as Corey mentioned, just to the south of Tipton right now. Certainly expect some frequent lightning as well as some heavy rain and some gusty winds as that storm moves through. The rotation potential is there, but again, no reports of any tornadic formation in the storm. Farther to the north, those of you in Dubuque County, it's southern Dubuque County, seeing some of the heavier rains. Could be some moderate rains at times moving through the city of Dubuque with that cell moving out of Dyersville. It looks like the heaviest of the rains now in northeastern areas of Jones County, heading into areas of Jackson County. And then we move farther back toward the west. Cedar Rapids, some lighter to moderate rains moving through. Heavier rains, though, look at that down to the south. When we get away from that severe thunderstorm warned area, that's where you notice some activity moving right along Interstate 80, beginning to push push a little bit farther to the south. Those of you in northern Keokuk County, areas of Washington County, likely going to pick up on some of this as it moves off to the east and southeast. And there's a bit more activity developing down toward Ottumwa, south of Oskaloosa, moving off to the northeast as well, which will affect those of us in Keokuk and Washington County. Certainly a heavy rain threat will be with there as well as that storm system continues to move. We've had some more updates on the watch that was in effect a bit earlier. Let's take a look at that tornado watch to see how it has moved. And again, we've taken Lynn County out of that. Delaware County is officially out of the watch. Quite honestly, Grant, Dubuque County probably could be removed from the watch as well. Areas along Interstate 80 farther west could be removed as well. It looks like just far east central Iowa, kind of the area we've been watching the storms right now move through. That continues any type of severe weather threat, be that tornadic or just from some strong winds that have been moving into the area.
Yeah, it's that area that hasn't seen storms yet that might still continue that threat. That's why it actually, the area of it got expanded a little bit further east, not in our particular viewing area out toward western Illinois, but that's what the change was as that watch continues till midnight for the areas still highlighted in yellow. So we're still seeing that area that is at risk for some more severe weather. And I am somewhat intrigued by those storms developing down by Ottumwa. It's kind of on the edge of our area, but they're kind of out there in the open, so we'll be keeping an eye on those, of course, here in eastern Iowa. Though the main threat is with that storm that's very near the Bennett area at this point, and it's maintaining its rotation. You can see that just west of the Bennett area, continue to move to the east at about 40 miles per hour. So that takes it over the next 20 to 30 minutes near Bennett in about 3 minutes. So if you are listening or watching us from Bennett, you need to be in your safe place now. Same in New Liberty, same in Big Rock. I know we're getting outside into both Scott and Clinton County at that point, but still, if you are having to catch us from there, you'll also want to be seeking shelter too. Looks like we got an estimated wind gust in Cedar County of about 60 miles per hour wind west of the Tipton area. So I think that's the one that Jan mentioned earlier, actually. They're just the Weather Service formalizing that in a storm report.
Catching up with Jan's reports.
You know,
Jan's ahead of the weather.
She's about a step ahead all the time.
Way to go, Jan.
I try. Yeah, as we I was looking at those storms down to the south as well, Corey, that you mentioned down near Ottumwa, but we've been focusing a lot on the areas along and north of I-80 here through the afternoon and into the evening, but now we are starting to see a little bit more of that development there to the south, as well as that initial line starting to push just a little bit further off to the south. If we put this back into motion, you can see that. So areas off towards Sigourney and Washington certainly could start to see a little bit of this activity and this rainfall as well here. Again, we're going to still see this rain, not necessarily that severe threat sticking around the entire night, but that rain threat will continue even into the early hours, I think, of our Thursday. So still seeing that rain continuing into that area, pushing a little bit off to the south with that initial line, and those secondary storms there between Ottumwa and Oskaloosa now actually drifting a little bit further to the north. So kind of some interesting motion overall with this entire system for us, but I agree. We'll certainly watch those storms there, but not seeing anything in terms of velocity that we need to be concerned with on those at this point. So we are still going to be highlighting this storm with that tornado warning in Cedar County. That's what we're still watching with the that velocity as well for us here. Looking like the severe thunderstorm warning continuing right around that as well for that 60-mile-per-hour wind. And then again, that tornado warning encompassed in that. Now moving towards really into the Bennett area at this point. That's where we're seeing that strongest rotation. If we backtrack just a little bit here, I can show you that motion a little bit better. So again, kind of drifting off just to the north and east, just as all of these storms have been doing here through the evening hours. So again, headed really right towards the Bennett area and towards that kind of bend in 130 there into the far kind of northern corner of this tornado warning polygon. again, off into the Bennett area towards Bennett Park as well, showing up for us on our map. But that's what we're looking at, is that really bright area of those greens turning almost white to blue. That's where we're looking at that potentially strong rotation, and that's our area of concern for any possible tornadic development. Not seeing any confirmations, but not necessarily expecting to see much in terms of confirmations from spotters here, as it is certainly very dark out and pretty difficult to confirm stuff.
Let's go ahead and take a look at our storm reports on Max 1 for the past 24 hours, and you'll see they're scattered across Iowa, but as we pointed out earlier, numerous tornado or funnel cloud reports. Normally they don't see this across Iowa to this extent, but certainly have seen this today. Not strong, long-lived tornadoes, but certainly tornadoes that have caused some damage in some areas. Also earlier this morning, some strong wind reports as some of those storms move through portions of northern Iowa into areas of southwest Wisconsin. So again, since earlier this morning, we have had a very active weather day, just a little bit of a break during the afternoon hours. Here's a look again at pinpoint Doppler radar, which we've been following for you for some time. Notice we have some scattered activity across the area and a new severe thunderstorm warning that is going to encompass extreme eastern areas of Cedar County, extreme southeastern areas of Jones County, and then farther to the west out of the TV9 viewing area. This will be just off to the east of Tipton, just off to the east of Highway 38. As that evolves and moves, severe thunderstorm warning for 60-mile-per-hour winds, and the storms will be moving off toward the east at about 40 miles per hour. So again, that's an indication to me that they are not going to extend that tornado warning any farther as it goes through, with putting that severe thunderstorm warning out at this point.
So just looking at the storm reports again real quick, what Joe was talking about, the extensive number of them, 78 total really, that encompasses Iowa and the adjacent areas of the TV9 viewing area. 43, and now this won't be the number of tornadoes.
Correct.
That is because a lot of these are the same tornado.
Yep, these are just reports.
Multiple reports, but 43 is a lot for a single day in the state of Iowa, really anywhere, in terms of just initial reports. Now those will be winnowed down to probably 5 to 10 maybe individual storms, because I know that storm near Shell Rock had about 6 reports on it on its own, and that's going to be one tornado. So that's why we reduce these down once the National Weather Service sends out its storm damage survey teams, which they're already planning to do tomorrow. So we'll get more information on how strong these tornadoes were soon, but that's to me just pretty remarkable.
No, it really is. It's something we haven't, certainly in 2021, we haven't seen very much of any severe weather across portions of eastern Iowa. This has certainly been a large outbreak across eastern Iowa. Well forecast, well talked about. I knew it would be a busy day. Just didn't know how it would evolve. Would it be a tornadic day, or would it be more of a damaging wind type day? It ended up being with more of the tornado reports across the area, and again, some areas of damage. We're going to have reports coming up during our newscast a little bit later this evening from various portions of eastern Iowa that have experienced damage, including Manchester, Waverly, Dysart, as well as Oline, which Jan has been showing you pictures as well, as those storms have continued to move off and across the TV9 viewing area. Still do have that tornado warning in effect officially for about the next 5 minutes. That includes, well, now let's say just areas of eastern Cedar County, particularly near the Bennett area. Heading toward New Liberty as you head into areas of Muscatine County. That's kind of the area to watch right now. It's along Highway 130, that rotation right in the Bennett area and moving off toward the east. These storms have been moving a little bit faster off to the east, so again, give it 5 minutes or so and see where that rotation is based. It will likely be moving into areas of Muscatine and finally toward areas of Scott and Clinton County as it moves farther off toward the east.
That's the whole game right now. We're just kind of watching this storm and seeing where it's going. Bucks won, by the way.
They did.
Just so you know, it's 2-2 now in the
Oh,
series.
well.
Sorry to give the spoiler alert to folks that didn't know.
Hoping for a 5-game series.
We were looking
Didn't happen.
at that potential for this tornadic area of the storm moving east, though I agree with Joe's analysis there that if they did issue a severe thunderstorm warning instead, with the tornado possible tag for areas to the east, I think that sort of jibes with what we're seeing off the air. And if we turn on the velocity here in eastern Iowa, you just don't see as clear of a signal there near Bennett that we saw earlier. I'll even switch it to the one that factors in the motion of the storm, and about the same. Not really seeing it there either. And so wouldn't be surprised to see that warning expire here in 4 minutes, and that would be the last one that we see today.
Yeah, it looks like we'll be expiring the severe thunderstorm warning for Cedar and Jones County coming up. So I think that's all in line here with kind of what we're thinking and hopefully what they're thinking as well. But time will tell as this warning is set, the tornado warning is set to expire here in the next 3 minutes for us. So we will certainly stay on and see how that transpires for us here. But that wider picture one more time, looking like, again, areas kind of north and west of this line, you guys are out of that threat, but to the south, we are seeing a little bit of secondary activity starting to form and making its way kind of towards Keokuk and Washington counties in the TV9 viewing area. So you guys will still see a little bit of at least some heavy rainfall activity here coming up. But looking like we are going to be expiring that tornado warning for Cedar County here within the next 2 or 3 minutes. So that is certainly some good news. That it sounds like, again, we're all kind of thinking along the same track here as things are starting to kind of die out a little bit more for us. But certainly we'll still continue to monitor even off air.
Well, because the warning is expiring, we are going to leave our continuous coverage. We know you have many ways to receive severe weather information. We thank you for trusting us with that, for watching us for the past, 6.5 hours of severe weather coverage. Know that we will be here. For meteorologist Jan Ryherd, meteorologist Corey Thompson, I'm Joe Winters. Thanks for joining us, and stay with your 24-hour news and weather source, KCRG TV9.
You're watching KCRG TV9. Now, from your 24-hour news source, this is KCRG TV9 News at 10.
As you likely noticed, we have been tracking severe weather, including reports of tornadoes coming in from across the TV9 viewing area and beyond. Now we have first alert storm team coverage for you.
In total, more than 6 hours, so 6.5 hours of wall-to-wall coverage. Chief Meteorologist Joe Winters joins us now. And Joe, I counted at least 83,000 words just from you over the last 6.5 hours. So where does it stand right now?
Well, again, we're going to watch some showers and storms move through, but at this point, our severe threat has minimized. It's not gone completely, but it has minimized, certainly. There are no warnings that we need to worry about in the TV9 viewing area right now. We do have some areas of showers and storms, as we can see, moving through areas of Dubuque and out of Jones County. That activity continues to push farther down toward the south, across areas of Cedar County and Johnson County, and right along Interstate 80, heading into northern areas of Keokuk County. Some showers and storms producing heavy rains, could be some gusty winds up to 40, and then these cells moving across areas of Ottumwa heading north. So again, nothing as far as any continued severe weather at this moment. Still have that watch out for various counties, but at this time we're just going to watch these showers and thunderstorms continue to push down toward the east and south.
We're looking at our storm reports. We talked about this during continuous coverage moments ago, but we saw dozens of storm reports across the state of Iowa, the bulk of which were tornado reports, which is a pretty remarkable thing. And we'll take a closer look at some of the areas where we saw damage, and we'll have reports from our news side of things here in just a moment. In the Shell Rock and Waverly area, that's the area that saw a pretty significant number of various tornado reports. Now you see that cluster there with a lot of different reports. It'll probably be narrowed down to 1, maybe 2 actual tornadoes here, even though there were several reports. Some of them included some pretty significant damage. Trees in a home near 250th and Woods, and that was an area that saw that storm damage. And a similar report just near and southeast of the Waverly area, where we saw debris lofted into the air near Denver. And so that was one of those areas. Dysart, Traer, near the Vinton area also had tornado reports. Like we said just moments ago, we saw significant numbers of those reports too across the state of Iowa in the TV9 viewing area. 78 total, 43 of which were individual tornado reports. Does not mean tornadoes, that number, because that's about the average for Iowa in a year. So we did not see that tonight. But then wind damage and hail were far behind. Some wind gusts as well, but the bulk of damage was from tornadoes.
Corey, thank you so much.
And also, from what we're seeing here, meteorologist Jan Ryherd will also take a look at some of the storm photos that we've been seeing. They'll be later on in the newscast. Oldwine High School saw some damage from a tornado tonight as well.
KCRG TV9's Becky Phelps is live outside of the high school there in Oldwine. And Becky, we know it's dark out. You were there when it was light. What did you see?
That's right. The Oline Community School District posted photos from earlier today when they say a tornado touched down just north of the high school right here. And that storm did damage Husky Stadium. The school district posted photos of that damage. Earlier today, they show siding from the building that's been ripped off, some of it laying on the ground, some of it twisted. There's shingle damage to some of the buildings and pieces of broken off wood laying on the ground. A lot of that debris, you can see in the photos, was caught in the wire fence outside the stadium, some of it damaging the fence as well. The fence is lean over, twisted in some places too. And the district also posted on Facebook that there are some downed power lines in the area. They're asking people to stay away for their safety. Live in Oline, Becky Phelps, KCRG TV9 News.
Becky, thank you. People also reported storm damage and downed trees in Dysart as well as power outages.
KCRG TV9's Brian Tabak spoke with some of the neighbors there in Dysart about what they experienced as that storm rolled through.
I'm on South Main Street in Blaine and Dysart, where you can see tree branches fallen down from the storm. Residents already bringing those to the front of their property to be picked up. Police have this street blocked off for right now as they work over there down by the school. Many people on this block without power. I did talk to the police department, who tell me they're not quite sure as to how many people are still without power. I spoke to one woman who lives on this block, who's from Dysart, moved to Kansas, who says she cannot believe what she saw.
Coming up and seeing all the mess and thinking, how am I going to clean this up?
Again, not a lot of information known at this time. Police do tell me that they are working right now to try and bring power back on. You can see house behind me doesn't have power. They were running on a generator a few minutes ago. The house next to him does have power. You can see the lights on as well as a TV. They tell me that they are still working to figure out how many people are without power. In Dysart, Brian Tabak, KCRG TV9 News.
Brian, thank you. Southeast Waverly was also hit with storm damage this evening. One property had nearly a dozen trees uprooted or with broken trunks or branches. Now, the house on that property also had damage to its garage and its roof, with tarps going up quickly after the storm passed.
All I saw back there was a bunch of trees down. I know there's buildings down there. I know there's a house down there, or maybe two houses, but I couldn't find them. There was so much debris down there, so many trees down.
Well, Jack Widner there and his family, they live in Southeast Waverly, and they say the storm damage hit their neighbors very hard. Power lines and trees were also down along the private drive that goes past Widner's house. Multiple fire trucks and law enforcement vehicles responded to the area, and power crews were also nearby working on several downed power lines.
Manchester is in the midst of a very busy week as the Delaware County Fair is going on. The fair even had a concert taking place tonight with the storms going on. Rob Edwards from our coverage partner, KMCH Radio in Manchester, fills us in.
Well, right now we've had some slight damage to convenience stores here on the south side of town there on Highway 13 and Highway 20. Mostly just broken windows, some garbage cans that had been blown around, and some slight damage to some vehicles that were parked in the driveway. The Delaware County Fair, of course, going on at this time, and they were having the Christian concert tonight and a lot of other events on the fairgrounds. Everyone was evacuated, sent to their safe spaces at the Delaware County Rec Center and the West Delaware Middle School. And at last report, there were no injuries there, but we'll be getting reports later from the fair manager at the Delaware County Fair. But so far up there, everyone was evacuated, and everybody seems to be safe at that time.
And storms also produced several tornadoes in central and western Iowa. Now we're taking a look at Lake City. That community is southwest of Fort Dodge. Thankfully, no one was hurt, and the power, they say, should even be restored tomorrow in the Calhoun County community. According to our coverage partner KCCI, officials are asking people, though, to avoid the area. Look at that damage due to all the down power lines.
And this is also video taken not too far away. Look at that. Stanhope, southeast of Fort Dodge. Hunter Fox posted this video to Twitter. He says the tornado there lasted for more than 20 minutes. Now a little closer to our viewing area, Blake Rice offered up this video from Janesville at an area just off of Highway 218 there north of Cedar Falls. Imagine seeing that when you're on the road. This tornado was heading toward Denver. This is about 5:45 tonight.
We did receive lots of photos and videos of today and tonight's severe weather. If you have anything you could share with us, please do so. Just go to the U News section of KCRG.com or through the KCRG TV9 News app. And our live storm team coverage continues in just a moment, but we do want to check in with Joe Winters again.
And Joe, we saw back at the start where everything was for right now, but of course we're in the dark. So how's it look for the overnight and into tomorrow?
It looks much better. In fact, once we get rid of those showers and storms, which we showed you, and you can see some rain falling still live on our McGrath Dubuque City Cam, we will see some drier conditions move in. Now, overnight tonight, we're going to drop down. It's still going to be rather muggy. We're in the mid to upper 60s and some lower 70s. The areas that were untouched so far by rain, take a look. Washington, 79 degrees right now. That just shows you that we do have that very warm air still in place and still a lot of moisture with us. So as a result, any showers and storms that move through tonight still could produce some very areas of heavy rain. Now we take a look at our planner. As we head into the day tomorrow, we'll start about 70 degrees. It will be rather muggy, and then we'll look for winds to swing around to the north. Scattered thunderstorms possible tomorrow, mainly to the south, but there'll be scattered activity with us. And then it dries out as we head into Friday. A more summer-like July pattern heading our way. That's coming up in our 9-day forecast in a little while. But meteorologist Jan Reichert has been with us throughout our severe weather coverage. And you're here to show us some of the pictures of the damage that we've seen.
Yeah, we've seen quite a few different pictures coming in from our TV9 viewers here. Here's how things started. We had a couple hail reports at the start of the storm. This coming in from Michaela and Julie in the Clarksville area. Some $half sized hail. Then from there, we've progressed and we had quite a few tornado reports. Obviously, Corey kind of highlighted how many different reports we had. This one from the Manchester area coming in from Keegan. And we also had a picture sent in from north of the Cedar Falls area of a reported tornado in that area sent in from Ron. So again, several of those tornado reports, those funnel reports coming in for us. And then we started to see those damage reports. This from our radio partners there in Southwest Manchester at the NFL Livestock Building. We also saw, again, that damage up in Olwine that Becky was talking about, and she also took this picture while she was traveling around northeastern Iowa here earlier on of some tree damage. You can see a tree there on the left side of your screen just fully uprooted, as well as trees snapped in half and some of those branches down in this area. And then this is where we've kind of progressed to now at this time. Still seeing some of those storm clouds out there, but lots of lightning and lots of heavy rain is what we're looking at moving forward here at this time. But that severe threat for the most part kind of winding down for us.
Which is definitely some good news. Thanks for gathering those photos. And we have some quieter weather moving our way. We'll show you that in the 9-day coming up. Chris and Beth.
Thank you. The sentencing for the man convicted of killing University of Iowa student Molly Tibbetts is now delayed as the defense attorneys say they're looking into new evidence.
His defense team says they believe the Tibbetts case is actually connected to the disappearance of the missing boy from Montezuma. That story's next on your 24-hour news source, KCRG TV9.
You're watching your 24-hour news source, KCRG TV9, with Beth Malicki, Chris Earl, Chief Meteorologist Joe Winters, and Scott Sable with sports. This is KCRG TV9 News at 10. Cedar Rapids Classic KMRY 1450, delivering your first alert weather.
It's no wonder LiftMaster is the #1 professionally installed garage door opener. LiftMaster's MyQ technology alerts you if you forgot to close your garage door and lets you close it from anywhere, anytime with built-in Wi-Fi. It also has battery backup, so you can get in even when the power's out.
Any overhead door, anytime, call Dan's Overhead Doors and More for professional installation and service. dansdoors.com.
This week on Alliant Energy's Powerhouse, we'll show you how your refrigerator, oven, and laundry appliances are all getting a bump in IQ.
Plus, if you just look at how you handle your laundry, you can save a lot of energy and water.
We'll see how a new trend in building is recycling old shipping containers and turning them into a place to live.
And we'll look at a different way to heat and cool your home.
That's this week on Alliant Energy's Powerhouse.
This is the internet that keeps the TV streaming, the meetings zooming, the playlist flowing, and the doorbell showing who's coming and going. This is the internet that powers the workout, that does the homework, that makes the lights work, that makes for light work, and makes...
Don't forget to pick up Charlie.
...your life work. This is the internet that keeps it all connected and has hundreds of people who ensure it's protected.
Nice try, hackers.
This is the internet voted best because it's extreme, nothing less.
Eastern Iowans pride themselves on a job well done, and there are plenty of jobs out there to get done. That's why KCRG TV9's Working Iowa will showcase who's hiring right now.
I'm Jay Green. Join me Monday mornings and afternoons for Working Iowa on your 24-hour news source, KCRG TV9.
KCRG TV9's Jay Green will take you inside the workplace to showcase jobs and how you can join them. Sponsored by Built by Pros.
The fireworks ain't over yet. It's the McGrath Stars and Stripes Savings Spectacular.
Freedom to drive what you deserve and declare independence from your car payment.
No interest up to 6 years and no payments until fall on select new models. Premium pre-owned McGrath certified, like it or exchange it, guaranteed. And no matter how you shop, Click to Curb makes it easy.
Life, liberty, and the pursuit of your perfect vehicle.
It's a savings spectacular. Get more, McGrathAuto.com.
We drive everywhere to help our son reach his dream of becoming an elite swimmer. So we enrolled in the Know Your Drive program with American Family Insurance. It gives us discounts for safe driving, which comes in handy, no matter where his dreams take him. With Know Your Drive, save up to 20% and get closer to your dreams. American Family Insurance. Insure carefully, dream fearlessly.
The First Alert Mobile Weather Lab, taking you closer and showing you the impact when severe weather strikes. Sponsored by Waln Collision and Repair.
A sentencing for the man convicted of killing Molly Tibbetts will not happen tomorrow as his attorneys call for more time to investigate new evidence.
Christian Bahena Rivera's attorneys say they believe Tibbetts' case is connected to the disappearance of Xavier Harrelson. That 11-year-old went missing from Poweshiek County during Bahena Rivera's trial. It's the same county where Molly Tibbetts disappeared and where her body was found. Now, the defense says an inmate has come forward, did so actually during the Bahena Rivera trial after hearing Bahena Rivera's testimony. That inmate said another inmate had admitted to killing Tibbetts and that it's all circled back to a sex trafficking ring based in the town of New Sharon. None of this information came out at trial, and the defense claims the state was aware of it during the second to last day of testimony, but that the state did not receive this recording of an interview with one of the inmates till yesterday. Now, the motion filed today alleges a 50-year-old man by the name of James Lowe was running the sex trafficking ring out of a drug house in New Sharon, and that he had Molly Tibbetts tied up in his home at one point. It also says an inmate who was not Bahena Rivera has admitted to killing her. Our legal analyst says there could be a strategy with why the defense would be bringing all of this up right before Bahena Rivera was set to be sentenced.
Well, the strategy is to create some doubt or lack of confidence in the verdict so that you can try and obtain a new trial and get a new jury and introduce this new evidence and try to secure an acquittal.
Lowe, the man the defense believes was running the alleged sex trafficking ring, was living with Xavier Harrelson's mom in 2019. This is according to court filings. And that's how the defense is drawing a connection between the two cases. Now, in court filings from this afternoon, we now know the defense believes that an inmate, Gavin Jones, actually killed Molly Tibbetts. Lowe is not facing any charges related to Harrelson nor Tibbetts, and a court filing from the prosecution says all this new information is not new at all, that the defense knew about it during the murder trial and didn't bring any of it up. The prosecution also describes all this new information, so-called new information, as not even aligning with what Bahena Rivera himself testified to on the stand. It's a lot. We'll be live streaming the court hearing tomorrow morning at 9:30. Again, that's not a sentencing anymore, the hearing. It'll be available on KCRG.com.
Now, your First Alert forecast with Chief Meteorologist Joe Winters.
Showers and storms still continue farther down toward the south and east. Started in our northwest zone, now moving across areas of our southern zone. Just moving out of Dubuque County right now. Still some heavier areas of rains will kind of pinpoint. No warnings in effect for the TV9 viewing area right now. We have some heavier rains moving through areas of Jones County. Non-severe storms, but some heavier rains, maybe some gusty winds and some pretty good lightning. Iowa City over toward North English as we headed from Oskaloosa now into Sigourney, eventually toward Washington County as well. Expect some heavy areas of rain, lightning, and some of those gusty winds. All brought to us courtesy of a system that's been slowly pushing across the area with this cold front. The showers and storms extend from areas of Wisconsin all the way back down into Kansas. Severe weather, though, threat pinpointed right here on eastern Iowa. Our forecast overnight tonight still calls for some storms across the area. Farther south, the better chance, certainly mid to upper 60s and low 70s for lows. Northwest winds eventually around at 10 to 20. Tomorrow we'll look for highs to stay in the 70s. Some scattered storms will be with us. The heaviest of the rains down toward the south. Northeast winds at 5 to 10 and a cooler day than today. That's the trend. But then we look toward the end of July. Take a look at this. Above normal temperatures stay with us and below normal precipitation. So we'll move from a pattern that has been a little wetter than normal now to back to that below normal pattern, which has been much more reminiscent of what we've seen this year. Friday, 78 degrees. We'll dry it out, mostly cloudy skies. Some sunshine is back. On Saturday, we'll look for a high of 81 degrees. Look what happens to our overnight lows. 60 on Saturday morning, 59 as we approach Sunday morning. And then we stay dry and very quiet. We certainly needed some rain. We got some rain across eastern Iowa. Now we'll get some time to dry out. Mid-80s for highs, overnight lows in the 60s, and we've got partly cloudy skies expected.
Joe, I know this is what you do, but thanks to you and thanks to Corey and thanks to Jan for keeping everybody informed for 6.5, 7 hours
You're
today.
welcome.
So,
Please
I know
get
it's a long
some of
day.
the pizza that you have earned.
I may have grabbed a piece during coverage, but there's more back there I'm going to get.
Well,
Yes.
good. Thank you, Joe.
And thank you so much for joining us here for the KCRG TV9 News at 10 after the game.
And we'll have much more coverage of these storms tomorrow morning on the TV9 News. Thanks for watching.
Why is Fairway the best at fresh? Well, because we're bananas about bananas. We care about carrots. We got a head of lettuce. We know a bunch about a bunch.
And we're berry picky.
That's why we're the best. Because at Fairway, your food is our only focus. And nothing matters more to us than making sure you get the highest quality ingredients every time. Fairway Meat and Grocery. You got that right.
We know your life can be, well, really busy sometimes. That's why we have our banking app that allows you to take a picture of your checks using mobile deposit. Quickly depositing your money no matter